The man dropped out of school for 2.5 years and worked at a convenience store. But now, he has suddenly come to a new school as a transfer student. This is because the school bullies have become so rampant that they no longer follow the teacher's instructions. And the only ones who can make them afraid are bullies who are even more dominant than them. For this reason, the local education department had to implement a supervisor plan to manage these bullies. That is to send more powerful bullies back to school, and then use them to manage other bullies. So they approached Daegun Kwan, who had dropped out of school for 2.5 years. Before dropping out, Daegun had already dominated the entire R district. Just one person could suppress all the bullies in our district. But now Daegun is just a convenience store clerk. Not only does he have to endure his unscrupulous boss's lectures every day, he also has to read a bunch of books he doesn't understand to improve his education, which makes Daegun really regret not persisting with school. That day, when just 2 students who looked like troublemakers came to the convenience store, the boss got scared and made an excuse to go to the break room. Leaving Daegun alone at the counter, the man immediately showed off his tattooed arm and watch, telling Daegun to get him a pack of cigarettes. Daegun was confused for a moment. Don't these 2 know that they give off the aura of students? He then asked if they could show their ID cards, otherwise he couldn't sell them anything. The woman beside them became displeased, saying, "Why are you, a part-timer, making such a fuss?" The tattooed man also threw money at Daegun, telling him to hurry up and give him what he wanted. Daegun tried to remind them, but was grabbed by the collar by the man. "Four eyes bastard, can't you understand human language? Just get it quickly, why so much nonsense?" This scene was also clearly seen by the boss hiding nearby. "These students forced me to sell to them like this last time too." Then he hurriedly rushed out, saying, "Can you go outside to resolve this? There are other customers in the store." Hearing this, Daegun was stunned. The boss was trying to push everything onto him. After that, Daegun was taken to a nearby alley. The tattooed man grabbed Daegun, saying, "Try to act tough again." Daegun just calmly said, "I'll give you 3 seconds to let go of me." Who knew these few words would directly anger the tattooed man, who swung his palm to hit him? The next second, there was a loud noise. The girl anxiously shouted, "Wake up!" Then the tattooed man opened his eyes in bewilderment, finding he had been slapped, while Daegun was completely unharmed. The girl hurriedly helped the tattooed man up. "You punk, you dare to sneak attack me." Then he whispered to the girl, "Go call the others over." But the girl had trouble hearing him. The tattooed man cursed angrily, "Damn it, I told you to get the brothers over here. Did you hear me clearly?" Hearing this, the girl hurriedly went to call the others, and Daegun didn't stop her. Instead, he came to the tattooed man, pat his shoulder and asked, "You're a student, right?" The tattooed man wanted to talk back, but the next second, a sharp pain came from his shoulder, hurting so much that he hurriedly admitted he was a student. Daegun then said, "If I see you buying cigarettes again, you're finished." At that moment, the tattooed man's friends also arrived at the alley. One of them, a fat guy who seemed anxious, asked, "What are you doing, punk? Where are you from?" Daegun looked at the newcomer and asked uncertainly, "You should also be a student, right?" The fat man immediately said, "I'm Oh Daehan from Naendong High School, although I don't know who you are, but take a slap from me first." Saying this, the fat man raised his arm, but the next second, Daegun's palm landed on the fat man's face. One slap knocked him unconscious. Then he looked at everyone. "I don't have time to play with you for too long, so come at me all at once." Hearing this, everyone rushed forward together. One of them, unable to hold back, swung his fist and charged. Daegun just slowly took his hand out of his pocket and gave the man a lightning-fast slap, directly sending him flying. Another person found an opportunity to sneak attack. Daegun moved to the side, followed by an elbow strike that deformed the man's face. Then he turned his gaze to another person who was now charging at him. Daegun quickly made a turn, then used the momentum to swing his fist and hit the man hard, sending him flying. At this point, the tattooed man picked up a beer bottle from the ground intending to fight back, but saw a fist flying towards him. He was hit hard in the abdomen by Daegun. The huge force made him fly back several dozen meters. Then Daegun looked at the last person. "Only you left. Aren't you going to attack?" At this moment, the bald man was too scared to move. It must be him. Only one person can be this powerful. Then the bald man asked, "Are you the big brother Daegun Kwan, who used to attend Naendong High School?" The girl beside him was amazed when she heard this. "He is Daegun Kwan, the one who unified the entire R district in just 1 week 2 years ago. Wasn't Daegun Kwan supposed to be a handsome guy? Rumors really can't be trusted." The bald man immediately bowed and apologized. "We were blind not to recognize you." Daegun patted his head and said, "Don't you feel ashamed gathering in a group and acting tough?" Then Daegun told him to wake the others and bow with their heads on the ground, while Daegun sat on the tattooed man. "If you dare to cause trouble at this convenience store again, don't blame me for being ruthless." After dealing with these troublemakers, Daegun was about to return to the convenience store, but was stopped by a bespectacled woman. At first, Daegun thought she was selling products, but then he saw the woman take out her business card and say, "I'd like to ask you to do something." It turned out that the woman was Sa-Mi Lee, the person in charge of the Golden Dragon Education Foundation's bully management plan. After hearing the woman's plan, Daegun couldn't help but feel it was very feasible. It turned out that Daegun was once a victim of bullying. Any slight resistance would result in a severe beating, and at that time, no student would step forward to stop it. Even when teachers saw him being bullied, they would pretend not to see and continue with their lessons. But once, he was discovered by a more dominant bully. Someone had stuck a note on his back saying "has no mother." Coincidentally, this bully also had no mother. So when he saw this note, he became very angry. He directly intervened and beat up the bullies tormenting Daegun, and they didn't dare fight back. Afterward, he directly stated, "Whoever dares to bully Daegun again is going against me." Because of those words, no one ever bullied Daegun again. This incident also made Daegun understand that in school, any word from a bully was more effective than a teacher's. After that, in order to become stronger, Daegun constantly trained, learning various fighting techniques. techniques. After 2.5 years of training, Dagon was finally transformed and single-handedly took down all the bullies in the R district, becoming the undisputed ruler of the R district. But after that, Dagon left school and became the convenience store clerk he is now. Now facing Sami Lee's invitation, Dagon asked, "You mean you want me to go and deal with all those bullies?" Sami Lee immediately said, "That's right, just deal with those bullies." Dagon then said, "How can you, as an education foundation, be plotting behind the scenes?" Sami Lee leaned forward and said, "Although we're plotting, I've also looked into your past. While this plan is indeed a bit absurd, I know you have no reason to refuse. This is also a good opportunity for you to make up for your past mistakes, isn't it?" The next day, Dagon stood at the entrance of the new school. "I never thought I'd be back in school at this age. Let's see how rampant the bullies are now." Now Dagon has come to the new school as a transfer student. His cool and handsome appearance immediately attracted the attention of most of the girls. This scene also caused dissatisfaction among the class bullies. One immediately said, "Watch how I deal with him later." After the teacher arranged a seat for Dagon, she left. Through conversation, Dagon learned that the person next to him was called Minsu Kim. Seeing the teacher leave, a bully from the back row got up from his seat, slowly walking behind Dagon and Minsu Kim. Minsu didn't notice Hojong behind him. Suddenly, Hojong slapped Minsu hard on the head. This sudden scene startled Dagon, wondering what this guy was suddenly doing. Hojong looked at Minsu and said, "What are you looking at? Go buy me a sausage bread." Minsu didn't dare to resist. He could only say that class was about to start, and he might not be able to go. This remark made the blonde behind laugh. Hojong's face changed as he shouted, "Everyone close your damn eyes." The next second, everyone in the class actually closed their eyes, and Hojong slapped Minsu in the face. "You little punk, are you tired of living? When I tell you to go, you go. You dare to talk back?" Seeing this, Dagon couldn't hold back and wanted to act, but he remembered the many rules Sami Lee had set for him. He couldn't figure out if she wanted him to intervene or not. Suddenly, Hojong looked at Dagon and said, "Why didn't you close your eyes? You know you're sitting in the seat of the person who used to run errands for me. Why don't both of you go?" Dagon naturally wouldn't run errands for anyone, so he said, "Isn't one person enough?" Hearing this, Hojong laughed. "What, you two want to compare who's stronger?" Suddenly his face changed and he said, "Punk, you'd better not waste words. When I tell you to go, you go." Dagon then stood up, saying, "Sure, but give me the money." Hojong was stunned by this move. He didn't expect Dagon to dare ask him for money. He grabbed Dagon's head. "Punk, who are you asking money from? When I tell you to buy something, of course you use your own money." Dagon finally couldn't bear it anymore. "You really have no manners. Remember, you started this." The next second, Dagon attacked, a punch hitting Hojong's ribs hard, making Hojong throw up his lunch. Then another punch hit his face, completely stunning Hojong. But Dagon showed no sign of stopping. "Since I've started, I must finish you." Another heavy punch hit Hojong's face. Finally, Hojong passed out completely. The blonde nearby stood up in shock. Dagon said, "All kinds of trash dare to bully me. Blondie, come out here. Weren't you laughing hard just now?" At this moment, the blonde was already scared by Dagon and didn't dare to move. Seeing this, Dagon walked over. "Since you won't come to me, I'll go to you. You'd better clench your teeth." The blonde immediately took a few steps back. Suddenly, a flying kick came towards Dagon, but he dodged it with a sidestep. The blonde then threw a straight punch but missed. A right hook also missed, angering him to curse, "Why do you keep dodging?" The next second, Dagon landed a super heavy punch on the blonde's abdomen. One punch made the blonde cry, almost losing his life. "You told me not to dodge. Let's see how many more punches you can take." The blonde immediately said, "Hitting the chest is too dangerous. People could die." At this moment, Hojong suddenly woke up, lifting a chair to smash Dagon. Dagon wasn't worried at all. "This is the first time I've seen someone who can take so many hits." Then Dagon punched Hojong in the face again. "You'd better settle down." Finally, Hojong and the blonde were thrown to the back of the classroom by Dagon. Then he grabbed Hojong. "You really like bread, huh? How about this? You go buy bread now, and get mine too." Hojong replied, "You think beating me makes you the boss of the class? I'm not the boss of this class. Just wait. When he comes, you're dead." Suddenly, the back door of the classroom was opened. A red-haired man walked in, looking at Dagon, saying, "Who are you, daring to cause trouble in our class and hurt my underlings?" Manhwa looked at his two beaten underlings and said helplessly, "You two couldn't even beat one person? And you, the new transfer student, you dare to be so arrogant on your first day?" Dagon watched Manhwa slowly approach, thinking he was about to fight. People around gradually backed away, but unexpectedly Manhwa said, "What are you hiding for? Who said I was going to fight?" Hearing this, Dagon laughed. "That sounds nice." But his body was already prepared to punch at any moment. Looks like he's learned some kickboxing. Hojong, on the other hand, had full confidence in Manhwa. He then started ordering other students to buy him popcorn, but the next second he found Dagon had turned his head to look at him, scaring him into saying, "Never mind." Seeing this, Manhwa understood that if he didn't teach Dagon a lesson today, it seemed no one would listen to them in the future. He pretended to ask Dagon's name. Dagon was about to answer, but saw Manhwa suddenly attack using a groin attack. His palm instantly blocked Dagon's vision. The next second, Dagon looked down and saw Manhwa raising his leg, instinctively thinking Manhwa was going to attack the weakness all men share. This guy is so despicable. This is the forbidden technique acknowledged by all men. Dagon hurriedly reached out to block. However, Manhwa suddenly withdrew his leg and threw a punch at Dagon. "Ha ha ha, you fell for it, punk." Dagon had no time to block and was hit hard in the face. At the critical moment, Dagon quickly retreated, reducing most of the force of the punch. Hojong and the blonde shouted, "Well done," when they saw this. Meanwhile, Manhwa had charged forward again, but this time Dagon wouldn't give him a chance. A sweeping kick hit Manhwa's leg. Manhwa instantly lost balance and began to wobble. Dagon grabbed his collar, throwing him flying, smashing him hard hard against the wall, then said helplessly, "You're really despicable, using that move even though we're both men." But Manhwa didn't mind. "What, you have a problem with that? I didn't actually kick you, that was just a greeting, now you'll see my real strength." At this moment, Daegun thought Manhwa was going to fight him fairly, but instead he saw Manhwa grab a dustpan and throw it directly at him. Daegun quickly dodged, but saw that Manhwa had already taken the opportunity to charge, once again witnessing Manhwa's despicable nature. Although Daegun had no chance to counterattack now, Manhwa's attacks couldn't hit him either, angering Manhwa to curse, "Stop moving around." Suddenly Manhwa shouted, "Stop, this guy is my opponent." Daegun thought someone was sneaking up on him, but when he turned to look, he only found an ordinary student. Manhwa took advantage of Daegun's distraction and threw a punch, but it was blocked by Daegun. "Damn it, you punk, you're really annoying." However, Manhwa unexpectedly used another dirty trick, trying to poke Daegun's eyes, but all were dodged. Daegun was speechless and decided not to hold back anymore. A direct left hook made Manhwa's nose bleed. The next second he passed, lying motionless on the ground. Hojong and the blonde were stunned. "Looks like the boss of class 1 is going to change." Daegun looked at the two and said, "Go wake him up. When he's conscious, the three of you come to me." Everything that happened here was clearly seen by Sami Lee. "Your performance didn't disappoint me, I'm looking forward to what you do next." But Sami Lee was recognized by a female student. "The planning director of the Education Foundation, why is she at the school?" Meanwhile, Daegun had started educating Manhwa and the others. "You three brats, you'd better behave from now on. Otherwise I can be your friend, or I can be your demon." Then Daegun told the whole class, "If they bully you or anyone else in the future, tell me and I'll be responsible for tearing them apart." The news of Daegun becoming the boss of class 1 quickly reached the ears of class 3. Despite this, they didn't take Daegun seriously, because in their eyes, Manhwa was just someone who used dirty tricks and sneak attacks. The boss of class 3, Sangbo Shim, stood up and said, "Don't count on them. Come practice with me first, where's the punching machine?" Then Sangbo was seen walking up to a student. "It's your turn today." The next second, Sangbo punched the student in the abdomen. Then he asked the beaten student to rate his punch. The student had just said 800 when he began to vomit. "How disgusting, I told you not to eat. Prepare a few more sandbags for me at noon. Let me warm up before teaching that transfer student a lesson." At this time, class had just ended, and Hojong yawned and asked if anyone would run errands for him. Hearing this, Daegun turned his head to look at Hojong, startling him awake. At this moment, the blonde quickly came to remind Hojong, "You'd better go yourself, consider it exercise." But the next second he was scolded by Hojong, "Mind your own business," only to realize the blonde was riding on another student. The blonde just noticed and hurriedly jumped off the man. At this point, Hojong also complained, "This school is impossible to attend, no one runs errands for me anymore." The blonde then suggested, "Why don't we get the transfer student to fight outside school?" Hojong asked Manhwa, "You can definitely win, right?" A girl nearby couldn't help but mock, "What a bunch of cowards." Then she came to Daegun, fawning, "Big brother Daegun, you're so good at fighting. If possible, could you practice jujitsu with me?" Manhwa and the others looked on helplessly. This vixen's seduction technique never changes. But Daegun completely ignored the woman, staring frantically past her. The woman then realized Daegun was actually looking at the notes on the blackboard, feeling greatly humiliated that he had ignored her. She stopped bothering Daegun and vented on Manhwa and the others. "Useless guys, you should study hard too. Don't think about revenge." Speaking of revenge, Manhwa suddenly thought, now that he had been defeated by Daegun, Myungjung Kim from class 2 and Sangbo Shim from class 3 would definitely come looking for trouble with Daegun. Now they don't need to fight with me anymore. If they defeat Daegun, we'll also become their underlings. Hojong heard this and became anxious. "We need to think of something. I would rather die than become their underling." But the next second, the boss of class 2, Myungjung Kim, suddenly appeared. Looking gloatingly at Manhwa, he mocked, "How are you still alive? I heard you were beaten half to death. Didn't you sleep well yesterday? I heard you fell asleep after getting beaten." Hojong immediately became agitated. "Are you here to mock us?" Manhwa also stood up and said, "If you want to fight, just say so." Then he picked up a pen from the table. "I'll make you experience the feeling of wetting your pants again." Myungjung Kim sneered, "You punks still dare to act tough with a weapon." Manhwa was too lazy to waste words with him and walked forward saying, "Just wait to get beaten." Myungjung Kim replied, "It's not certain who will get beaten this time." Just as the two were about to fight, a voice suddenly came, "Damn it, you guys are really noisy." Daegun adjusted his glasses and said, "You're disturbing my studies." Seeing this, Manhwa immediately deflated and returned to his seat. Myungjung Kim looked at Daegun and said, "So this is the transfer student who defeated Manhwa." Then he said to Manhwa, "Looks like I don't need to waste time on you." Hojong was furious, wishing Daegun would teach him a good lesson. Myungjung Kim and his followers slowly walked to Daegun. He pointed at Daegun and asked his underling, "Is it this guy? He looks like an ordinary bookworm, wearing glasses like a loser." Then he bent down to Daegun and said, "What did you just say? Say it again if you dare." But Daegun completely ignored Myungjung Kim. Myungjung Kim thought he had scared Daegun, so he reached out to grab Daegun's hand that was taking notes. But the next second, he was suddenly gripped by Daegun, who bent his fingers back hard. The intense pain made the veins on Myungjung Kim's face bulge. He shamelessly begged, "Please let go, it's killing me." Daegun said, "I need to organize my notes during this break. If you don't want your fingers broken, come find me next time." Hearing this, Myungjung Kim just said, "Understood." Daegun then released him. But the next second, Myungjung Kim swung his fist. Seeing this, Daegun leaned back and then stretched out his hand to block Myungjung Kim's fist. Then he slapped Myungjung Kim in the face and sent him flying. Unexpectedly, he was knocked out directly. Then Daegun said, "So this is the boss of class 2? Why did he come looking for trouble so eagerly? I was thinking of dealing with him next time." Then he told Myungjung Kim's underling, "When he wakes up, tell him if I see him slacking off again, I'll finish him." After they carried Myungjung Kim away from class 1, 1, Dagon felt like he was dreaming. I didn't expect to resolve Class 2 just like that. Manhwa and the others were also stunned. Hojong immediately said, they say forgiving others is 100 times cooler than revenge. I've decided to forgive the transfer student. Even the blonde said, I also think studying hard is more important, but they didn't see that people from Class 3, including Sangbo Shim, had also come. Sangbo Shim called out as soon as he entered, Manhwa, I heard you got beaten up. Hojong was speechless, this familiar feeling. Did you two arrange this? But Sangbo Shim directly said, don't worry, I'm not interested in you. Then they came directly to Dagon and surrounded him. Dagon helplessly said, looks like I'll have to take notes next time. Sangbo Shim patted Minsu Kim and said, can you get lost? We have business with the person next to you. Then Sangbo Shim sat beside Dagon and teased, are you studying? Is your character setting that of a good student? I'm Sangbo Shim from Class 3. I heard you defeated Manhwa, and I'm really worried you might start bullying everyone. Hearing this, Dagon took off his glasses and said, you guys are endless. Really annoying. Just get to the point. Someone like you, who always brings a bunch of underlings, can't be that strong. You don't think you're strong, do you? Hearing this, Sangbo Shim laughed. You're interesting. You seem to have guts. But Sangbo Shim didn't choose to fight at that moment, instead saying, see you after school. You better be prepared. I'm not like that loser Manhwa. With that, he left with his followers. Dagon couldn't help but be speechless. Am I so popular on my first day at school? Looks like I can't enjoy school life properly. At this moment, Manhwa suddenly walked over to Dagon. Coming to his side, he asked, can I sit here? But Dagon directly refused. However, Manhwa still pulled out the chair and prepared to sit down, saying, Sangbo Shim is right, he's different from us. That guy is a real fighting expert. Dagon replied indifferently, so what? Besides, I didn't say you could sit here. Manhwa said, I want to help you. Dagon looked at him suspiciously. What are you planning? Manhwa said, I can help you defeat Sangbo Shim. But Dagon replied, no need. Manhwa continued as if he hadn't heard. Sangbo Shim has been practicing boxing since he was very young, but this guy has no interest in boxing competitions. He practices boxing for only one reason. That is, he likes hitting human punching bags. Soon, lunchtime arrived and Dagon went to the cafeteria to eat. This also made Dagon drool. He hadn't eaten at a cafeteria in a long time. Recently, he had been eating expired food from the convenience store. And Dagon's handsome appearance also attracted a lot of attention, including bullies from other classes. Songhwa Gu, the leader of Class 7's PE specialist class, and Du Si Kwak, the leader of Class 8's entertainment class. The news of Dagon defeating Manhwa and Myung Kim had already reached everyone's ears, but they didn't immediately go looking for trouble with Dagon. Everyone knew that Sangbo Shim would fight Dagon after school, then they would know if Dagon really had the skills. And at this time, Manhwa and the others were also sitting with Dagon eating. Manhwa was still trying to persuade Dagon to be careful of Sangbo Shim, but Dagon didn't take it to heart. Then he asked Manhwa, didn't you win when you fought him before? Why are you still so afraid? And why are you helping me? Manhwa sighed and said, that's because my fight with Sangbo Shim wasn't really over. In the last fight, I was almost completely beaten up by him. This guy is very good at long-distance fighting, and his footwork is very agile, making it impossible for me to hit him, but he always found opportunities to attack me, and just when I was about to be defeated, I successfully cornered him. To win, I had no choice but to use my long-sealed secret technique, the groin attack. Sangbo Shim, caught by his weakness, was forced to surrender to me. But later, this guy didn't accept his defeat. I swear I didn't do anything to betray myself, but no one seems to acknowledge my victory. Dagon couldn't help but be speechless after hearing this. That's obvious, no one would acknowledge that. Manhwa continued, since then, Sangbo Shim has never sought a rematch with me. As for why I'm helping you, that's because if you're defeated, we'll all be forced to become his underlings. At this moment, two insignificant figures suddenly walked towards Dagon. Dagon immediately recognized them as Sangbo Shim's underlings. But unexpectedly, as they passed Dagon, they threw something into his food tray, then quickly pretended to be innocent and apologized. Dagon hadn't said anything yet, but the girl beside him had already yelled, are you insane? But they waved their hands, saying, I've already apologized. Calm down, take it or leave it. Then they turned to leave, not forgetting to mock Dagon. At this moment, Dagon suddenly grabbed one of them and said, did I say you could leave? This commotion immediately attracted the attention of other students. Everyone looked eager to see if Dagon really had the skills. The person caught by Dagon became afraid, hurriedly shouting, let me go, it's not a big deal, why are you grabbing me? I already apologized. But the next second, Dagon's grip suddenly tightened. Then he said, whether to accept your apology is my business. Just as Dagon was about to teach them a lesson, his phone suddenly received a message. So Dagon temporarily released them to check his phone. It was a message from a woman named Sami Lee. Seeing this message, Dagon was shocked. Sami Lee was the girl who had him return to school. As long as Dagon successfully graduated from school, he would receive full tuition and living allowances. But the premise was that this plan must be carried out secretly, also to constrain Dagon's behavior. If the mission failed due to Dagon's behavior or words, then Dagon would return to his previous life. Seeing Sami Lee's message, Dagon immediately deflated, guessing she meant he shouldn't draw too much attention. The two underlings, seeing that Dagon's attention was not on them, quickly ran away, and Dagon didn't chase them. Instead, he rubbed his forehead, thinking he should keep a low profile. If the plan succeeded, he could live the life he had always dreamed of. Besides, this was his first day at school, and he had already beaten enough people. Better to let those guys go for now. The other bullies in the cafeteria found this disappointing, while also seeing that Dagon wasn't a simple-minded person. Dagon then got up and left the cafeteria. Manhwa and the others didn't know what had happened to Dagon, how he seemed to change completely after looking at his phone. After leaving the cafeteria, Dagon was still thinking about whether he had been too flamboyant today, and what what Sami Lee would think of him. Just as Daegun decided not to fight anymore today, he suddenly saw the underling who had caused trouble in the cafeteria. When the other person saw Daegun, he quickly made a smooth turn to escape. Daegun grabbed him. "You still want to run?" The person hurriedly said, "You just transferred today and may not know the rules yet. You can't randomly attack people from other classes. You must first defeat our class's Sangbo Shim to order me around, otherwise you'll become the target of the whole school." Daegun was speechless. What kind of bullshit rule is this? Then he said to the man, "Let's go somewhere private to talk. You don't want to get beaten up here, do you?" When they arrived, Daegun directly taught him how to behave, then found that this place seemed very suitable for fighting. Then he told the man, "Go get your class boss. According to what you said, as long as I defeat Sangbo Shim now, I can beat you up freely, right?" The man replied, "Theoretically, yes, but he's probably busy right now. He's hitting the punching bag." Daegun's face darkened. "You mean he's using other students as punching bags?" The man was stunned. "How did you know? Have you done it too?" Getting a confirmation, Daegun couldn't hold back anymore. "I was thinking too naively. The most important thing now isn't to be discreet." Then he directly went to Sangbo Shim's class 3. Through the window, he saw a student being beaten. Sangbo Shim also noticed the figure at the door. He immediately sent an underling to see who it was. As soon as the door opened, they saw Daegun's grim face. Sangbo Shim said, "Didn't I tell you to meet after school? Are you coming here now because you want to fight right away?" Then he told the students nearby, "You punching bags, get out of the way." But then he saw those beaten students limping away to the side. Sangbo walked up and put his arm around one of them saying, "Stop pretending, you punk. Are you planning to go back and tattle?" The guy, terrified, quickly explained, "I just twisted my ankle on the way home. It's all my fault." Daegun scanned the surroundings. He knew all too well that feeling of being used as a punching bag while being powerless to do anything about it. It was because Daegun had experienced the same thing before, having been bullied by school thugs himself. But now he had the ability to fight back, and wasn't this why he returned to school? Then Daegun said to Sangbo, "Stop taking your anger out on those weak punching bags. If you've got guts, challenge someone stronger." Hearing this, Sangbo's face darkened. "Are you saying that stronger person is you?" Daegun pointed at Sangbo's lackey and said, "You must be tired after beating punching bags for so long. If you think it's unfair, let this guy be my punching bag instead." The guy who was pointed at instantly became furious. "You punk, you dare to call me your punching bag?" He immediately swung his fist at Daegun, but Daegun dodged with a sidestep, grabbed the guy's arm and collar, and threw him away. While the guy was still disoriented, Daegun raised his fist and struck. Like a cannonball, his fist hit the guy's face directly. With just one punch, the guy was knocked unconscious. The students around them were shocked. That punch sounded so loud. Daegun looked at Sangbo and said, "Not bad, just like hitting a punching machine. Tell me, how many more punching bags should I beat?" Seeing this, Sangbo's face turned black with rage, veins popping on his forehead. Sangbo immediately ordered the students around to move all the desks and chairs away. Seeing this, Daegun didn't try to stop him. He knew Sangbo was a long-range fighter and was doing this to take advantage of the space. Meanwhile, the news of Daegun coming to fight Sangbo had spread throughout the boxing school. Manhwa and others rushed over as soon as they heard. Just then, Sangbo had finished preparing and took a fighting stance against Daegun. The next second, Sangbo quickly approached Daegun. He threw a punch at Daegun, which Daegun dodged with a sidestep. Then Sangbo twisted his body and threw a right hook at Daegun. Unfortunately, all these attacks were dodged by Daegun, who couldn't help but admire Sangbo's quick reactions. Every time Sangbo attacked, Daegun could dodge just in time. But Sangbo could also quickly react and attack again. Just then, Daegun found an opportunity to counterattack, but Sangbo immediately noticed Daegun's intention. He hastily took a step back to create distance between himself and Daegun. Seeing this, Daegun frowned to himself. Manhwa was right. This guy is no ordinary opponent. With innate fighting talent plus targeted training, plus using agile footwork to quickly switch between offense and defense, most importantly, this guy is very fast. By now, Sangbo had launched another attack against Daegun. With extremely fast punches, he seemed to suppress Daegun for a moment. Manhwa, watching from the doorway, worried for Daegun. "I was once beaten by that same combination with no chance to fight back." But the next second, Daegun found a chance to counterattack. His fist appeared in front of Sangbo's face in the blink of an eye, too fast for Sangbo to dodge. The next moment, Daegun's punch sent Sangbo flying back several meters. Luckily, Sangbo had raised his arms in front of his face at the critical moment, but Daegun's punch still caused significant damage to Sangbo. Sangbo was shocked, unable to believe a human could possess such strength. Hojong and the blonde guy watching from the side were dumbfounded, unable to see when Daegun had thrown the punch. Daegun shook his arm and thought to himself, this guy's reaction speed is really fast, instantly choosing to defend. But Sangbo, having taken a punch, grew more confident. He felt he had figured out Daegun's fighting pattern. Then Sangbo began bouncing in place, planning to lure Daegun to punch first, then counterattack. The next second, Sangbo charged straight at Daegun. Daegun hurriedly threw a counterpunch, but the next moment, Sangbo suddenly retreated, dodging Daegun's punch. A mocking smile appeared on Sangbo's face, thinking he had succeeded. But the next second, Daegun delivered a sweeping kick directly to Sangbo's knee. This kick completely confused Sangbo, who hadn't expected Daegun to suddenly use his legs. He hurriedly threw an uppercut, trying to force Daegun back. But after Daegun dodged, he delivered another sweeping kick to the same spot. 2 consecutive kicks to the same spot left Sangbo temporarily unable to stand. Daegun walked up to Sangbo Sangbo and told him to get up. Hearing this, Sangbo was stunned. You punk still want to maintain your demeanor in front of me? You're underestimating me too much. But the next second, Dagon delivered another sweeping kick, knocking Sangbo to the ground again. I told you to get up, can't you understand? This level of ruthlessness shocked Manhwa and the other two watching from the side. By now, although Sangbo could still stand, the leg that had been repeatedly kicked was trembling uncontrollably. Seeing this, Dagon mocked, "Why is your leg shaking? If you can't stand up, just lie down obediently." Angered, Sangbo cursed, "Damn it, you don't think you've already won, do you?" Dagon was tired of talking and threw another sweeping kick. Sangbo thought Dagon was aiming for his leg again and quickly took a defensive stance. But the next second, Dagon abruptly stopped his kick. He switched to a right hook that hit Sangbo directly. Unfortunately, Sangbo reacted in time and barely blocked it. But the next moment, Sangbo was stunned as Dagon put his hand in front of Sangbo's face, blocking Sangbo's vision. Then Dagon delivered a sweeping kick directly to Sangbo's injured leg. Fighting really means targeting the weak leg. Manhwa was dumbfounded watching from the side. How is this guy using my moves? Not very dignified. After being kicked in the same spot multiple times, Sangbo finally couldn't stand up. The intense pain made him break out in cold sweat. What nobody knew was that the fight between Dagon and Sangbo was being recorded. On the other end of the surveillance was a middle-aged man watching the process of Sangbo and Dagon's fight. The man couldn't help but remark, "Watching others fight is the most enjoyable. These inexperienced punks still fight pretty decently." Dagon now looked at Sangbo and said, "What are you still kneeling for? Get up quickly." But Sangbo could barely stand up, remaining on his knees without moving. At this moment, all the classmates were looking at Sangbo in shock. This made Sangbo feel extremely humiliated. The leader of the PE specialist class nearby said, "Even if he stands up now, he can't continue fighting. His leg is probably ruined. You know, a boxer's most powerful weapon isn't his fists. The truly terrifying part is his footwork, which allows him to maintain the distance he wants from his opponent at all times. If a boxer's fists are like bullets, then his footwork is the gun. But in his current state, he can't utilize his footwork. A boxer who has lost his agility might be worse than an ordinary person." At this moment, Sangbo had struggled to stand up, saying, "It's not over yet, punk." Seeing this, Dagon said, "Very good, it seems you want to continue." He immediately kicked Sangbo again. Sangbo now had lost the ability to fight back and could only block passively. The tremendous force kicked Sangbo several meters away again. Sangbo realized the situation was bad. This guy's strength is too great, I can't block it. But in my current state, I can't dodge either. Now I can only switch to close combat. But before Sangbo could react, Dagon kicked him again. One kick sent Sangbo flying to the corner of the classroom. Seeing the wall behind him, Sangbo felt a sense of dread. Sure enough, the next second Dagon charged forward. Countless punches rained down on Sangbo, who could only defend. But eventually Dagon found an opening and landed a punch on Sangbo's ribs. The rib impact made Sangbo temporarily unable to breathe, his consciousness gradually becoming fuzzy. He could only continue defending on instinct. At this moment, Sangbo was like a punching bag being continuously beaten by Dagon. Finally, after taking 81 punches, Sangbo couldn't hold on and collapsed to the ground. At this moment, he was terrified to the extreme. "I can't beat this guy." Dagon slowly approached Sangbo. "I'll give you 10 seconds. Hurry back to your position." But this time, Sangbo lowered his head and chose not to stand up. The students around looked at this scene in disbelief. Why isn't he getting up? Is he giving up? Sangbo's lackey was stunned seeing this. As Sangbo's friend, he knew very well why Sangbo practiced boxing but didn't participate in competitions. And the reason he didn't challenge Manhwa again, even though he could beat him. As well as the reason he was obsessed with beating up punching bags that wouldn't fight back. Though he pretended to be very strong, he was actually terrified of pain. Realizing this, the guy quickly stepped forward to stop Dagon. "Stop, stop, we give up." Dagon merely glanced at him, then turned his gaze back to Sangbo and said, "I want you to admit defeat with your own mouth." Seeing this, Sangbo could only say, "I lost. Stop hitting me." The students around couldn't believe what they were seeing. Satisfied, Dagon turned to leave, but not without mocking. "What kind of boxer are you? It's laughable. You're not even qualified to be a punching bag." The students around felt like they were in a dream, unable to believe Sangbo had actually admitted defeat. By now, Dagon had left class 3. Watching this scene, Manhwa fell into deep thought. Just how strong is Dagon? Songhwa-gu from the PE class also realized Dagon was very strong. And this guy definitely hasn't shown his full power yet. We need to observe him for a while longer. As Dagon walked out, he encountered the other guy who had caused trouble in the cafeteria at noon. Seeing Dagon, the guy couldn't help but mock. "What are you doing wandering around outside class 3? Don't tell me you got scared seeing Sangbo beating punching bags." But the next second, Sangbo's anguished roar came from class 3, making the guy jump. He quickly ran to the door to check, only to find Sangbo kneeling on the ground, looking like he had just been beaten up. The guy immediately broke out in cold sweat, looking at Dagon in terror. Dagon calmly asked, "Do you have anything else to say now?" Frightened, the guy blurted out, No, good job." Just then, someone suddenly bumped into the guy. It was Manhwa and his two friends walking out of class 3. Looking at the guy, Manhwa said, "Get out of the way, don't block the path." The guy hurriedly moved aside to let them pass. After seeing Manhwa and the others walk away, he quickly returned to class 3. Walking to Sangbo, he asked, "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Sangbo glared at him. The guy was startled by Sangbo's glare. He quickly yelled at the watching students, "What are you idiots looking at? Get lost!" Sangbo was furious and unwilling to accept defeat, gritting his teeth and saying, "I won't let this matter rest." Meanwhile, in a meeting room, a video of Dagon and Sangbo's fight was being played. One of the men remarked, "This student called Dagon is quite impressive." Standing beside him was Sami Lee, who who had brought Daegun back to school. The man continued, Director Lee, I'm very satisfied with your plan this time. Thanks to your plan, we can carry this out. But those rules are really annoying. Remove them all. Hearing this, Sami Lee became anxious. You should know what that person did before. If we don't restrain him with rules, we have no idea what he might do. The man waved his hand dismissively. When did you become so noisy? Don't worry about this. At most, he'll just throw his weight around at school. Outside school, he's still a nobody. He's just helping us deal with those dirty rats hiding in the corners. At most, he's just an obedient little cat. No matter how capable he is, he can't escape our control. What's wrong with letting him unleash his true nature? By now, the news of Daegun defeating Sangbo had spread to all classes. Coming on his first day and sweeping through 3 classes had shocked many people. Dojin Park, the leader of Class 4, said, It's none of my business. He can do whatever he wants. Sung-hun Lee, the leader of Class 9's advanced class, said, I just want to study properly. Won-Eung Kim, the leader of Class 6, said, I just want to play games quietly. Only Jishoku Yu, the leader of Class 5, was getting a headache. He went to Class 6 to find Won-Eung Kim, wanting to strategize together. Although it's not a big deal that Manhwa defeated the leader of Class A3, and I don't need to be on guard against him. That new transfer student is different from those weaklings. We need to think of a countermeasure. Just then, a girl nearby said, I really don't understand what you boys think about all day. She was Suji Baek, the self-proclaimed queen of Class 6. If you lose, I'll just ask my brother for help. Jisek Yu immediately objected, No way. This is our junior grades matter. We can't trouble the senior grade seniors. Soon, Daegun's first day of school ended. After school, Manhwa and his friends continued following Daegun. Manhwa warned, We've always been wary of each other, but now you've ignited the flames of battle. I guess the leaders of other classes are already preparing to deal with you. Whether you like it or not, you'd better be mentally prepared. And the people at this school aren't as simple as they appear. Just then, Hojong said, We can talk about that later. Let's go to the internet cafe to play League. I just reached silver yesterday. At that moment, Daegun suddenly saw Sami Lee's car parked nearby, immediately understanding she was waiting for him. He told them, I have something to do today, so I won't join you for games. Besides, I'm gold. I don't play with silver players. Hearing this, Hojong couldn't help but complain, I knew I still don't like this guy. After Daegun got into Sami Lee's car and left, a female student watching from the roadside was suddenly stunned. That's Sami Lee's car. What is she doing here? The glasses-wearing girl beside her asked, Ji-in, what's wrong? But Ji-in kept staring at Sami Lee's departing car. If I'm not mistaken, this woman Sami Lee must be planning something. Meanwhile, in the car, Daegun was on pins and needles, afraid that Sami Lee might be displeased with him in any way. Sami Lee remarked, Your first day of school life was quite eventful. Hearing this, Daegun quickly explained, I just greeted them and they came at me. This should count as self-defense, right? But after saying this, he saw Sami Lee's face remain stern. Seeing this, Daegun gave up, fine, go ahead and say it. What punishment do I need to accept? But the next second, Sami Lee said there was no punishment. On the contrary, his performance today was very good. We've observed your actions today and finally decided to reduce the restrictions on you. In the future, we hope you can perform like you did today. Hearing this, Daegun finally smiled. In that case, I don't have to hold back anymore. But the next second, Daegun realized something was off. He asked, Sami Lee, how do you know what happened to me today? Are you monitoring me? To this, Sami Lee adjusted her glasses and said, That's confidential. Daegun fell into deep thought, suspecting that his deskmate Minsu Kim might be an undercover agent. But the next second, Daegun felt it didn't matter. After all, the news had spread throughout the school. Almost everyone knew about today's events. Soon, Sami Lee brought Daegun to an apartment building. She then led Daegun to a door, stating this would be Daegun's residence from now on. Opening the door, Daegun was immediately shocked by the luxurious decoration inside. I never thought I'd live in such a nice place. You're treating me too well, but it feels like this isn't a new apartment. Sami Lee replied, Of course it's not new. This is where I used to live. Hearing this, Daegun became uncomfortable, his face reddening. Do you mean we're going to live together? Sami Lee's face changed instantly. What dream are you talking about, punk? Of course we're not living together. Hearing this, Daegun felt a bit awkward, realizing he'd thought too much. Then Sami Lee said, The Education Foundation is very satisfied with your performance. Although we've reduced your restrictions, you should understand that violence is prohibited outside school. If you break the law, even the foundation can't protect you. Also, most teachers at school don't know about this plan. If your behavior is too conspicuous, it'll be difficult for us too. Hearing this, Daegun couldn't help but feel annoyed. Isn't this still asking me to walk on eggshells? Sami Lee casually left a bank card saying Daegun could use it as he pleased. Then Sami Lee left the apartment. Daegun thought to himself, whatever. As long as I handle the school bullies for you, it's fine. After Sami Lee left the room, she didn't leave the building. Instead, she went to another room downstairs. Inside, several large screens stood there, seemingly monitoring Daegun. Today was Daegun's second day back at school. Early in the morning, he was called over by the teacher for a lecture about yesterday's fighting incident. But the teacher spent most of the time mocking Daegun for not having parents, saying that's why he lacked proper upbringing. This made Daegun very angry, but he couldn't lay hands on a teacher in public. Just then, a girl nearby noticed Daegun being lectured. The girl was Ji-in, who had seen Sami Lee's car yesterday. Ji-in also knew about Daegun getting into several fights on his first day after transferring. Seeing this, she couldn't help but wonder if Sami Lee's plan might be related to the transfer student. Meanwhile, in Class 6, Jiseok Yu was taking photos for Suji Baek, the queen of Class 6. Just then, Sangbo Shim's two lackeys suddenly came over. Do you know about Sangbo Shim? He didn't come to school today and we can't contact him. Jiseok Yu said, I know, let him be absent. "Don't worry about that idiot." The guy then asked, "What about that new transfer student? If you leave him alone, won't he?" Just then Won Kim, the leader of class 6, turned around and asked, "Won't he what?" Frightened, the guy quickly waved his hands. "Nothing. Nothing. I'm not saying you would lose to him." Seeing this, Won Kim beckoned the guy to come closer. The guy apologized while approaching Won Kim. The next second, Won Kim suddenly struck, landing a punch on the guy's nose. The guy was momentarily dazed by the punch. Then he saw Won Kim beckoning him again. Seeing this, the guy didn't dare resist and approached again. Predictably, he was hit in the nose bridge by Won Kim again. Won Kim then said, "Watch what you say in the future. I'll keep an eye on the transfer student. You can get lost now." The guy hastily fled from the classroom. Ji-Suk-yu walked over and said, "You were pretty cool just now, but what they said is true." Won Kim asked, "Do you know why many games have added auto battle modes?" Ji-Suk-yu said he certainly knew, as he also enjoyed games with auto battle features. Won Kim replied, "Why is auto battle so popular? Of course, it's because we don't have to do it ourselves." Meanwhile, Daegun had entered detective mode. Since he didn't know how Sami Lee knew about his actions, he strongly suspected that Minsu Kim had been sent to monitor him. The next second, Daegun inexplicably asked, "Minsu, you don't have cameras installed in your glasses, do you?" Minsu Kim was completely confused by Daegun's question. "What cameras? What are you talking about?" Daegun then realized he was being too direct, and asked instead, "Why did you suddenly start wearing glasses?" Minsu Kim explained that he had always worn glasses. It turned out that Hojong used to bully people who wore glasses. Afraid of being bullied, Minsu Kim had switched to contact lenses. "But now that you're here, I feel that probably won't happen again, so I started wearing glasses again." Hearing this, Daegun was furious. He stood up, intending to teach Hojong a lesson. Seeing this, Hojong was stunned, not remembering having done such things. Frightened, Hojong quickly said to the blonde guy, "I suddenly feel a bit bored. Let's play on the floor for a while." Then Hojong was seen on the floor, head down and hands behind his back. The blonde guy beside him had no idea what Hojong was doing. Just then, Minsu Kim suddenly adjusted his glasses. This immediately caught Daegun's attention. He said, "Minsu, your glasses adjustment motion looks suspicious." Minsu Kim replied, "I'm just not used to wearing glasses after so long." Hearing this, Daegun could only awkwardly say, "Sorry, I've been a bit sensitive lately." While Daegun was wondering how Sami Lee was monitoring him, a man suddenly appeared at the classroom window. Ji-in appeared at the same time. Both were staring intently at Daegun, but neither could see anything unusual about him. Ji-in was so focused on Daegun that she didn't notice the man in front of her and accidentally bumped into him. The man immediately turned around and scolded her, "Are you blind? Stop wandering around here, get lost." Ji-in quickly apologized. She then left, silently cursing. What a thug. The man continued looking at Daegun in the classroom. Suddenly, he realized Daegun was looking back at him. The man was startled. He quickly walked away from there. Meanwhile, Ji-in, who had returned to class 9, was questioned by her best friend. "Did you just go to class 1? I thought you were only interested in studying, Ji-in. Turns out you also like looking at handsome guys." Ji-in panicked, wanting to explain something. But her friend said, "I understand. After all, the transfer student is indeed handsome. Many girls are already writing love letters to him." Ji-in didn't know how to explain. But unexpectedly, her good friend Yaro had already gathered all of Daegun's information, even knowing that he would pass through a certain street food alley after school. Ji-in was even more unsure how to explain. Apart from this reason, she didn't seem to have a suitable reason to monitor Daegun. After school, Ji-in began following Daegun. She was eager to know what Daegun and Sami Lee were planning. Meanwhile, the man who had been observing Daegun with Ji-in was now sitting with Won Kim, the leader of class 6. It turned out they were all from class 6. Won Kim had gathered them to deal with Daegun. One of the guys said, "Is it appropriate for us to ambush the transfer student? After all, he's now the leader of classes 1 to 3, and we're not even leaders." Won Kim replied, "What's the problem? Besides, weren't you guys pretty good fighters before? If you hadn't met me and Ji-Suk-yu, class 6 would probably be yours by now. Or are you concerned about those supposed rules between classes? Anyway, in the end, the whole grade belongs to me and Ji-Suk-yu. There's nothing wrong with you taking action. In short, you just need to take down the transfer student. Don't worry about the rest. After it's done, remember to call me." With that, Won Kim left. The group stayed behind, waiting for Daegun to appear. Soon, they spotted Daegun passing by. The leader immediately dropped his milk tea and followed. Daegun immediately sensed their ill intentions. He turned and walked into a secluded alley. The group followed closely behind Daegun. Meanwhile, Ji-in, who had been following Daegun, was stunned. She didn't understand why these guys were following Daegun. Ji-in quickly followed, wanting to see what was happening. But the leader suddenly noticed Ji-in behind them. Ji-in quickly pretended to be on a phone call. The man told the others to continue following Daegun while he approached Ji-in. He said to Ji-in, "Stop pretending. I know you're not on a call. You've been following us, haven't you?" The man then recognized her as the girl who had bumped into him earlier. "I get it," the man suddenly understood. "It seems you like me." He immediately started harassing her, saying, "If you like me, just say so. Why secretly follow me? So cute." He put his arm around Ji-in and said, "But I'm a bit busy now. I can let you watch us handle something. After we're done, I'm thinking of getting a room. Want to join me?" This frightened Ji-in, who pushed the man away and cursed, "Are you crazy?" The man was immediately enraged. He slapped Ji-in. "Weren't you the one who liked me and followed me?" Ji-in retorted, "What are you talking about? How could I possibly like a gorilla like you?" But the next second, the man's friends heard his screams. Not understanding what had happened, they could only turn back to check. The man was covering his eyes and howling in pain. "You crazy woman, what are you trying to do?" Ji-in was holding a can of pepper spray, saying, "Who told you to touch me first?" By now, the man's friends had returned. The man told them to grab the girl. Several men surrounded the girl. Ji-in backed away in fear. Just as as the men were about to act, Dagon suddenly appeared and called out to them, "What are you punks trying to do?" They were about to tell Dagon to mind his own business, but the next second they realized something was off. Dagon said, "You guys have been following me, haven't you? If you have something to say to me, let's talk somewhere else." Jinmo, realizing they had been discovered, agreed. Then Jinmo and the others led Dagon to a secluded alley, but they found people already there, apparently from neighboring Bongyun High School. They recognized one as Jinyu Cha from Bongyun. The other was Jungman Lee from Bongyun High School. Both were junior grade fighters. Jinyu Cha asked, "You're from Golden Dragon School, haven't seen you before." Jungman Lee added, "Haven't seen them before, must be weaklings." Jinmo awkwardly said, "Do you know Won Kim? He sent us to handle something." Hearing this name, the two said, "So it's Won Kim. If it's him, we'll leave this place to you." Seeing this, Jinmo felt very embarrassed but didn't dare say anything. Meanwhile, in an internet cafe, Won Kim and Ji Seok Yu were still gaming. When Ji Seok Yu learned that Won Kim had sent Jinmo and others to deal with Dagon, he felt it was a bit unreliable. Won Kim assured him, "No problem. Wouldn't it be more embarrassing if the transfer student got beaten by a bunch of thugs? Those guys might be stupid, but they're pretty strong." Back with Dagon, Jinmo and his group had surrounded him. Ji-in hurriedly said, "I don't think I have anything to do with this, so I'll be going now." Jinmo was the first to object. "I said I wanted to show you my prowess." Dagon looked at Ji-in thoughtfully. "This girl has been following me since school ended. Could she be sent by Sami Lee to monitor me?" He then said, "Let her go. This has nothing to do with her." Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Ji-in didn't want to leave. Jinmo said, "Who do you think you are? Can't you see the situation? You're about to get beaten up, you know?" He then approached Dagon with a cigarette, intending to blow smoke in his face. Dagon immediately said, "You'd better not blow smoke at me, or you might not see tomorrow's sun." But Jinmo ignored him and prepared to blow smoke at Dagon. The next second, Dagon suddenly acted, grabbing Jinmo's face. He then tripped Jinmo with his leg. While Jinmo was still disoriented, Dagon threw a punch at him. His speed was so fast that Jinmo couldn't react. The next moment, Dagon's fist smashed into his face. One punch actually knocked Jinmo unconscious. The other three watching were dumbfounded, never expecting Dagon to be so strong. The three of them understood that if they didn't defeat Dagon Kwon, Won Kim definitely wouldn't let them go. So the three immediately prepared to attack together, but none of them dared to make the first move against Dagon Kwon. Seeing this, Dagon Kwon said, "If you won't make a move, then I'll go first." With that, Dagon Kwon charged forward. He punched one of them. The person next to him reluctantly joined the fight, but Dagon Kwon simply dodged with a sidestep. He immediately targeted the person at the back. Before the guy could react, Dagon Kwon sent him flying with a punch. With just one punch, the guy passed out. The boy who hadn't been hit yet froze, thankful that the other boy still had some fight left in him, giving him some confidence. But the next second, his pupils contracted. He was kicked in the chest by Dagon Kwon and slammed against the wall behind him. The man instantly lost all strength and fell helplessly to the ground. The only one left unharmed was stunned, surprised at how strong Dagon Kwon was. But the next second, the man still reluctantly charged forward. However, he was easily blocked by Dagon Kwon. Then a punch hit the man hard in the ribs. The man immediately coughed violently, but Dagon Kwon didn't give him a chance to breathe, tripping him in one motion. He then aimed a knee kick at the man's face. However, just as he was about to make contact, he stopped. Seeing this, Dagon Kwon sighed with relief. "That was close. I almost couldn't control myself and would have finished you off." Meanwhile, Won Kim, who was still playing games at the internet cafe, suddenly received a call from Jungman Lee. Won Kim answered the phone without thinking much, but the next second he was stunned. Apparently, Jungman Lee had told him about Jinmo and the others being defeated. At this moment, back with Dagon Kwon, Jinmo finally regained consciousness. Opening his eyes, he saw Dagon Kwon staring at him intensely. He also saw that his good brothers all looked beaten up. Dagon Kwon immediately kicked him and said, "Get up quickly, go stand with them." Then Dagon Kwon started lecturing the group. This scene was clearly witnessed by Jungman Lee and others hiding nearby, who couldn't believe that the Golden Dragon School had such a monster. On the other end of the phone, Won Kim was also in disbelief that Dagon Kwon was so strong. At this moment, Dagon Kwon patted Jinmo's shoulder and asked, "Who sent you? Was it that Won Kim you mentioned?" Jinmo initially wanted to deny it, but the next second Dagon Kwon suddenly gripped Jinmo's collarbone. "If you don't admit it, you think I'm stupid?" Jinmo immediately cowered. It's him. Please don't tell him I said so." Although Won Kim was scary, this guy was terrifying too. At this point, Dagon Kwon turned his gaze to Ji-in and asked, "Why did this girl follow you?" Jinmo immediately said, "She has a crush on me." This angered Ji-in, who cursed, "Are you crazy? I've told you I don't like you, and I actually really hate you. Don't you ever look in the mirror? You look like a gorilla. It's truly disgusting, worse than socks unwashed for a week." Jinmo immediately felt what it meant to be emotionally destroyed, then apologized to Ji-in. "I'm sorry, but you were following us at that time." Hearing this, Dagon Kwon became interested. Ji-in stammered nervously, "You've watched too many movies. Why would I follow you? Anyway, I don't want to be associated with savage, violent behavior." And with that, Ji-in left. Dagon Kwon watched Ji-in leave without trying to stop her. After leaving, Ji-in ran into Jungman Lee and his friend who hadn't left yet. Jinyu Cha said to Jungman Lee, "Isn't this girl pretty? She's nothing like the girls at our school." By now, Dagon Kwon had taken down Jinmo's phone number. He then said, "Tomorrow, bring Won Kim to me." Time quickly moved to the next day, but after waiting for a long time, Dagon Kwon didn't see Jinmo bringing Won Kim. Checking his phone, he found that Jinmo couldn't find Won Kim. Seeing this, Dagon Kwon decided to go see what was happening himself. Soon, Dagon Kwon arrived at class 6. Upon entering, he saw Jinmo playing with his phone. Daegun Kwan walked up and asked where Won Ung Kim was, but since Daegun Kwan was wearing glasses, Jinmo didn't recognize him. Daegun Kwan then gripped Jinmo's hand tightly, and a familiar feeling immediately came over him. This commotion also attracted the attention of others in the class. At this moment, Suji Baek walked in. She immediately questioned Daegun Kwan. "Who are you? Why are you causing trouble in someone else's class? And you, Jinmo, don't embarrass yourself. Shake him off." But Jinmo said, "I can't." The next second, Suji Baek realized it was Daegun Kwan, grabbed him and said, "Do you know where you are?" Daegun Kwan replied, "Who are you? Mind your own business." The next second, he was slapped in the face by Suji Baek, his glasses flying off. Suji Baek said, "Show some respect. Do you know who I am?" Daegun Kwan darkly replied, "Who you are doesn't matter to me, but you slapping me does." Suji Baek then said, "Whatever, you just transferred, so you probably don't know. Do you know Suhyuk Baek, the senior leader of Golden Dragon?" But Daegun Kwan just looked at Suji Baek and said, "I don't know him, so what?" But the next second, Suji Baek saw Daegun Kwan without his glasses and involuntarily called him brother, quickly explaining that Suhyuk Baek was her brother. She hadn't expected him to be so handsome without glasses and accidentally called him that. Daegun Kwan said, "So what?" But his attention was drawn to someone who suddenly appeared. That person walked in and immediately kicked Jinmo, then slapped Jinmo several times, and Jinmo didn't dare to fight back. Daegun Kwan was stunned by this scene. Jinmo held his face and said, "Won Ung, I'm sorry." Daegun Kwan then realized this was Won Ung Kim and asked, "Are you Won Ung Kim?" Won Ung Kim immediately said, "That's right, I'm Won Ung Kim. I heard you were looking for me." Seeing this, Daegun Kwan didn't waste time and said, "It seems you are Won Ung Kim. I'm looking for you today." But Won Ung Kim said, "We don't seem to have any connection. Why are you looking for me?" Daegun Kwan then rubbed his forehead and said, "Looking for you of course is for." The next second, Daegun Kwan suddenly swung his fist at Won Ung Kim. Won Ung Kim was shocked, not expecting Daegun Kwan to suddenly attack. Fortunately, Jaseok stepped in to block it. Jaseok then said, "Everything was fine just now. Why did you suddenly attack?" Daegun Kwan asked, "Who are you?" Jaseok was stunned, then said, "I'm Jaseok from class 5. Although I have no right to interfere in other classes' affairs, I can't stand by when you're causing trouble like this." With that, Jaseok suddenly extended his leg to trip Daegun Kwan, then used force to try to knock Daegun Kwan down. But the next second, Jaseok was shocked, veins bulging on his face. He maintained his position but couldn't move Daegun Kwan at all. At this point, Jaseok couldn't help wondering if he was weakening. He had used all his strength, but Daegun Kwan showed no signs of falling. Meanwhile, Daegun Kwan casually said, "Not bad strength. Were you trying to knock me down?" Hearing this, Jaseok awkwardly released Daegun Kwan, then said, "That's not important. Although students here often fight, we have the right to know your reason, right?" At this moment, Won Ung Kim put his arm around Jinmo and said, "Is it because of yesterday's incident?" Then he grabbed Jinmo's hair and said, "You stupid idiot, you better explain yourself properly." But just as Jinmo was about to speak, Won Ung Kim suddenly slapped him hard in the face, then kicked Jinmo, saying, "The more I think about it, the angrier I get. You stupid idiot, you caused trouble using my name." Jinmo didn't dare fight back, just kept apologizing. But Won Ung Kim wouldn't stop, angrily saying, "Did water get into your brain? You made me misunderstood by others." Then Won Ung Kim stopped beating Jinmo. Turning to Daegun Kwan, he said, "I admit I didn't control my people well, but isn't it a bit much for you to question me without evidence?" Daegun Kwan was completely confused. Looking at Jinmo, he said, "I guess there's no evidence." Seeing this, Won Ung Kim stepped forward and cursed, "Punk, stop pretending." But Jisuk quickly stopped him, saying, "Calm down, he probably knows he wrongly accused someone." Then told Daegun Kwan, "You probably got the wrong person. We're not interested in the so-called power rankings." Just then, the bell for class rang. Daegun Kwan was confused, feeling like he had been misled. In this situation, Daegun Kwan knew he couldn't rashly attack, so he left class 6. Behind him, Won Ung Kim smiled and said, "Jisuk, your acting was quite convincing." Jisuk also said with lingering fear, "I was actually quite nervous just now, but that guy is really strong. You're right, it's best not to get involved personally." Won Ung Kim then took out his phone and said, "In that case, there's only one option left." Meanwhile, in class, Daegun Kwan was still thinking about what had happened. He knew this was Won Ung Kim's plan, but their behavior just now was distancing themselves from the incident. If he had taken action, he would probably have been seen as the villain, but now their attitude was ambiguous, and he couldn't find legitimate grounds to beat them up. At this moment, the teacher on the stage suddenly mentioned war, saying that wars are waged for self-interest. But even so, a public justification is needed. Hearing this, Daegun Kwan suddenly had a revelation. It seemed he would soon have a way to deal with them. Meanwhile, Won Ung Kim was still disciplining Jinmo and the others, who were angry but dared not speak. Jinmo could only complain internally, "You don't even dare to fight the transfer student one-on-one, yet you're lecturing us." At this moment, Won Ung Kim was already dialing a number. The person on the other end turned out to be Jungman Lee from Bongyun High School. Won Ung Kim told him about the transfer student. Jungman Lee curiously asked, "What happened to that guy afterwards?" Won Ung Kim said, "It seems that you, Jin Yu Cha, and a few brothers need to step in. I originally wanted to deal with him at school, but none of these guys can fight. When you've roughed him up enough, I'll step in to finish him off completely." Jungman Lee said, "No problem. That guy does have some skills, but with our numbers, dealing with him won't be an issue." At this moment, Jin Yu Cha suddenly approached and said, "Can we find that girl from yesterday?" Won Ung Kim was confused and asked, "Who is Jinmo talking about?" Jinmo immediately thought of Ji-in. Why did they want to find her? This had nothing to do with her. Then Won Ung Kim asked Jin Yu Cha why he wanted to find that girl. Jin Yu Cha said, "That girl is just my type. Since we're going to deal with a transfer student, why not have some fun with that girl too?" Hearing this, Won Kim immediately agreed, then told Jinmo that this task was assigned to him to bring that girl over. Jinmo immediately became anxious, thinking that the girl was innocent and should not be involved. After some thought, Jinmo remembered the school rules. You can't touch students from another class without defeating their class leader. He said to Won Kim, that girl is from class 9. If we touch her, class 9's leader Sung-hun Lee probably won't stand by. Won Kim replied, girls don't pay protection fees, so it doesn't matter. Besides, how strong can class 9's bookworm be? After this incident, we'll absorb class 9 too. You just need to bring those 2 people over. Jinmo was immediately confused. How am I going to bring 2 people over? Scene change. Jinmo found Daegun Kwan and knelt before him to apologize. Behind him, Manhwa No and others were stunned, having heard that this guy defeated 4 people led by Jinmo yesterday. This guy was really amazing, but unfortunately there was no chance to build a good relationship with him. Daegun Kwan kicked Jinmo and said, so you know you were wrong, huh? Daegun Kwan wanted to teach Jinmo a lesson, but the more he looked at him, the more pitiful he seemed, so he gave up on the idea. He then started drilling Jinmo and told him to apologize to the girl from yesterday. Jinmo said, I'll go apologize in a bit. Also, to express my sincerity, I'd like to treat you to some teakbaki. Daegun Kwan was stunned. You're treating me to teakbaki? Just the 2 of us? Jinmo asked, is that not okay? His pitiful appearance moved Daegun Kwan. He then put his arm around Jinmo and said, no problem, let's go eat together after school. Jinmo then found Ji-in and apologized, similarly expressing his sincerity by inviting her to take baki. Ji-in immediately refused. Jinmo quickly explained that he had no other intentions, just wanted to express his apology, and that the transfer student Daegun Kwan would also be there. Ji-in's good friend Yaro heard Daegun Kwan's name and immediately perked up. She immediately said, then let's go together. Hearing this, Ji-in immediately shook her head in refusal. This is too awkward. If you want to eat, let's go together. But Yaro looked at Ji-in pleadingly and said, please. Ji-in, there's no better chance to meet the transfer student. Jinmo also said, then bring your friend along, 4 people is good too. Seeing this, Ji-in shrugged and said, actually, I don't want to go, but let's go together. Jinmo said he would come find them after school. But after Jinmo walked away, he regretted it. I'm such an idiot. What am I doing? I actually thought we were really going to eat teakbaki today, dragging an innocent girl into this. And I kept smiling stupidly. At this moment, Jinmo saw Min-soo Kim. He immediately recognized him as Daegun Kwan's deskmate. Then thought, they should have a good relationship, right? Time quickly came to after school. Jungman Lee and others from Bongyeon High School were already prepared. At this time, Daegun Kwan was also with Jinmo, Ji-in, and the others. Both Daegun Kwan and Ji-in felt very awkward about this strange combination. Only Yaro was focused on admiring Daegun Kwan. After walking for a while, Daegun Kwan noticed there were no open shops. He looked at Jinmo and asked, is there really a teakbaki shop here? Jinmo immediately became nervous and said, yes, yes. Nearby, Yaro also said, real gourmet places are usually in secluded alleys. I just didn't know there was a food place here, never heard of it before. Daegun Kwan then looked at Jinmo and asked, what's the name of that shop? This scared Jinmo, who immediately looked around nervously. Seeing this, Daegun Kwan couldn't help but say, why are you panicking? It's like you have ulterior motives. But the next second, Daegun Kwan noticed a group of people in the distance. These people were Jungman Lee and his group from Bongyeon. Daegun Kwan immediately understood that Jinmo's apology was just a pretext to lure him here. Angry, Daegun Kwan was about to teach Jinmo a lesson. Jinmo quickly knelt down before Daegun Kwan, saying he was forced to do this. After this, you can kill me if you want, but I really had no choice. Nearby, Ji-in and Yaro also realized that they had all been tricked by Jinmo. Ji-in angrily cursed, you scumbag, at least you shouldn't have involved innocent Yaro. By now, Jungman Lee and the others had approached. Looking at Jinmo, he said, why are you kneeling to him? We came to make him kneel. Seeing this, Daegun Kwan had to deal with Jungman Lee and his group first, telling Jinmo to wait here, he'd settle accounts with him later. At this moment, the other students from Bongyeon School still couldn't believe that Daegun Kwan alone had taken down 4 people. And that kneeling guy looks so weak. How does he dare to attend Golden Dragon School? Jin Yu-cha warned, don't underestimate him. Jungman and I have seen it personally. That guy is really strong. At this point, a big guy stepped forward and said, if this guy is really that strong, then before we gang up on him, let me try first. Let me see what kind of skills a potential leader at Golden Dragon School has. The bald guy walked up to Daegun Kwan and said, let me spar with you first. But Daegun Kwan was a bit confused, not sure if the bald guy was talking to him. It turned out the bald guy had crossed eyes, making it hard for Daegun Kwan to tell if he was looking at him. The bald guy then said, don't look around. I'm looking at you right now. Seeing this, Daegun Kwan didn't waste time anymore and said, hurry up and make your move. The bald guy immediately took a stance and said, through my own unique training method, I developed extraordinary vision. These unfocused eyes of mine will soon make you suffer in agony, because no one who has seen these eyes has survived my hands. And with that, he rushed towards Daegun Kwan. Nearby, Jungman Lee couldn't help but be speechless. When did I become a corpse? But this guy's eyes are indeed something. Eyes without focus make it difficult to judge his attack direction, which gave me quite a bit of trouble back then. In the end, I subdued him using wrestling techniques. I wonder how the transfer student will handle it, but it probably won't be easy. But the next second, they saw the bald guy being firmly choked by Daegun Kwan. Jungman Lee was stunned. What's going on? I couldn't even see how he did it. Now he's completely locked in a rear neck choke, probably can't break free. I don't know if this guy is still conscious. Jungman Lee cursed. With this guy's crossed eyes, you can't tell if he's still conscious. Jungman Lee immediately shouted, Baldy, give up, it's over. But the next second, he saw the bald guy's arm fall limply. The others were stunned by this scene. Daegon said, "You don't think I'll let you go just because you surrender, do you? Didn't you all come with the intention of taking me down? And you've even involved innocent people. Since you've done this, you should be prepared to be finished by me." The Bongun guys were unhappy hearing this. This bastard is really acting tough. They immediately shouted, "Don't you understand the situation? There are 9 of us here. Do you think you can beat all of us?" Daegun handed his bag to Yaro, asking her to hold it for him, saying he could quickly resolve them, and they should stay far away. Then he walked alone towards the Bongyun group, and said, "Don't come at me one by one. If you've got guts, come all at once." Seeing this, the Bongyun guys didn't waste time, quickly spreading out to surround Daegun had already made his judgment. He first rushed towards the person closest to the wall. With a diving tackle, he slammed the man hard against the wall, then punched the man in the face. The others rushed over. Daegun grabbed a handful of dirt, throwing it in the face of the nearest person to block his attack. At this moment, a blonde guy had already kicked towards Daegun quickly got up, grabbing the blonde guy's leg. Then with a sweeping leg, he knocked the blonde guy to the ground. Then he dodged another person's attack with a sidestep. Finding an opportunity, he delivered an uppercut to the man's chin. The blonde guy on the ground tried to get up, but Daegun was faster, delivering another sweeping kick to the blonde guy's face. Nearby, Jinmo was amazed. Although he knew this guy was strong from the beginning, he didn't expect him to be this powerful. Perhaps this guy could really defeat Kim and Jiseokyu to become the boss of the entire first year. No, he definitely could. Nearby, Jinucha saw the battle going badly and urged the remaining people to quickly take action. The two didn't hesitate, heading straight for Daegun charged at them immediately. Dodging the first wave of attacks, he got to the man's side, then delivered a left hook to the man's ribs. While the man was in pain, he followed with a right hook to the man's face, leaving him frozen in place. In the blink of an eye, only one person was left. Daegun struck first, kicking the man in the abdomen, sending him flying. That kick nearly made the man throw up his dinner from the previous day. Daegun followed with a spinning kick to the man's head, sending him flying several meters away and knocking him unconscious. In less than 2.5 minutes, Daegun had dealt with 7 people. Even Daegun felt a bit strained. Looking at Jungman Lee and Jinucha, he said, "Now it's just you two left. Make your move." Jinucha was both shocked and afraid. "You're incredibly strong, it's unbelievable." Nearby, Jungman Lee quickly reminded Jinucha, this guy must have dealt with multiple attackers before. Just now when 2 people rushed over together, he first occupied a position in a straight line with those 2. This way, the person behind would be blocked by the person in front, unable to attack, creating a one-on-one situation. And at the beginning, he first attacked the guy against the wall for the same reason. Obviously, he knows how to create one-on-one opportunities in this situation. Just then, the sound of dense footsteps came over. In the distance, more people from Bongyun approached. Daegun was stunned. How could there be so many people? The newcomers were surprised to see everyone lying on the ground. This guy was really that strong. But luckily, they had brought baseball bats. At this moment, Jungman Lee said to Daegun, "You are indeed very strong, but we never said we only had 10 people. No matter how strong you are, what can one person do against so many of us?" Daegun felt a bit of pressure, but just a bit. At this moment, a voice came, "Who says this guy is alone?" Daegun turned around and was stunned. He didn't expect to see Manhwa and others, and Daegun deskmate Min-soo Kim. Manhwa said, "I didn't expect our class 1 leader to be fighting alone, but now we're here to help you." Daegun asked how they knew he was here. At this moment, Min-soo Kim said it was Jinmo who told them. This scared Jinmo, who quickly explained, "I was just talking to myself, I didn't expect you to hear it." Nearby, Jungman Lee became angry. "You punk, are you playing us? We came because of you. This really pisses me off. Anyway, Kim won't let you go. You and that Daegun just wait." Seeing this, Jinmo dropped the act, glancing at Ji-in and saying, "I've disliked that guy for a long time, and I'm not some random weakling. I also don't want to stay under that gangster Kim anymore. The ones who should be prepared are you Bongyun trash." Jungman Lee and Jinucha were so angry they nearly spat blood. Nearby, Manhwa said to Jinmo, "So you're on our side, that's good. We gain another fighter, because the other side has 7 or 8 people, and those 2 should be their leaders." Then Manhwa said, "So Daegun can focus on dealing with those 2, we'll handle the small fry." At this moment, Jungman Lee also recognized Manhwa as the former leader of Class 1, but he didn't expect him to be so underhanded, calling Jinmo for help. Daegun then said, "I'm very grateful for your help. I know I shouldn't interrupt when you're trying to act cool, but each of you will have to handle at least 2 people, and they're all armed. Are you sure you can handle it?" Manhwa smiled contemptuously. "I'm Manhwa, the fighter Manhwa. What's the big deal about weapons? That's actually perfect for me." Then Manhwa put down his bag and said, "Let's begin." Then they saw Jungmin rummaging in his pocket for something. Hojong opened his small bag, and Manhwa was also searching through his bag. He actually took out an 80-centimeter long iron rod, while Jungmin put on military-grade brass knuckles. Hojong also took out a wrench. Then Manhwa, along with the other 2, struck a pose and said, "We may have lost to you at school, but we're different outside of school." Daegun was speechless. These guys all had weapons in their bags. What were they going to school for? Manhwa pointed at the Bongyun guy with the baseball bat and said, "Kid, do you know how to use that thing? Let me teach you a lesson." The bald guy was unhappy. "You little punk, be careful I don't beat you to death." But Manhwa wasn't worried at all. "Come and try if you've got the guts." The bald guy couldn't hold back anymore, charging forward, raising his baseball bat and swinging it at Manhwa. Manhwa had already figured out his move. This guy is right-handed. He'll likely swing diagonally from the upper right. The next second, Manhwa actually threw chalk dust at him. Kids these days have no honor. Then Manhwa swung his iron rod, hitting the man in the abdomen, then delivered a kick to the groin, bringing the man to his knees, followed by a kick to the head, successfully taking down the bald guy. The other Bongyun guys were stunned. This guy was so underhanded. Manhwa No had already picked up the man's baseball bat. Looking at the others, he said, "You small fry don't think about interfering in the battle between the leaders." But the Bongyun guys were scared by Manhwa No's underhanded tactics, hesitating to make a move. Seeing this, Manhwa No said, "If you don't move, I'll come to you." The Bongyun guys had to reluctantly charge forward, but the man's attack was easily dodged by Manhwa Number. Then came a bat, hard, to the man's butt. A nearby chubby guy tried to sneak attack Manhwa Number, but was blocked by Hojong, who punched him away. The chubby guy was still complaining about the sudden intervention, when Hojong had already raised his wrench and struck down. The remaining guys panicked. These guys are all crazy. Quickly find weapons from the ground. A nearby guy picked up a beer bottle, but while he was still wondering if a beer bottle would be too dangerous, Jungmin had already delivered a thrust, his brass-knuckled fist hitting the man hard. A nearby guy immediately prepared to sneak attack Jungmin. At this moment, Jinmo also made his move, kicking the guy away. Jin Yucha was speechless. These guys were fighting in such a mess. Daegun Kwan said, "Your numerical advantage is gone. Now let me see your abilities." Jin Yucha and the other decided not to watch anymore. But Jungman Lee said, "I learned wrestling. Single combat suits me better. Let me fight him alone first, test his strength. If things look bad, you can help me." He then took a wrestling stance. The next second, he quickly approached Daegun Kwan's lower body, wanting to execute a leg takedown. But then he was stunned. Daegun Kwan simply pressed his head, negating his leg takedown. Nearby, Jin Wucha rushed in, with a kick quickly aimed at Daegun Kwan, who had to release Jungman Lee to dodge. But just as he dodged, he found himself grabbed around the waist by Jungman Lee. Jungman Lee revealed a victorious smile. "You should know what it means to be grabbed by a wrestler." Hearing this, Daegun Kwan quickly twisted his body, trying to break free. But the next second, Jungman Lee exerted force and lifted Daegun Kwan up. If he was slammed down, his head would hit the ground, and he'd be out for at least 2.5 minutes. Daegun Kwan quickly extended his arm. At the last moment, he grabbed the nearby wall. Jungman Lee couldn't slam Daegun Kwan over. With his center of gravity unstable, he fell to the ground. But even so, Jungman Lee still held Daegun Kwan tightly. Knowing he had caught Daegun Kwan's weak point, he absolutely couldn't let go. Daegun Kwan quickly rolled, successfully breaking free and pinning Jungman Lee beneath him. Then he raised his fist, ready to deliver a fatal blow. At the critical moment, Jinu Cha rushed in again, with a horizontal kick aimed at Daegun Kwan. Daegun Kwan had no choice but to create distance to dodge the attack. Daegun Kwan was a bit troubled now. These two guys had such good teamwork, it was hard to find a breakthrough. At this moment, the two switched to Jinu Cha attacking. Jinu Cha quickly approached Daegun Kwan, starting with a flying kick, which Daegun Kwan dodged by ducking. Then Jinu Cha delivered a spinning kick, again aiming at Daegun Kwan. At this moment, Daegun Kwan chose to defend, rather than blindly attack. Finally, Daegun Kwan noticed that Jinu Cha's core attacks were all leg-based. The next second, he quickly approached Jinu Cha, trying to close the distance. Jinu Cha sensed Daegun Kwan's intention and quickly retreated. After observing the situation briefly, Daegun Kwan saw that Jungman Lee would intervene when he showed a weak point or gained the upper hand. Now he understood their attack pattern a bit. Then Daegun Kwan quickly approached Jinu Cha, planning to deal with him first. When Jinu Cha's attack came, he quickly dodged to the side, exposing a weakness. Jinu Cha swung his fist, but Daegun Kwan avoided it with rapid movements. The next second, Jinu Cha saw a punch emerge from under his arm, flying towards him. 2.5 seconds later, Jinu Cha realized he'd been hit. By then, Jungman Lee was already standing in front of him. Jinu Cha then realized he had momentarily lost consciousness. Thankfully, Jungman Lee was there, or he would have been finished. Now he could only use this gap to adjust his state and find a way to exploit Daegun Kwan's weakness. At this moment, Jungman Lee suddenly crouched, attempting to grab Daegun Kwan around the waist again. But the next second, Daegun Kwan caught him by the neck. "Your feint is too obvious. Anyone can see you're trying a takedown." Nearby, Jinu Cha saw the situation deteriorating and charged in again. This time, Daegun Kwan pushed Jungman Lee out in advance, just as Jinu Cha's kick reached Daegun Kwan's face. The next second, Daegun Kwan suddenly ducked, followed by a slide tackle, taking out Jinu Cha's other leg. Jinu Cha immediately lost balance and fell. Daegun Kwan quickly raised his foot and kicked Jinu Cha hard in the face. Jinu Cha quickly raised his hands to block, but then Daegun Kwan raised his fist. Through the gap, he directly hit Jinu Cha's head. With one punch, Jinu Cha passed out. Seeing this, Daegun Kwan brushed his hair aside, looking at Jungman Lee and saying, "Now it's just you left. Will you leave on your own, or should I help you leave?" Daegun Kwan slowly approaches Jungman Lee, said that this farce needs to end. At this moment, Jungman Lee is completely shocked, unable to find a way to defeat Daegun Kwan. But even so, he charges toward Daegun Kwan. The next second, Kwan's fist is right in front of his eyes. Jungman Lee can't react in time. He's knocked back by Daegun Kwan's punch. After one punch, Jungman Lee can barely stand. Immediately, Daegun Kwan lunges forward, grabbing Jungman Lee around the waist. With one takedown, he slams him to the ground. Then he straddles Jungman Lee. Jungman Lee tries to break free but can't muster any strength. Daegun Kwan raises his fist, aiming at Jungman Lee. Without Without hesitation, he strikes young man Lee. After a beating, young man Lee finally gives in. Please stop hitting me. I won't dare interfere with Golden Dragon High's affairs again. Hearing this, Daegun Kwan becomes even angrier. He lands another heavy punch on Jung Man Lee's face. Then he grips Jung Man Lee tightly. You think I'll stop just because you ask? Today you'll pay the price for helping Won Kim. Why would you suffer like this for that guy? Who do you think will rule Golden Dragon in the end? Won Kim or me, who's pinning you down right now? Meanwhile, Manhwa No and others have finished dealing with the rest of the people. Daegun Kwan releases Young Man Lee and says, you'd better think carefully in the future. Take your friends and disappear quietly. At this moment, Young Man Lee is filled with extreme regret. He never imagined the gap between him and Daegun Kwan would be so large. After handling everything, Daegun Kwan says he's leaving. Manhwa No then says, I happen to bring weapons today. Do you want to teach that despicable Won Kim a lesson while we're at it? But Daegun Kwan replies, let it go. I'm a bit tired today. And thank you all for today. Hearing this, Manhwa No, Hojong, and Jungmin all blush simultaneously, saying it's nothing. After all, they're all the same kind of people. Then Daegun Kwan turns his gaze to Jinmo, who immediately stands at attention. At this moment, Jinmo is also very afraid, thinking Daegun Kwan is going to deal with him next. But then Daegun Kwan says, I won't deal with you today, I'll take care of you another time. He then asks if Jin and Yarrow are hurt. Seeing that the situation is over, Yarrow suddenly goes weak in the knees and is about to fall. Daegun Kwan quickly reaches out to support Yarrow, asking, are you okay? Being held, Yarrow is extremely embarrassed, her face turning as red as a baboon's bottom. She quickly steadies herself and says, I'm fine. Hearing this, Daegun Kwan says, that's good. I'm sorry about today's incident, getting you involved. Yarrow responds, it's okay. In the end, it's all that Jinmo's fault. But the next second, Ji-in says, it's your fault. Your very existence is a mistake. Not only do you fight everywhere, but you also bully innocent people around you. You're no better than those people lying on the ground. None of you are good people. In my eyes, you're no different from thugs, always resolving issues with your fists. People like you should find a corner to fend for yourselves. After saying this, she pulls Yarrow away from there. Although the group felt hurt by Ji-in's words, they couldn't find any reason to refute them. After leaving Daegun Kwan's group, Ji-in apologizes to Yarrow. Sorry, I couldn't control myself just now. You know how much I hate troublemakers. Although they saved us, I really can't see them as good people. Ji-in also gives up on continuing to observe Daegun Kwan. Whether or not he has a relationship with Sami Lee, it shouldn't affect her plans. Then she says to Yarrow, let's part ways here. I'm planning to visit Ji-un at the hospital today. Seeing this, Yarrow doesn't say much, just waves goodbye to Ji-in. At the same time, Yarrow understands Ji-in's unusual reaction today. It turns out that Ji-in's brother, Ji-un, was once bullied by school tyrants, resulting in him becoming a vegetative state. Looking at her brother in the hospital bed, Ji-in doesn't understand those school bullies. Don't they know they're causing harm to others? She really doesn't know what's going on in their heads. Do they think it's just a game? If they suffered the same pain, would they still act this way? Meanwhile, after the two left, Daegun Kwan puts his arm around Jinmo, asking, how should I deal with you? Jinmo understands he was wrong and says, deal with me however you want, but I'd like to apologize to the people from earlier. Seeing this, Daegun Kwan smiles. Indeed, you should apologize. After all, they're innocent people. But the real villain is someone else. Who do you think is responsible for this whole chain of events? Meanwhile, Won Kim is still waiting for news from Jung Man Lee in the park. The next second, Jinmo and others appear. Seeing this, Won Kim asks, why are only you guys here? Where's Jung Man Lee and the others? And take your hand out of your pocket. Who do you think you're acting tough in front of? Jinmo looks at Won Kim with anger. He walks directly to Won Kim, looking down at him. The next second, Jinmo throws a punch. Won Kim quickly dodges. Then he lands a punch on Jinmo's ribs. But the next second, Jinmo's lackeys charge forward. Won Kim can't handle being surrounded by several people. Soon, someone finds an opportunity to kick him in the chin. Then Won Kim falls into a disadvantage, being surrounded and attacked. Seeing the situation turn bad, Won Kim runs away. But running too hastily, he accidentally trips over a roadblock. Seeing this, Jinmo pounces on him, but the next second, he's punched away by Won Kim. Fortunately, Jinmo's lackeys rush in with a timely kick. This finally corners Won Kim. Several people surround Won Kim. Seeing this, Won Kim knows he's in trouble. The next day, news of Won Kim being beaten by Jinmo spreads throughout the school. Jinmo finally feels vindicated, becoming more confident. He also naturally becomes the leader of Class 6. While Jinmo is showing off, about to select classmates to run errands for him, Daegun Kwan suddenly appears. Frightened, Jinmo quickly sits up straight, asking, Daegun, why are you here? Daegun Kwan says he's here to congratulate Jinmo on becoming the leader. Jinmo immediately deflates, saying it's all thanks to him. But the next second, Daegun Kwan asks, do you want to fight me as a leader, or just take one punch and be done with it? Hearing this, Jinmo stands up straight and says, please hit me lightly. Seeing this, Daegun Kwan swings his fist toward Jinmo. A punch lands heavily on Jinmo. Jinmo feels like he's flying. This is more comfortable. Just keep flying to the goddess's side. Unexpectedly, with Daegun Kwan's punch, Jinmo passes out. Then Daegun Kwan looks at the others. Do you want to try too? Frightened, they quickly say, we're not with him. him. Daegun Kwan pats one of them. Don't play the school bully game together anymore. It's best if you all stay quietly in the corner. Hearing this, they quickly shout, understood. Then Daegun Kwan leaves class 6. By now, Daegun Kwan is the leader of classes 1, 2, 3, and 6. In just a few days, he successfully conquered 4 classes. Manhwa No and the other 2 are very happy about this, surrounding Daegun Kwan and trying to please him. But the next second, they're swatted away with a book. Daegun Kwan says, don't disturb my studies here. Surprisingly, Hojong says, that was gentler than last time. Daegun, when will you take us to an internet cafe? I recently reached gold in League. Seeing this, Daegun Kwan helplessly adjusts his glasses. You guys are really annoying. But I suppose I could go with you once. Hearing this, the 3 are immediately excited. Only Manhwa No awkwardly says, I think I'm still bronze. Hojong quickly tells him to shut up. Nearby, Jungmin also says, if you dare drag Daegun down, I'll attack your chin with brass knuckles. At this moment, Yuri Park suddenly says, I want to go too. Jungmin immediately says, you want to play games? I'm embarrassed to expose you. The next second, she's punched in the face by Yuri Park, who says, why are you talking so much? I'll just play go-karts next to you guys. Nearby, Manhwa No and Hojong quickly stop Yuri Park. Seeing this, Daegun Kwan also shows a satisfied smile. At this time, Class 5's leader, Ji Seok-yu, is still trying to contact Won Eun Kim, but many calls go unanswered. Nearby, Suji Baek says, he wouldn't have dropped out of school, right? It can't be that bad. He didn't really lose to the transfer student, did he? Ji Seok-yu recalls Won Eun Kim's words, thinking that guy probably won't come to school anymore. Thinking about Daegun Kwan makes Suji Baek's heart race. This guy is not only handsome, but also so good at fighting. Then she asks Ji Seok-yu if he plans to fight Daegun Kwan, but Ji Seok-yu isn't confident he can win. Suji Baek then suggests, why don't you team up with leaders from other classes? Ji Seok-yu says, I've thought about teaming up, but now there are only classes 4, 5, 7, 8, and 9 left. But weren't you not interested in these power rankings? Why do you seem so invested this time? Suji Baek recalls the first time she saw Daegun Kwan, involuntarily calling him brother. Thinking about this makes Suji Baek feel ashamed. She wants to find a chance to bully Daegun Kwan a bit. After school, Daegun Kwan and the others go to an internet cafe to play. However, Daegun Kwan's skills don't seem that strong. The group keeps losing games. Youngmin can't help but taunt, Daegun, are you really gold rank? You didn't hire someone to boost your account, did you? Hearing this, Yuri Park intervenes. It's just a game. Why are you guys so excited? Daegun, don't mind them. They're just a bunch of guys who go crazy over games. But the next moment, Yuri Park starts smashing the keyboard after losing a game. This scene leaves Daegun Kwan completely bewildered. In the end, because they kept smashing keyboards, they were kicked out by the owner. The next day, the group is still bitter about their losing streak. Daegun Kwan awkwardly says, if the owner hadn't kicked us out, I would have eventually revealed my true skills. Then Daegun Kwan gets up and says, I'm not talking to you guys anymore. I'm going to take a tour of the other classes. Daegun Kwan knows that returning to school isn't just about defeating those bullies, but implementing management to reorganize the school. Daegun Kwan then goes to class 2 to find Myungjung Kim. As soon as he enters, he hears Myungjung Kim say, I've been living a quiet campus life as you said. Daegun Kwan then asks, that's good. How's your hand? Hearing this, Myungjung Kim demonstrates some fancy finger movements, indicating his hand is fine. The next second, he's interrupted by Daegun Kwan. Have you forgotten what I told you? Don't act cocky in front of me, but your performance is not bad. Just keep it that way in the future. If I hear any bad news, you know the consequences. Then Daegun Kwan goes to class 3. However, after Sangbo Shim and others were beaten, they haven't returned to school. So the atmosphere in class 3 looks good. Meanwhile, in class 6, several students are making a commotion at the front. Jinmo suddenly slams the table. You guys are really annoying. You're disturbing my studies. Can you be a bit quieter? Nearby, Jinmo's friend asks, why did you start studying? Is it because you got beaten up and went crazy? In Jinmo's mind, Ji-in's image appears. Now I know Ji-in is actually the top student in the school. To be worthy of her, I also need to study hard. At this moment, Suji Baek says, if you want to study properly, just shut up and do it. Jinmo doesn't dare to be unruly with Suji Baek. He awkwardly says he understands. Suji Baek is still bothered by calling Daegun Kwan brother. She calls Jinmo over. Jinmo doesn't dare to hesitate and quickly runs over. Suji Baek then says, you remember what happened that day, right? When I accidentally called Daegun Kwan brother. You should know I was trying to say Soo-hyuk Baek is my brother. Jinmo, looking at the book in his hand, says, I know. Seeing Jinmo's attitude, Suji Baek gets angry and raises her comb to hit Jinmo. You dare to brush me off? Frightened, Jinmo quickly says, no, I'm listening to you seriously. Seeing this, Suji Baek stops and says, I'll let you off this time, but listen carefully. What I mean is, but before she can finish, she sees Daegun Kwan coming to class 6. Jinmo also quickly runs over. Seeing Daegun Kwan, Suji Baek's face turns red and she's momentarily speechless. Daegun Kwan just gives Jinmo a few instructions and leaves. Then Jinmo quickly returns to Suji Baek and says, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to run away. After all, Daegun Kwan is my leader. What were you about to say? Seeing this, Suji Baek calmly says, take off your glasses first. Jinmo, terrified, takes off his glasses. The next second, Suji Baek frantically hits Jinmo with her book. You dare to leave before I've finished talking. Jinmo doesn't dare to fight back, just repeatedly saying, I was wrong. After hitting him a few times, Suji Baek stops. Not because she's letting Jinmo off, but because she's afraid of sweating and ruining her makeup. Then Suji Baek calls over Jinmo's lackeys. Suji Baek with a gloomy face says, you guys step on him hard. The lackeys, without hesitation, drag Jinmo out. They start taking turns stepping on Jinmo. Sorry Jinmo, we have no choice. At this time, Suji Baek is still thinking about how to deal with Daegun Kwan. Seeing that they've beaten him enough, she tells them to call Ji Seok-yu over. over. Soon, Jiseokyu comes to class 6. Sujibake immediately asks, how's the thing I talked to you about last time? You mean teaming up with other leaders? I'm thinking about it, but why do you care about this? Sujibake says, no reason, I just want to bully him. Jiseokyu says, then why don't you just tell your brother? But Sujibake, with a shy face, says, no way, if I do that he might really get killed. I just want him to submit to me, to worship me like a queen. You get it, right? I just want to see him submit to me. Think of a way for me quickly. Seeing this, Jiseokyu is also helpless. Now it seems the only option is to team up with other leaders. We must eliminate Daegun Kwan no matter what. Plan to unite with leaders from other classes to deal with Daegun Kwan. At this moment, in the storage room on the school roof, leaders from the remaining classes have gathered. Class 5's leader Jiseokyu, Class 8's leader Dusik Kwak, Class 7's leader Sungwa-gu, Class 4's leader Dojin Park, and Class 9's leader Sung-Hoon Lee. Jiseokyu proposes the idea of uniting to deal with Daegun Kwan. Unexpectedly, Sungwa-gu rejects without thinking. I'm not interested in rankings, and I don't think I would lose to Daegun Kwan. Dusik Kwak also says, I don't think our relationship is good enough for an alliance. I don't understand your purpose in proposing this union. Are you afraid of that transfer student? Hearing this, Jiseokyu is displeased. I'll let it go this time, but watch your words in the future. But Dusik Kwak says indifferently, even if you don't let it go, what can you do? At this point, Sungwa-gu also provokes, why don't you two fight now? After all, you didn't determine a winner last time. Class 4's leader Dojin Park immediately says, sounds good. Let's add a bet. I'll put 500,000 on Dusik Kwak to win. Seeing this, Jiseokyu is speechless. I shouldn't have organized this meeting. But at this moment, Sung-Hoon Lee says, I agree with the alliance. Dusik Kwak immediately asks, even if we ally, what can we do? Sung-Hoon Lee then says, before I express my opinion, let's hear what Jiseokyu has in mind. Jiseokyu then says, as you can see, Daegun Kwan is rapidly conquering various classes. Since the original ranking has collapsed, I think we need to form a counterbalance to Daegun Kwan to some extent. But the next second, Sungwa-gu says, how boring. Let you weaklings handle the alliance thing. Dojin Park also says, I don't like sharing money with others, so I'm not planning to ally either. Seeing this, Dusik Kwak doesn't hesitate and also prepares to leave. As he leaves, he doesn't forget to mock, how could an alliance ever happen? Someone should use their brain. Jiseokyu can't hold back. You stand right there. I said I wouldn't let you off next time. Dusik Kwak is not intimidated at all. He beckons with his finger. I'll give you a chance to vent. Let's see if you can take it. As the two are about to fight, Sung-Hoon Lee quickly steps forward. Now is not the time for internal strife. Listen to my analysis first. The next collection day is coming soon. This is the main reason we want to become leaders. And Golden Dragon's large-scale collection will definitely attract many strong individuals. Although I'm not clear about your two's reasons. Sungwa-gu and Dojin Park's goals are clear. Their desire for money exceeds others. Although they pretend not to care, they're likely to take action before the collection day. So we just need to observe for now and take action after the collection day. Meanwhile, Class 4's Dojin Park has returned to his class. He's playing a gambling-like game with classmates. But Dojin Park seems to have bad luck, losing a lot of money in no time. Seeing Dojin Park getting frustrated, the guy quickly says, you don't have to pay me. Let's call it a day and continue tomorrow. But Dojin Park looks at his hand, lost in thought. The next second, he suddenly slaps the guy. The guy is caught off guard and flies away. Seeing this, Dojin Park feels much better. I feel my luck is good now. Let's try again. Meanwhile, Jiseokyu has just returned to his class. Sujibake comes over. She asks if Jiseokyu has allied with leaders from other classes. Jiseokyu then explains Sung-Hoon Lee's thoughts. Hearing this, Sujibake is speechless. In other words, you're doing nothing, there's no other way. I'll have to take matters into my own hands. After school, Dojin Park and a few friends gather in the park to rest. A lackey asks Dojin Park, the collection day is coming soon. Should we conquer more classes? That way we can collect more money. Hearing this, Dojin Park smiles. I was just thinking about that. Now the transfer student controls 4 classes. We just need to take him out. The lackey immediately says, then I'll open a betting pool for you guys. Dojin Park says, no problem. Give me high odds, then bet everything on me. We'll definitely make a killing. At this moment, a few men walk over. Dojin Park and his group stand up and bow respectfully. Dojin Park then asks, big brother, how have you been lately? I heard after you dropped out, you joined an organization. The man says, that's right, but it seems a bit difficult now. Then the man looks behind him and says, customer, I didn't expect your target to be my junior. Unexpectedly, it's the student who lost money to Dojin Park earlier. The man was specifically hired to teach Dojin Park a lesson. At this point, the big guy says, don't worry, little brother. Since I've taken your money, I'll naturally do the job. Consider it educating a junior. Dojin Park also understands. It seems, big brother, you've been paid to teach me a lesson. The big guy confirms, that's right. This is a field I've just entered. It's just a job, so cooperate, okay? Hearing this, Dojin Park holds his stomach and laughs loudly. This is killing me! You think you can throw your weight around just because you joined an organization? In the end, you're just acting as a thug for students. What a disgrace. Hearing this, the big brother gets angry. You're becoming more and more disrespectful. You should know who I am. I'm Jahyung-yuk of Tiger Construction Company. The big brother pats Dojin Park. You're really disappointing me. Looks like I need to teach you a good lesson today. Then the man swings his fist. Unexpectedly, Dojin Park doesn't dodge, but even moves closer. Big brother, your fist has gotten fatter. It's so soft. At this rate, who's teaching whom is still unclear. The next second, Dojin Park suddenly strikes, landing a punch on the man's abdomen. The man can't straighten up after this punch. Dojin Park then presses the man's head down and says, your stomach's impact response is terrible. You should exercise more. I don't even want to hit a pig-like body like yours. He then lands a punch on the man's face. The big guy flies several meters away, landing heavily on the ground. Dojin Park seems unsatisfied and says, come at me all at once. Hearing this, the others get angry, but Dojin Park doesn't waste just words and charges forward. These people are no match for Dojin Park. In just a few rounds, they're all taken down. The client is stunned, too scared to say a word. Dojin Park now turns his attention to him. Frightened, he runs away. Dojin Park is about to chase after him, but at this moment, the big brother suddenly attacks, raising his baseball bat and swinging it at Dojin Park. Dojin Park has to give up chasing the man and raises his arm to block the bat. The big guy wants to continue attacking, but he's hit from behind by Dojin Park's friend. Seeing this, Dojin Park quickly charges forward. He lands a punch squarely on the man's face. This time, the big guy flies away and passes out completely. Dojin Park then looks for the student who ran away, but by now he's long gone. Dojin Park has to give up. The next day, as soon as Daegun Kwan arrives at school, Manhwa No and others find Daegun Kwan and tell him about the upcoming collection day. You're now the leader of 4 classes and will soon receive an operational fee. I think that's why you became a leader, right? Daegun Kwan is confused. What operational fee? How did money get involved? At this moment, Myungjung Kim suddenly appears and says, they call it an operational fee, but it's actually a protection fee that flows into the hands of various class leaders. The more classes you control, the more money you receive. Hearing this, Daegun Kwan says, from now on, that's not happening anymore. None of you are allowed to collect money. Manhwa No and others immediately become anxious. That won't work. Some of the collected money goes to the second-year students, and some goes to the third-year students. If you don't pay, you're basically against the whole school. The consequences are very serious. Hearing this, Daegun Kwan falls into thought. If it involves the entire school, the risk is indeed quite high. But isn't that why I came here to clean up this place? Whatever. At this time, Jinmo also suddenly comes over, saying someone wants to see Daegun Kwan. Daegun Kwan is a bit annoyed. Why do people always want to see me? But unexpectedly, the person who wants to see Daegun Kwan is Suji Baek. Seeing this, Daegun Kwan immediately grabs Jinmo by the throat. Do you have a death wish? I told you not to bother me with these small matters. Suji Baek walks up to Daegun Kwan and says, you'd better let go before I get angry. Although this guy has done a lot of annoying things, only I can beat him up. Hearing this, Daegun Kwan bluntly says, what nonsense are you talking? According to your rules, class 6 is now mine, so I'll deal with him as I please. Hearing this, Suji Baek steps forward and grabs Jinmo's hand. Stop pretending to be a big shot. I'm above all those rules you mentioned. Then, Suji Baek yanks hard, trying to pull Jinmo over, but he's firmly held by Daegun Kwan, who says, I won't let him go. Do as you wish. Hearing this, Suji Baek becomes anxious. You're really arrogant. Then the two begin fighting over Jinmo. In the heat of the moment, Suji Baek hugs Jinmo's arm. The sensation on his arm makes Jinmo beam with joy, feeling incredibly good. At this moment, Daegun Kwan looks at Jinmo and says, what are you doing? Your expression is really creepy. Suji Baek also realizes she's being taken advantage of. Immediately, with a disgusted look, she quickly lets go of Jinmo. Jinmo suddenly feels a killing intent. The next second, Suji Baek chops Jinmo's neck with her hand. She sends Jinmo flying several meters away. Then, looking at Jinmo, she says, I'll give you 3 seconds to disappear from my sight. Hearing this, Jinmo runs away without a word, his speed rivaling a world champion. But right now, Jinmo is overjoyed in his heart. Suji Baek now approaches Daegun Kwan and says, I called you out for something else. Then Suji Baek grabs Daegun Kwan's collar, forcing him against a nearby lamppost. Suji Baek is about to say something, but when she sees Daegun Kwan's eyes, she shyly lowers her head. Right now, Suji Baek's heart is racing, and she can't say what's on her mind. Seeing this, Daegun Kwan says, if you have something to say it quickly. I don't have time to play with you. Hearing this, Suji Baek suddenly raises her head and shouts, brother! Suji Baek is immediately stunned, not expecting to involuntarily call him brother again. She quickly explains, I mean, last time I called you brother, I wasn't calling you. You might not know since you just transferred, but with one word from my brother, everyone in the school has to listen to him. Hearing this, Daegun Kwan is speechless. You called me over just for this? He then removes Suji Baek's arm. With a twist, he restrains Suji Baek. Suji Baek is stunned, finding herself locked by him, but no matter how hard she tries, she can't break free. Daegun Kwan now says, don't bother, just call your brother out. I'd like to meet him too. Hearing this, Suji Baek is stunned. Are you crazy? If you meet Soo Hyuk, you're done for. That absolutely cannot happen. While the two are still struggling, a few people walk over from a distance. One of them is Class 4's leader, Dojin Park. One of the bald men recognizes Suji Baek. What are you two doing? A boy and a girl pulling and tugging in broad daylight? Hearing this, Daegun Kwan retorts, what are you saying, Baldy? Upon hearing this, Dojin Park behind almost laughs out loud. The bald man's face darkens. What did you just say? Seeing the man's reaction, Daegun Kwan raises a hand in apology. Sorry, I shouldn't have joked about your hair volume. Hearing this, Dojin Park bursts into laughter. You're really funny. Ja Ok didn't lose his hair, he shaved it off himself. So it's no problem to call him Baldy. At this moment, a nearby man says, stop laughing. Ja Ok is indeed balding. Then the man waves at Daegun Kwan, first-year kids, go cool off somewhere else. Daegun Kwan asks Suji Baek, do you know these guys? Why are they ordering me around? Suji Baek says, this guy is called Gongmyong Ju, and the bald one in front is the second-year leader, Ja Ok-1. Hearing this, Daegun Kwan has a plan in mind. He says, we were here first. If anyone should leave, it's you guys. Hearing this, Suji Baek says, what are you saying? Are you crazy? Ja Ok-1 also doubts his ears. Seeing this, Dojin Park exclaims, transfer student, you really are crazy. Ja Ok-1 is about to teach Daegun Kwan a lesson. But Suji Baek suddenly receives a call from her brother Soo Hyuk Baek. Nearby, Gongmyong Ju quickly stops Ja Ok OK1 who wants to take action. Then Suji Baek is heard saying, "Brother, you're coming over in a bit? Then I'll wait for you here." Daegun Kwan also asks if Soo-hyuk is coming over, but Suji Baek ignores Daegun Kwan. Looking at Ja OK1 and his group, she says, "If you don't have anything else, I'll take this guy and leave. I still have business with him." Gung Myung-ju stands in front of Ja OK1, advising, "Calm down. If Soo-hyuk sees us beating up her friend in front of Suji Baek, we're done for." Then he waves at Suji Baek. "Suji, you take him and go. Remember to say hi to big brother Soo-hyuk for us." Then Suji Baek leads Daegun Kwan away from there. Looking at the two leaving, Gung Myung-ju can't help but sigh. Having a good brother really is nice. Ja OK1, watching the scene, is also red with anger but doesn't dare to act against Suji Baek. Then he says to Dojin Park, "You've really picked a good opponent. Deal with him quickly in the coming days." But Dojin Park, looking at Daegun Kwan's departing figure, falls into thought. "Damn it, I can't hold back anymore. I don't want to just let him walk away. At least let me test him first." Nearby, Gung Myung-ju advises, "Let it go. With Suji Baek around, we can't make a move." But the next second, Dojin Park charges forward regardless. Daegun Kwan is the first to sense Dojin Park's sneak attack. He quickly pulls Suji Baek aside to dodge. They narrowly escape Dojin Park's attack. Dojin Park then makes a sharp turn and attacks Daegun Kwan again. Due to Suji Baek being nearby, Daegun Kwan can only dodge for now. After avoiding several of Dojin Park's attacks, Daegun Kwan finally finds an opportunity. He lands a slap on Dojin Park's face. Normally, this slap would knock Dojin Park unconscious. But not only is Dojin Park unfazed, he's even more excited, charging at Daegun Kwan again. Daegun Kwan is secretly shocked, not expecting Dojin Park's resilience to be so strong. But because Suji Baek is behind him, Daegun Kwan can't fight freely. Seeing this, Daegun Kwan continues to dodge while creating distance from Dojin Park. Finally, Daegun Kwan finds a chance to lock Dojin Park's arm. Unfortunately, Dojin Park notices it first. Without hesitation, he kicks Daegun Kwan away. Dojin Park then says, "What are you doing? Just dodging?" At this moment, Daegun Kwan sees that Suji Baek has moved far away and sighs in relief. Now he can finally fight without holding back. At this moment, Dojin Park was still taunting. "Why do you seem so pathetic? You're nothing like the rumors said." But before he could finish speaking, Daegun Kwan had already thrown a punch at him. Before Dojin Park could react, Daegun Kwan followed up with a kick. He kicked Dojin Park several meters away. The powerful blow made Dojin Park curse involuntarily. But the next second, Daegun Kwan kicked him again. This kick sent Dojin Park flying. Dojin Park quickly rolled and got back up. This time, Dojin Park finally realized Daegun Kwan's terrifying strength and couldn't help saying, "You really are fucking strong." While Daegun Kwan asked, "Is your arm okay?" Only then did Dojin Park feel the pain in his arm. He suddenly remembered what happened last night. He thought it was nothing, but it seemed he had underestimated the situation. Daegun Kwan took off his jacket and said, "You'd better hope your arm is fine because you might be about to get beaten up." But suddenly Suji Baek shouted, "Daegun Kwan, why are you taking off your clothes?" Daegun Kwan was speechless. "I'm just taking off my jacket." Suji Baek responded, "But you shouldn't do that in front of so many people." Hearing this, Daegun Kwan realized that many people had gathered around. It seemed they couldn't have a proper fight now. Dojin Park also said that while it was a pity, they had technically fought already. "So let's end it here for today. Wait for me to come find you next time. I'll show you what I'm really capable of then." After saying this, Dojin Park pushed through the crowd and left. Nearby, second-year student Gung Myung-ju said, "You seem disappointed. Don't worry, you'll meet again soon." Daegun Kwan immediately replied, "I hope you'll be there next time too. It would be troublesome to beat you up separately." Hearing this, Gung Myung-ju became angry. How dare a first-year student be so arrogant? He was about to rush over and settle things with Daegun Kwan. But Ja OK1 stopped him, saying, "You're a second year after all. Getting provoked by a first year is unbecoming." Hearing this, Gung Myung-ju had to give up on confronting Daegun Kwan and left with Ja OK1. Daegun Kwan didn't stop them, as it wasn't appropriate to fight more now. Nearby, Suji Baek scolded Daegun Kwan for being crazy enough to anger a second-year boss. "Though you're quite strong, you shouldn't casually provoke second years. It's dangerous. Also, thank you just now, but next time don't grab a girl's waist so forcefully." Daegun Kwan helplessly said, "I don't feel it's dangerous, and I thought I was being gentle. By the way, didn't you say Soo-hyuk Baek would come?" Suji Baek responded, "I said that to save you. I was lying to them. After all, you were very unfriendly to the second years just now, and why do you keep wanting to meet my brother? You'll probably be finished if you meet him. Just deal with the first years for now. The bosses from other classes are all talking about taking care of you." After saying this, Suji Baek left first. Daegun Kwan was helpless. It seemed he wouldn't meet Soo-hyuk Baek today. "If I'd known, I should have dealt with that second-year baldy, but I still need to see Soo-hyuk Baek about the protection money issue." That Dojin Park guy was quite unusual though. I could tell from his shoulders he's not someone to mess with. Anyway, I'm surprised he could take my punch. Maybe I haven't found my previous feeling yet. Hopefully next time he can last a bit longer so I can get back my previous feeling. Scene change, Daegun Kwan and his group are sitting together studying. While Daegun Kwan was immersed in the studying atmosphere, Dojin Park suddenly came over with a book. Manhwa no and others instinctively thought Dojin Park was coming to cause trouble. Dojin Park walked up to Daegun Kwan and complained, "Geez, I wanted to talk to you but there's no seat left." left. Then he looked at Jinmo sitting across from Daegun Kwan and said, "Get up and give me your seat." Jinmo thought to himself, "I'm in trouble now, although I know I can't beat him. With so many people watching, getting up just like that would be too embarrassing. The authority I've worked so hard to build would be gone." Then Jinmo stood up and said, "Why should I give you my seat?" Jungmin nearby was shocked and quickly said, "Jinmo, you're quite brave. Daegun Kwan won't help you." Seeing this, Dojin Park smiled instead of getting angry and raised his hand to scare Jinmo. Jinmo instinctively dodged. Realizing what he'd done, Jinmo felt incredibly embarrassed and quickly explained it was a reflex, not fear. But Dojin Park said, "I wasn't going to hit you. Let's play rock, paper, scissors." Jinmo immediately felt relieved. They played rock, paper, scissors, and unsurprisingly, Jinmo lost. Jinmo, with a righteous demeanor, said, "Well, I lost. I'll give you the seat." After saying this, Jinmo left the seat, secretly relieved that he'd not only given up the seat but also saved face. But the next second, Dojin Park patted Jinmo's shoulder and asked, "Where are you going?" Then Dojin Park slapped Jinmo hard across the face. "I didn't say the stake was this seat. Since you lost, you have to accept punishment." Jinmo was slapped and flew backward. Nearby, Manhwa No and others couldn't help but comment, "This guy is really unlucky." After dealing with Jinmo, Dojin Park sat down across from Daegun Kwan. Daegun Kwan thought Dojin Park had come to fight him, but Dojin Park said, "I didn't come to fight you this time, but we'll have to fight sooner or later, so why not set some conditions and make a bet?" Meanwhile, in second year Gongmyongju's location, Sungwa-gu, the boss of Class 8, was also there. Gongmyongju asked if the venue was ready, and Sungwa-gu replied that everything was prepared, they could just have everyone go to the gym directly. Gongmyongju approved but asked, "Have you seen the transfer student fight? How good is he?" Sungwa-gu replied he hadn't seen him, but since he could defeat Sangbo Shim, he must be quite formidable. Gongmyongju then asked, "What do you think of Dojin Park?" Dojin Park is an interesting guy with a one-man army aura. Just looking at him makes people feel scared, especially since he has unique advantages. His body's flexibility and elasticity give him formidable power, but people like him who rely on physical qualities tend to be technically deficient. Meanwhile, Dojin Park was questioning his life again. He hadn't won a single round playing the coin-flipping game with Daegun Kwan. Unwilling to admit defeat, Dojin Park wanted to play a few more rounds, but Daegun Kwan said, "I'm done playing. Even if you won, I'd agree to all the things you said earlier." Hearing this, Dojin Park was dissatisfied. "What do you mean, even if I won?" But the next second, Dojin Park realized the issue. Now wasn't the time to argue about winning or losing. Then Dojin Park stood up and prepared to leave, saying, "Remember what you said, don't go back on your word. See you this Friday at the gym." Daegun Kwan immediately replied, "No problem, but you should get your arm fixed first. I don't want to see you whining." After Dojin Park left, Manhwa No quickly asked Daegun Kwan, "Although I don't know why. You deliberately lost to him. Was it necessary to agree to the bet? Even if you two will fight eventually, doing it on second-year territory seems suspicious, doesn't it?" Daegun Kwan naturally saw that this might be a trap, but this way he could also deal with the second years. But at this moment, someone else came looking for Daegun Kwan. Daegun Kwan asked what they wanted. The man hesitated but finally said, "Could you help us beat up Dojin Park? But could you lose to him?" Daegun Kwan was stunned. "What are you saying?" The man explained, "Dojin Park's bet with you is to open betting. Many people are betting on who will win between you and Dojin Park. The second years are doing the same. But besides that, I also have a reason why you must lose." Daegun Kwan was even more confused. "I think it's really hard for me to lose to him." "What's your reason?" The man stammered but finally explained. It turned out the man had previously paid someone to teach Dojin Park a lesson but failed, and Dojin Park held a grudge. Just last night, Dojin Park found the man. After a lesson, he made the man pay him protection money. Then he took the man to get back the 500,000 won he'd paid the hired muscle, but when they got there, the person was nowhere to be seen. However, a loan shark advertisement on the wall caught Dojin Park's attention. In the end, the man was forced by Dojin Park to take out a high-interest loan. Dojin Park said he would return the money if he won. "So if you win, I won't get my money back, and I'll still owe a loan shark." After the man finished, before Daegun Kwan could speak, Jury Park got upset. "You want to beat up Dojin Park that badly? Why don't I beat you up first?" But Daegun Kwan said, "I can't possibly lose to him, but I'll help you beat him up. Are you good at English? If so, come find me after school." After school, Daegun Kwan followed the man to the loan shark's place. Then he said, "I'll go up and have a look. You go back first." Daegun Kwan had just gone up. Someone asked what he was there for, if he wanted to borrow money. Then he followed the man inside. The man asked which grade Daegun Kwan was in and how much he wanted to borrow. Daegun Kwan naturally wouldn't tell him and wouldn't borrow money either. He quickly made an excuse and was about to leave. The man got angry, grabbed Daegun Kwan and asked, "Are you playing with me, kid? You don't look like you're here to borrow money. Who are you?" Daegun Kwan grabbed the man's arm. Feeling the pain in his arm, the man couldn't help but start trembling. Daegun Kwan then said, "I said I'm leaving. I'll let go of you, but don't follow me out." The man reached for an ashtray on the table to hit Daegun Kwan, but Daegun Kwan slapped it away. Then he delivered a chop to the man, who immediately collapsed unconscious. Daegun Kwan was about to leave, but the documents on the table caught his attention. After flipping through them, he found Do Hyun Kim's loan information. But the next second, Daegun Kwan was stunned. He saw a photo of Chairman Lee here, which confused him. At that moment, there were sounds from outside. Dagon Kwan quickly prepared to leave. Just as he reached the door, someone walked in. The leader saw Dagon Kwan and asked who he was, but then he was distracted by the unconscious man, thinking he was asleep. Dagon Kwan said, "I've got to go," and left. But as soon as Dagon Kwan left, the people inside realized something was wrong. Their boss had been knocked out. Hearing the commotion, Dagon Kwan hurried away. Fortunately, he ran fast enough not to be caught. Once safe, Dagon Kwan was about to take out his phone to call Sami Lee and ask why Chairman Lee's photo was there. But in the end, Dagon Kwan gave up, deciding to resolve Dojin Park's matter first. He checked the weather on his phone. "It's going to rain on Friday? I don't really like that." Time quickly reached Friday. Dojin Park and his group arrived at the gym early. Songhwa-gu and others were preparing the venue. Soon the second years also arrived. The leader was the second-year boss, Ja Ok-1. On the other side, Dagon Kwan was already on his way, along with Manho No and others. Dagon Kwan didn't want Manho No and the others to come along, but they were worried about him, going to second-year territory alone. Their backpacks were all filled with weapons. Dagon Kwan was speechless. Just then, Youngmin said he had found a way to deal with Dojin Park, but Dagon Kwan replied indifferently that he had already known when playing the coin-flipping game with him. Youngmin and Hojong behind him were bewildered, but just then, Dagon Kwan's phone received a message. After reading it, Dagon Kwan helplessly said, "Looks like you'll have to go ahead. I've got something to handle, but I'll be back soon." Manho No and others could only arrive at the gym first. Seeing this, Ja Ok-1 and others couldn't help but taunt. "Is Dagon Kwan scared?" Manho No immediately replied, "No way, Dagon Kwan isn't that kind of person." Nearby, Gomyang-ju recognized Manho No and said, "You guys can find a place to sit." Jungmin secretly sighed in relief. Thanks to Manho No's brother, we're safe. The pressure from these gang followers of the middle way is really strong. Just then, the gym doors opened again and more people arrived. A group of students in uniforms walked in. They were the second-year second-tier bully group, the Sacred Ties. The boss of the Sacred Ties said, "It's just a first-year fight. Is such a grand setup necessary?" At this point, Class 9 Feet's boss, Sung-hun Lee said, "There's no choice. After all, the transfer student isn't an ordinary first year." Hojong and others hadn't expected Sung-hun Lee to come. Ja Ok-1 told everyone to find a place to sit. Gizeok Ma, the boss of the Sacred Ties, found a place to sit with his group. After sitting down, he asked when the so-called transfer student would arrive. Manho No and others were getting anxious, hoping Dagon Kwan would show up soon. After an unknown period of waiting, Dojin Park finally couldn't stand it anymore and threw his phone, cursing, "Why the fuck isn't he here yet? I'm bored to death. Anyone, first year or second year, come out and fight me now." His friend quickly tried to restrain him. Ja Ok-1 also said, "Indeed, we should find some entertainment. We can't waste time waiting." Then Dojin Park turned his gaze to Manho. "No, since Dagon Kwan isn't here, you come out and warm up with me first." Hearing this, Jungmin panicked and asked Manho No what to do now. Manho No said it didn't matter. Dagon Kwan being late is our class's responsibility. Since that's the case, I'll face this guy first. But just then, Songhwa-gu suddenly stood up and said, "This won't do. Both sides must be in their best condition for a fair fight." Hearing this, Dojin Park was displeased and cursed. "What does a bald guy like you know? I need to warm up first." But Songhwa-gu still refused, saying he would have 2 students from his class with special skills fight instead. Just then, someone pushed the door open and said, "Am I late?" Manho No and others quickly turned around, thinking Dagon Kwan had arrived. Dojin Park was also extremely excited, eager to start fighting. But it wasn't Dagon Kwan, it was Myeongjung Kim. As soon as he entered, he shouted, "No one's stupid enough to bet on Dojin Park winning today, right? Be careful, you won't even get your principal back." Hearing this, Dojin Park exploded with anger. What did this guy mean? Nearby, Jungmin hurriedly scolded, "You idiot, shut up." But Myeongjung Kim seemed to not hear and asked, "Who do I give the money to if I want to bet? There's no one here who can't handle losing, right?" By now, Dojin Park was furious and said viciously, "Myeongjung Kim, you used to be the boss of Class 2, right?" Myeongjung Kim still hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation and boasted that while he was once battle-hardened, he now served Dagon Kwan. But the next second, Dojin Park rushed over and punched him. Myeongjung Kim was stunned, but Dojin Park didn't plan to stop. He grabbed Myeongjung Kim's head and threw him away. "Today I'll teach you what it means to beat a person who doesn't fight back, especially one who doesn't have eyes." Myeongjung Kim wanted to say something, but Dojin Park didn't give him a chance, going straight for a kick. Nearby, Manho No was shocked. "What's going on all of a sudden?" Ja Ok-1 said, "Indeed, before the main course we need an appetizer." Myeongjung Kim had no chance to fight back against Dojin Park's beating and was thrashed. "This guy really can't take a hit. I haven't even finished warming up." Then he shouted, "Manho No, it's your turn now." But just then, a voice came from the gym entrance. "What's going on? Weren't you supposed to fight me? Are you already impatient?" It was the fashionably late Dagon Kwan. Dojin Park immediately shouted, "Dagon Kwan, you finally arrived." Manho No and others were relieved to see Dagon Kwan. Dagon Kwan symbolically said, "I'm sorry I'm late." Dojin Park replied, "If you had come any later, your friends might have all been lying down. But this Myeongjung guy probably isn't your friend, right?" Dagon Kwan didn't speak. Instead, he took off his outer clothing and said, "I'm not sure, but since you've already beaten one person, you should be warmed up." Dojin Park wanted to say something, but Dagon Kwan threw his clothes at him, blocking his vision. The next second, Dagon Kwan suddenly attacked, giving each of Dojin Park's friends a punch. Then Dagon Kwan said, "I've also warmed up using your friends. Last time we didn't fight satisfactorily, which was a pity. Today, you'd better be prepared. I won't hold back." Everyone looked expectant. Ja Ok-1 had people clear away the guys lying on the ground to make space. Dojin Park was excited. "Dagon Kwan, I really like you. Interesting toys like you are too rare." Saying this, Dojin Park charged forward. Now I can't wait to tear you apart. He swung a punch at Daegun Kwan, but no matter how Dojin Park attacked, he couldn't hit Daegun Kwan. This made Dojin Park furious, and he shouted, I don't know what you're doing. Are you just going to keep dodging? Have the guts to trade blows with me, don't just dodge. Jungmin and others were confused too. Why was Dojin Park just swinging wildly with so many openings, and why was Daegun Kwan just dodging? At this point, Min-soo Kim said, maybe Daegun Kwan is analyzing his opponent based on past experience. Whenever Daegun Kwan fights one-on-one, he first focuses on dodging the opponent's attacks and only counterattacks after generally understanding their strength. Sure enough, after dodging Dojin Park's attack, Daegun Kwan began to counterattack. Finding an opportunity, he punched Dojin Park in the ribs. Dojin Park hurriedly swung back but couldn't hit Daegun Kwan. While dodging, Daegun Kwan caught Dojin Park's leg with a kick to stabilize himself. Then he bounced back and hit Dojin Park with a punch. Dojin Park was sent backward by this punch. But the next second, Dojin Park did a kip up and stood up. Then he launched an even fiercer attack. But no matter how Dojin Park attacked, he couldn't hit Daegun Kwan. Instead, he was hit by Daegun Kwan countless times. Daegun Kwan found an opportunity and slapped Dojin Park across the face. While Dojin Park was stunned from the slap, Daegun Kwan followed with a horizontal kick to his abdomen. One kick sent Dojin Park flying several meters. After rolling several times, Dojin Park stabilized himself. Everyone was shocked. Being able to kick someone as sturdy as Dojin Park flying, while Dojin Park couldn't even touch him. Sung Woo commented, if Dojin Park continues with just large sweeping attacks, he'll never be able to hurt Daegun Kwan at all. Now Dojin Park couldn't help but complain, you really hit hard. Daegun Kwan then said, I didn't expect you to be so durable. Looks like you'll give me a good warm-up. Dojin Park was stunned. Are you saying you're still warming up? That's great, because I am too. And with that, Dojin Park charged again. But the result was the same. No matter how Dojin Park attacked, he couldn't hit Daegun Kwan. Seeing this, Daegun Kwan smiled. This guy still hasn't realized? Continuing like this, he can't win against me. Too bad he hasn't discovered what's truly important. As long as he doesn't realize it, no matter how powerful his attacks are, the result will be the same. He can only take hits. Now the spectators finally noticed something was off. And now Manhwa No also saw why Dojin Park kept getting hit. Although Dojin Park had an unusual body, unfortunately he was used to relying on the power his physique provided. This made his attacks completely lacking in technique, although previously his physique could compensate for the technical gap. This time his opponent was Daegun Kwan, who had both power and technique. Now Dojin Park was starting to question his life. He couldn't understand why his attacks couldn't hit Daegun Kwan, while Daegun Kwan casually said, put in more effort, I'm getting sleepy. Didn't you say you wanted to tear apart what you like? Meanwhile, at Suji Baek's location, having just learned from Ji Seok-yu that Daegun Kwan was fighting second years, she hurriedly wanted to rush over. Suji Baek thought Daegun Kwan was crazy. If this guy was still speaking rudely to second years like before, thinking of this, Suji Baek quickened her pace. Meanwhile, after hearing Daegun Kwan's words, Dojin Park couldn't help but slap himself twice. Trying to adjust his state, he thought, I've lasted this long, it should be my turn to attack now, right? With this in mind, Dojin Park charged again, but the result was still being kicked away by Daegun Kwan. Undeterred, Dojin Park quickly got up and charged again, but he still couldn't change the outcome, unable to hit Daegun Kwan. He was continuously beaten one-sidedly by Daegun Kwan. Finally, after taking who knows how many punches, Dojin Park completely lost the ability to resist. Seeing this, Daegun Kwan grabbed his head and slammed it into the ground. Everyone was stunned, not expecting Dojin Park to lose like this. Daegun Kwan then turned his gaze to Ja Ok-1 and said, thanks to this guy for warming me up. Now it's your turn, Baldy. However, behind him the fallen Dojin Park stood up again. Did I allow you to call the next person? The battle has just begun. Everyone was shocked, not expecting Dojin Park to stand up again, but Dojin Park's appearance made everyone hesitate whether to step in. Daegun Kwan helplessly said, you should wipe the blood from your mouth first. Dojin Park replied, now I know why I couldn't hit you. You saw through my fighting pattern, right? But what will you do if your body can't keep up with your mind? Sung Woo calmly said, it seems the fight is just beginning. Now Dojin Park only has the obsession with victory left. In this situation, like characters in movies, he might gain power beyond his normal limits in extreme situations. Dojin Park took a sprinting posture. Then with an explosive start, he charged toward Daegun Kwan. But the next second, he was hit in the head by Daegun Kwan's punch. What are you talking about, brat? Dojin Park was stunned. Why wasn't it following the script? Nearby, Sung Woo awkwardly said, it seems movie scenes don't happen in reality. Daegun Kwan then turned his gaze to Ja. Okay, one, I heard you're all collecting protection money from students. Are you gangsters? Who gave you permission to collect protection money? Aren't you students too? From now on, no one is allowed to collect protection money, or you'll end up like Dojin Park. On stage, Ja Ok-1 said, seems you still don't understand. Collecting protection money is just a form. It's to provide people with spiritual freedom. But before he could finish, Daegun Kwan interrupted. What kind of monk are you pretending to be, Baldy? Come down and I'll let you taste what it's like to be headbutted. Ja Ok-1 hadn't said anything yet. Nearby, Gong Young-ju couldn't sit still and cursed. Who do you think you are? At this point, the boss of the Sacred Ties calmly said, young people these days really have no manners. A mere first-year student daring to think about abolishing the tradition of collecting protection money. Never mind, I won't explain to you anymore. Let your body remember. As soon as he finished speaking, all members of the sacred ties stood up. They unhesitatingly began to surround and attack Daegun Kwan. Seeing this, Manhwa no panicked and wanted to help Daegun Kwan, but the next second, he saw a figure fly past him. Daegun Kwan said, "No need to help, just watch." These second-year small fry were no match for Daegun Kwan. In an instant, most were dealt with. Now it was Gong Myung-ju and others turned to be shocked. They didn't expect one person to be able to handle so many. Just then, someone tried to sneak up on Daegun Kwan with a bench. Manhwa no quickly warned Daegun Kwan and wanted to help, but the next second, he saw that person being slapped away. Manhwa no was stunned. What was going on? It turned out the one who acted was Dojin Park, who had stood up again. The second-year guy was furious. "What are you doing?" He tried to attack Dojin Park, but he was directly slapped away by Dojin Park. Now Dojin Park seemed like a different person, smiling ferociously at Daegun Kwan, saying, "It's not over yet." Gong Myung-ju shouted, "Are you crazy? Why are you attacking second years?" But Jao K1 noticed that Dojin Park's state was off. Daegun Kwan smiled. "No wonder I always felt you were different from others. Ordinary people couldn't last this long under my hands, so you can enter the flow state, huh?" And I was still holding back. Nearby, Sung Hun Lee fell into thought when he heard flow state. Daegun Kwan continued, "But seeing your condition, you can probably only withstand one last attack, so I'll specially show you my true strength." Manhwa no was surprised to see Daegun Kwan take a fighting stance for the first time. Hearing this, Dojin Park was a bit confused. "I don't know what you're talking about, but I feel my body is extremely light right now. In my current state, I can definitely tear you apart." And he charged at Daegun Kwan again. But Daegun Kwan wasn't worried at all, his eyes fixed on Dojin Park. Just as Dojin Park was about to reach Daegun Kwan moved second but struck first with an uppercut. The uppercut directly hit Dojin Park's chin. Dojin Park didn't even see Daegun Kwan's fist before passing out. Daegun Kwan still maintained his fighting stance. Jao K1 was shocked by this scene. How is this possible? How do I see in him what's only present in that person? The boss of the sacred ties was also stunned. What just happened? Why was there a gunshot sound? Daegun Kwan thought to himself, looks like it's finally over. Jungmin warned Daegun Kwan not to say that, in case Dojin Park got up again. But this time Dojin Park was truly finished, lying motionless on the ground. Daegun Kwan assured them, "Don't worry, that punch was probably his limit." Then Daegun Kwan turned his gaze to Dojin Park's friends, telling them to take him away. Now Jao K1 looked at Daegun Kwan and couldn't stop trembling. One leg was even shaking so much it left after images. He muttered, "How can he have the same aura as that person?" Gong Myung-ju was stunned. That person. Could it be Soo-hyuk Baek? At this point, Jao K1 was lost in memories, recalling the scene when he first met Soo-hyuk Baek. Gong Myung-ju quickly slapped Jao K1 to bring him back to reality, and asked Jao K1 what they should do now. But Jao K1 said, "It's useless. My skill level can't see through his aura, but I know no one here is his match." Now Daegun Kwan said, "From now on, no one is allowed to collect protection money. Anyone who disagrees can come down," but no one dared to move. Daegun Kwan was helpless. "Since you won't come out, I'll just pick randomly. Whoever I point to, come out." But just then, Daegun Kwan suddenly received a call from Sami Lee. As soon as he answered, he heard Sami Lee say, "From now on, please follow my instructions." Nearby, Jungmin and others were confused why Daegun Kwan was suddenly taking a call. By now, Sami Lee had finished giving instructions and said she would call back later. Daegun Kwan had to put his phone away and say, "Let's end it here for today. I have something else to do, so I'll let you off for now." Then Daegun Kwan signaled Manhwa no and others to leave. Seeing Daegun Kwan leave, everyone sighed in relief. But the next second, Daegun Kwan turned back and said, "I heard you're going to collect protection money next week. If you dare, I absolutely won't let you off." Everyone was angry but afraid to speak up. Just as Daegun Kwan opened the gym doors, he bumped into someone coming in. It was Suji Baek, who had rushed over worried about Daegun Kwan's safety. As soon as she saw Daegun Kwan, she anxiously asked, "Are you okay?" Daegun Kwan assured her he was fine. Suji Baek was stunned, but I heard there were many second years here. But the next second, Suji Baek saw people lying all over the place. Seeing this, Suji Baek asked incredulously, "Daegun Kwan, did you do all this?" But Daegun Kwan didn't answer a question, instead giving his jacket to Suji Baek to wear. Suji Baek's face immediately turned red. Though verbally resistant, she honestly took the jacket. The next second, Daegun Kwan personally put the jacket on Suji Baek. To Suji Baek, it felt like wearing a wedding dress. While Suji Baek was still lost in romantic thoughts, Jinmo suddenly brought her back to reality. "Suji, aren't you coming? We're leaving." Seeing this, Suji Baek quickly caught up. At this point, the boss of the sacred ties was speechless. What's the relationship between this transfer student and Suji Baek? This makes him even harder to deal with. Nearby, Sung Hun Lee suggested, "It seems this guy isn't someone second years can handle. Why not use his relationship with Suji Baek to involve Soo-hyuk Baek?" Manhwa no and others, who had already walked 3 kilometers, realized Myungjung Kim still hadn't come out. Daegun Kwan said, "Sorry, could you take care of Myungjung? I have something to do, so I'll go first." After leaving, according to Sami Lee's instructions, Daegun Kwan returned to the loan company. He stated that he had recently received an anonymous text message with his photo attached, but despite coming many times, he hadn't found his information. Now he could only come to confirm and personally clean things up. But the next second upon entering, Daegun Kwan saw a group of men in suits standing there. He immediately hung up the phone. Several men surrounded him and asked who he was, but Daegun Kwan just stood stood there without speaking. One man tried to slap Daegun Kwan, but the next second, Daegun Kwan suddenly acted, slapping the man away. The other men were furious and prepared to surround Daegun Kwan, but the next second, a man walked out and told everyone to stop, saying this guy was dangerous. Then the man walked up to Daegun Kwan and said, "Long time no see. How have you been recently?" Looking at the man before him, Daegun Kwan said, "I didn't expect to see you here, Huijin Park." Afterward, Daegun Kwan and Huijin Park went to the rooftop to catch up. Daegun Kwan said, "So that text message the other day was from you. I rushed over only to find everything in chaos. That was your doing too, right?" Huijin Park replied, "These guys have been investigating us behind our backs. I heard about you when I was dealing with them, and I thought it must be you who started suspecting us and digging into our background. But don't worry, only I know about this. What are you doing now? You're wearing a school uniform, right?" Daegun Kwan replied, "Do I even need to answer that? I'm in school, but don't ask too much. I have my own difficulties." Huijin Park said, "Though I don't know what you're doing, I know you're connected to that woman, Sami Lee. You'd better not trust her too much." Daegun Kwan replied, "I don't want to get involved in these complicated matters. I just want to live a normal life. Study well, graduate smoothly, get into a good university, live the ordinary life everyone lives." Then Daegun Kwan prepared to leave, telling Huijin Park, "It was nice seeing you today, but next time I won't be so friendly. Don't come and interfere with my daily life." But just then Huijin Park suddenly asked, "Daegun Kwan, are you able to focus on your studies?" Hearing this, Daegun Kwan remembered he wasn't even as good at studying as Jinmo, and immediately felt annoyed. He turned to look at Huijin Park and said fiercely, "Don't appear in front of me again." But after walking for a while, Daegun Kwan realized something strange. Huijin Park said he had already handled my information, so how did he know about my connection with Sami Lee? Since Daegun Kwan defeated Dojin Park, he entered a brief weekend break. That day, he went to the baseball stadium with Manhwa No and others to relax. Upon seeing Daegun Kwan, Manhwa No immediately took out a pen and gave it to Daegun Kwan. Seeing this, Daegun Kwan thought Manhwa No was encouraging him to study hard, but Manhwa No said, "What nonsense, this is for you to use as a weapon." After saying this, Manhwa No went into the baseball stadium ahead of him. Nearby, Yuri Park then stepped forward and held on to Daegun Kwan, saying, "Let's go up too." When they went up, they saw that Manhwa No and the others had already started playing. Seeing this, Daegun Kwan was looking forward to watching Manhwa No play baseball. After all, this guy even fought with a baseball bat. But the next second, he saw that Manhwa No didn't hit a single ball. Seeing this, Daegun Kwan couldn't help but mock, "You're playing terribly." Manhwa No immediately replied, "What's the rush? This is a new bat, I was just testing the feel. Alright, now I'll use that one." The next second, a baseball flew straight over, but this time Manhwa No hit it precisely, a perfect home run. Seeing this, Daegun Kwan was very surprised, not knowing how Manhwa No suddenly became so good. Manhwa No proudly explained, "That's thanks to the baseball technique I researched. Actually, it's very simple, you just need to do one thing, which is to look at the ball with a squint. This way, the focus of your eyes becomes blurry, and things in front of you look like two. The baseball is no exception. When the two balls overlap, that's the best timing to hit." Hearing this, Daegun Kwan was speechless. "If you want to fight in the future, just call me, for the sake of humanity's future." At this moment, Hojong suddenly stepped up and said it was his turn. The next second, a ball flew directly out. However, Hojong actually used his stomach to catch the ball. Jungmin nearby immediately asked, "What are you doing? Why aren't you hitting the ball?" Hojong immediately replied, "I'm not here to play ball, I'm here to practice my impact resistance. I, Hojong, am the man who took a punch from Daegun and remained standing, but when I saw that Park Dojin guy take so many hits and still stand, I suddenly realized that my future path is the way of endurance." Hearing this, Daegun Kwan said, "You should have said so earlier, I could have helped you," which scared Hojong into quickly dodging to one side. Then Daegun Kwan also prepared to take a few swings to show off his skills. Suddenly, two girls appeared nearby, looking at Daegun Kwan with infatuation, saying, "I really want to be disciplined by his strong arms." Hearing this, Yuri Park immediately became unhappy and glared at the two girls. The two girls weren't intimidated. "You dare glare at us, you little brat? Are you tired of living?" At this moment, several boys suddenly appeared asking, "What's going on? Who's glaring at you? Which bastard dares to mess with people from Bongyun High School?" Then they turned their gaze to Manhwa No and the others, saying, "Is it you punks? Which school are you bastards from? Don't you know we are?" But the next second, after the man saw Manhwa No's face clearly, he couldn't speak. The man instinctively protected his private parts, obviously recognizing Manhwa No. Manhwa No immediately said, "Have we met before?" "What were you about to say?" Before the man could speak, the guy in green clothes immediately cursed, "What are you saying, you bastard?" Seeing this, the man wanted to pull the green-clothed guy away from here. But the next second, the green-clothed guy got more heated. That guy glared at our Minji. Seeing this, the man seriously said to the green-clothed guy, "If you want to have children with Minji in the future, listen to me. If you mess with that red-haired guy, you might not be able to have children." Manhwa No and the others were stunned seeing this, wondering what these guys meant. At this moment, one of the girls couldn't hold back. "What are you doing? That guy just glared at me." Hearing this, Daegun Kwan turned his head, not knowing what was happening. Upon seeing Daegun Kwan, the man became even more afraid, immediately breaking into a cold sweat. He quickly pushed the green-clothed guy and was about to leave. At this point, point, it became clear that this guy seemed to be one of those who was beaten down during a previous fight with Bong Yoon. Meanwhile, Dojin Park wasn't doing well. For some reason, he was being targeted by a group of men in black. Dojin Park was also stunned, not knowing who these guys were. He thought these guys might be debt collectors. But these men in black didn't waste words with Dojin Park, they immediately tried to attack. Seeing this, Dojin Park also got angry and started fighting back, easily taking down one person. The group of men in black were stunned by this. Isn't this guy just a student? However, at this moment, Huijun Park suddenly appeared. Let me handle this guy. Dojin Park immediately felt the pressure. Who are you? This isn't your business. But Huijun Park took the same stance as Daegun Kwan and said, since you want to resist, let's make this quick. When Dojin Park saw this stance, he immediately panicked and couldn't speak. Not long after, Dojin Park was defeated. Huijun Park then said, you don't even have money. How are you going to repay us? So you'll have to pay with your body. From that day on, Dojin Park never went to school again. Since Daegun Kwan defeated Dojin Park, he had instructed Do Hyun Kim to investigate the bullying behaviors of the school bullies and report back to Daegun Kwan. This also gave Do Hyun Kim enough face in front of those school bullies. Generally, when school bullies saw Do Hyun Kim, they would be very respectful. And Do Hyun Kim, relying on Daegun Kwan's reputation, secretly established the Bully Violence Committee, gathering those who were bullied from various classes to collect evidence of the bullies' wrongdoings. However, there were no representatives from classes 7 and 8, and class 9 had no reports of school violence. Meanwhile, in class 9, someone was idly harassing other students. Faced with warnings from male classmates, he didn't care. He even mocked, you nerds, all you know is studying all day and your grades aren't even that good. At this moment, Ji-in, who was watching from the side, couldn't stand it anymore and said, if you have nothing to do, just go outside. The man didn't take it seriously and said, top student of the school, just keep studying and don't meddle. Ji-in immediately became unhappy. You're making so much noise, how are we supposed to study? The man immediately couldn't stand it anymore, you annoying bitch. If you weren't a girl, I would have beaten you up already. However, at this moment, Sung-Hun Lee suddenly appeared and said to the man, so you're here. Come out with me for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Sung-Hun Lee turned around and took the man to a corner and gave him a severe beating. You idiot! Why are you disrupting such a good study atmosphere? Stop acting like you're something special. The man was beaten so badly he didn't dare to fight back, continuously apologizing to Sung-Hun Lee. Then Sung-Hun Lee said, just get out of here. I don't want to see you today. Go home first. Sung-Hun Lee then took out his phone and made a call. Do you want to meet now? After all, there are only 3 of us left. We can still work together. Sung-Hun Lee then went to the rooftop. At the same time, Ji-Seok-yu and Do-Sik-Kwak also came there. The two knew that Daegun Kwan even dared to fight second-year students, which was very shocking, and that the second-year leader Ja Ok-won remained indifferent. Do-Sik-Kwak immediately said, what do we do now? This guy is calling for no one to collect protection fees. Ji-Seok-yu also said, that's right, we're about to collect protection fees now. We should deal with him before that. Sung-Hun Lee immediately said, Daegun Kwan is indeed strong, but he's crossed a line. Now it's like he's against the whole school. But you don't need to worry. I've already thought of a countermeasure. Daegun Kwan will be dealt with in advance. We just need to collect the protection fees according to plan. Meanwhile, at Daegun Kwan's location, Do Hyun Kim was reporting to Daegun Kwan. At this moment, Suji Baek suddenly came looking for him. She returned Daegun Kwan's clothes and explained, I accidentally got makeup on it, so I washed it. Juri Park immediately said, how would it get makeup on it if you just wore it? I think you buried your face in it and inhaled deeply. Suji Baek immediately blushed and defended, what are you talking about? But in her heart, she couldn't help but think she actually guessed it. The two women immediately started arguing. At this moment, Manhwa No asked Daegun Kwan, if those guys continue to collect protection fees, are we really going to deal with them? After all, this matter involves the interests of the third-year students. Aren't we making too big a deal out of this? Daegun Kwan replied, it's fine. This is exactly what I want. At the same time, he thought to himself, isn't this why I came to this school? Let the scene you want to see officially begin. Meanwhile, back in the classroom, Ji-Seok-yu was still contemplating whether to listen to Sung-Hun Lee and continue collecting protection fees. After all, he didn't believe he could beat Daegun Kwan, and neither could Sung-Hun Lee and Do-Sik-Kwak. But after thinking for a while, Ji-Seok-yu still decided to continue collecting protection fees. After all, there was still Sung-Hun Lee. If he wanted to survive, he would have to handle Daegun Kwan's matter well. Do-Sik-Kwak didn't think much about it. He returned to the classroom and instructed his underling to start collecting protection fees. This underling kindly reminded, Do-Sik-Kwak, do you really want to collect protection fees? Do-Sik-Kwak was displeased upon hearing this. It seems you've also heard about the transfer student not allowing protection fees. Saying this, he poured his drink on the underling's head. It's really annoying. Do you think I would lose to Daegun Kwan? Then Do-Sik-Kwak prepared to leave the classroom, stating, collect the protection fees by tomorrow. Meanwhile, Sung-Hun Lee didn't take any action. The vice class monitor couldn't help saying, I'm sorry Sung-Hun, I haven't heard you say anything about collecting protection fees. Even though I'm the vice class monitor, I can't help you much. Do you need me to collect it for you? Sung-Hun Lee replied, it's fine, after all this is the class monitor's job. Thank you for your concern, but I can tell you our class isn't planning to collect protection fees. At this time, Do-Sik-Kwak was still calling the second-year students, stating that he would collect the protection fees soon. At this moment, Sung-Hun Lee suddenly came looking for him. Do-Sik-Kwak asked, do you have something to discuss with me? Sung-Hun Lee immediately asked, have you collected the protection fees? Do-Sik-Kwak replied, I've already already started collecting and then asked, "Have you dealt with Daegun Kwan?" Sung-hun Lee immediately said, "Don't worry, just act as usual." Meanwhile, Daegun Kwan had already received news that Do-sik Kwak and Jiseok Yu were collecting protection fees. He was preparing to go to Class 8 to talk to Do-sik Kwak. Soon, Daegun Kwan arrived at Class 8 and asked, "Who is Do-sik Kwak?" A yellow-haired guy was stunned to see Daegun Kwan, not expecting him to come looking. The person next to him seemed very excited to see Daegun Kwan. At this moment, two girls said to Daegun Kwan, "Do-sik Kwak isn't here right now. What do you need him for?" Seeing this, Daegun Kwan said, "Since he's not here, forget it," and prepared to leave. Seeing Daegun Kwan about to leave, the man panicked, thinking, how can he leave just like that? At least teach the yellow-haired guy a lesson. At this moment, the two girls suddenly stopped Daegun Kwan and said, "You're so handsome, can we take a video with you?" The man was relieved to see this, thinking it could buy some time. But the next second, he saw Daegun Kwan unhesitatingly reject the girl. The man was stunned again. This guy actually rejected the goddess's request. "There's no other way, I have to do this." Then the man was seen pointing at the yellow-haired guy saying, "You're really ugly, although I don't have the right to say you're ugly, you're too disgusting. Every day you force me to tell you if you're handsome. To be honest, you're extremely ugly." The two girls were stunned by this. What's wrong with our class monitor? Has he finally gone crazy? The yellow-haired guy stared at the class monitor, who was pointing at his nose and insulting him, momentarily stunned. The next second, he burst into laughter. "You're really funny." But the next second, the yellow-haired guy's expression changed, and he stood up from the desk. "You punk, don't you know that you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want?" Seeing this, the man wasn't panicked at all. In fact, he felt extremely satisfied, finally saying what was on his mind. But the next second, the yellow-haired guy's fist landed on the man's face. The yellow-haired guy unhesitatingly started beating the man, yet the man wasn't panicked at all. He believed Daegun Kwan would save him. But the next second, he saw Daegun Kwan standing still, not moving. The man was immediately stunned. Didn't Do Hyun Kim say Daegun Kwan would deal with the school bullies? However, at this moment, Daegun Kwan was looking at the girls' phones in front of him. It turned out that the girls' phones were live streaming, and in this situation, Daegun Kwan couldn't easily teach the yellow-haired guy a lesson. But Daegun Kwan also couldn't just watch and do nothing. He then stepped forward to stop the yellow-haired guy stop hitting him. Although what he said was very offensive, it doesn't warrant going this far. Unexpectedly, the yellow-haired guy didn't give Daegun Kwan any face. "Mind your own business and get lost." At this moment, one of the girls said, "Yeonwoo Cha and the transfer student standing together look so ugly." Originally, the class monitor could have been his companion, but now he doesn't even have a companion. These words fell unfiltered into the yellow-haired guy's ears, immediately triggering him. He cursed at Daegun Kwan. "Who do you think you are? Don't meddle." Seeing this, Daegun Kwan said, "Regardless of how you look, I didn't expect you to be so bold." Saying this, Daegun Kwan directly gripped the yellow-haired guy's hands. "You really don't know how to control your emotions." Seeing this, the yellow-haired guy immediately became angry. "What are you doing, punk? Let me go immediately." Daegun Kwan then said, "I'm giving you a chance now. You'd better return to your seat and attend class properly. Otherwise, you might get your face damaged in front of these girls." At this moment, the girl said again, "Yeonwoo Cha's hands are controlled. I didn't expect him to not even be able to break free from the transfer student's fingers." Hearing this, Yeonwoo Cha became upset again. Since his hands were useless, he aimed his mouth at Daegun Kwan, intending to spit on him. The next second, Daegun Kwan slapped him, knocking Yeonwoo Cha's head to the side. But unexpectedly, this spit landed on one of the girls. In shock, the girl dropped her phone. Seeing this, Daegun Kwan thought, here's the opportunity. Without hesitation, he punched Yeonwoo Cha. With one punch, Yeonwoo Cha passed out. At this moment, Do-sik Kwak suddenly returned and asked, "Daegun Kwan, why are you here?" Daegun Kwan immediately said, "So, you're Do-sik Kwak. You weren't at the gym last week." Do-sik Kwak asked, "Did you beat up Yeonwoo Cha and the class monitor?" Daegun Kwan immediately replied, "You can assume I did." Seeing Daegun Kwan personally come looking for him, Do-sik Kwak instantly realized he had been tricked by Sung-hun Lee. Meanwhile, Sung-hun Lee had found Do Hyun Kim and expressed that he was also joining the Support Daegun Kwan Association. He directly told Do Hyun Kim, "From now on, let me lead this team as chairman." Do Hyun Kim wanted to argue, but the next second, Sung-hun Lee's expression changed as he said, "Don't you trust my abilities?" Seeing this, Do Hyun Kim immediately backed down, saying, "Sung-hun, from now on you're the chairman." Meanwhile, Daegun Kwan didn't waste words and directly said to Do-sik Kwak, "You weren't at the gym last time, so I'll give you a chance. As long as you return all the protection fees by tomorrow, this matter will be over. After all, I don't want to beat you up." Of course, Do-sik Kwak wouldn't submit, immediately saying, "That's impossible because I've already spent the money. Thanks for your suggestion, but you should just leave." Seeing this, Daegun Kwan didn't pursue it further, only saying, "I've delivered the message. You'd better change your mind by tomorrow. After all, if you want to be a performer, it wouldn't be good if your face gets injured." Hearing such threatening words, Do-sik Kwak couldn't help but laugh angrily. He immediately executed a spinning kick toward Daegun Kwan. Daegun Kwan quickly retreated and rotated to dodge it, but this kick forced him directly into the corridor outside. Do-sik Kwak immediately said, "I really don't know why everyone thinks I would lose." Daegun Kwan immediately mocked, "That's because everyone has eyes and can tell who's stronger and who's weaker." Hearing this, Do-sik Kwak no longer hesitated and charged charged straight at Dae Kwon. Du-sik Kwak's strength was indeed decent, which sparked a bit of interest in Dae Kwon, but people were constantly filming with their phones nearby. This caused Dae Kwon to be unable to concentrate. He was constantly trying to avoid being filmed. The girl filming also noticed something was off. No matter where she filmed from, she could only capture Du-sik Kwak's back. At this moment, the yellow-haired guy suddenly appeared, cheering for Du-sik Kwak. This successfully drew Dae Kwon's attention, who immediately abandoned Du-sik Kwak and charged at him. With one hand, he directly grabbed the yellow-haired guy's head. Using full strength, he threw him toward the filming girl, successfully knocking the girl down and toppling her phone. It must be said that the yellow-haired guy was quite fortunate with the ladies. Du-sik Kwak had already taken advantage of this opening to charge forward. You punk. At a time like this, you still have time to worry about others? But Dae Kwon suddenly ducked, unexpectedly avoiding this attack, then stated, "I won't hit your face." Saying this, he landed a punch directly on Du-sik Kwak's ribs. The intense pain immediately contorted Du-sik Kwak's face. Dae Kwon then followed with another punch to his abdomen. With these two punches, Du-sik Kwak fell to his knees, losing the ability to fight back. Dae Kwon immediately said, "If you don't return the protection fees by tomorrow, your face will turn into a pig's head." Hearing this, Du-sik Kwak had lost his previous temper and knelt in place without saying a word. After dealing with Du-sik Kwak, Dae Kwon set his sights on Ji-seok-yu from class 5. At this time, Ji-seok-yu still didn't know what was about to happen. He was still trying on expensive clothes bought with protection fees. At this moment, a nearby girl suddenly said that Du-sik Kwak had been beaten, and that the transfer student was coming this way. Could he be looking for you? Hearing this, Ji-seok-yu felt uneasy and realized that he and Du-sik Kwak had been set up by Sung-hoon Lee. He immediately said he had something to do and would leave early. But just as he reached the door, he saw Dae Kwon walking in. Dae Kwon immediately said, "School isn't over yet. Where are you going?" Seeing this, Ji-seok-yu looked back at his girlfriend, then said to Dae Kwon, "Let's talk outside." Ji-seok-yu then took Dae Kwon to a place where no one was around. At this point, Ji-seok-yu was still calculating ways to defeat Dae Kwon, but after thinking for a long time whether it was a sneak attack or other tactics, Ji-seok-yu felt he couldn't win against Dae Kwon. Ji-seok-yu had no choice but to reluctantly say, "You're here about the protection fees, right? Although I don't know what you want to do, I'll do whatever you say." This way, Dae Kwon easily resolved the issues with Ji-seok-yu and Du-sik Kwak. Now only class 9 and class 7 didn't have any activity, and then there were the second and third year students. Going to each one individually to ask would be too troublesome. What if they collected fees but denied it? That would be difficult. It would be nice if someone could bring all these guys to me. Meanwhile, at Sung-hoon Lee's location, he was also preparing to pack up after school. At this moment, Du-sik Kwak suddenly came looking for him, questioning, "Sung-hoon Lee, you bastard, what do you mean by this?" Sung-hoon Lee replied, "There are many people here. Do you really have to make such a scene? It's quite embarrassing." Du-sik Kwak was stunned by these words. "What are you saying, you punk? Have you gone mad?" At this moment, Ji-seok-yu also came looking for him. Sung-hoon Lee said, "I remember you two never got along well. Are the two losers planning to team up against me?" Du-sik Kwak immediately became angry hearing this. "You punk, you've really gone mad. I can handle you myself." Saying this, Du-sik Kwak charged forward, but was intercepted by Sung-hoon Lee, who kicked him in the face. One kick sent Du-sik Kwak flying. Ji-seok-yu was stunned by this, not expecting Sung-hoon Lee to be so capable. But the next second, Sung-hoon Lee's fist landed on Ji-seok-yu's face, directly making him stagger backward. Sung-hoon Lee mocked, "What are you staring at? At a time like this, you should attack directly. No wonder you're bullied everywhere." Ji-seok-yu became angry hearing this. He charged directly at Sung-hoon Lee, but all his attacks were dodged. Sung-hoon Lee seized the opportunity and restrained Ji-seok-yu, then delivered a knee kick to Ji-seok-yu's head, almost kicking him out of the classroom. But the next second, he was grabbed back by Sung-hoon Lee. Soon, Ji-seok-yu was completely defeated. Du-sik Kwak had also been knocked unconscious by that one kick. Sung-hoon Lee immediately said, "Now you know your own strength. You just need to know that I want to make Dae Kwon the boss. You don't need to worry about anything else." Meanwhile, Dae Kwon was still worrying about how to resolve the others all at once, when he suddenly noticed someone following him. Dae Kwon immediately turned into a parking lot. Before the person could follow, he quickly ran back. Then he jumped over a wall and landed behind the person. Dae Kwon stood behind the person and said, "What are you doing running to an empty parking lot?" But the next second, the person turned around, and it was actually Yarrow. Dae Kwon was also surprised and asked, "Are you following me?" Yarrow immediately said, "Actually, I originally intended to follow for a short while, but I noticed someone else was following you, so I wanted to follow and see. But that person disappeared at some point." Dae Kwon said, "Anyway, now it's you who's following me, right?" Yarrow immediately explained, "I didn't mean anything by it. It's just that you saved me last time and I couldn't find an opportunity to thank you." Dae Kwon immediately took out his phone. "If you have something to say, I'll give you my number and you can contact me later." Then Dae Kwon said, "It's getting dark. Let me walk you back." On the way back, Yarrow also took the opportunity to thank Dae Kwon. Dae Kwon said, "No need to thank me. It was my fault for accidentally involving you guys." Yarrow immediately said, "Also, Jian was very rude last time. Jian actually feels very sorry, but I can't tell you the reason. In short, she's too busy to care about much else right now, but she will apologize to you eventually. I hope you don't won't hate her. Dae Kwon immediately said, I won't. Compared to that, I actually have a question for you. I heard your class is an advanced class. What's the study atmosphere like in your class? Yaro immediately stated that initially there were a few noisy girls, but they were all disciplined by Ji-in. As for the boys, it seems Sung-Hun Lee handled it, though Yaro didn't know how he did it. By the time Dae Kwon returned home, it was completely dark. The current situation also gave Dae Kwon a headache. Since Won Kim, people have been constantly following him. Now things are getting bigger and bigger, completely beyond just kids fighting, especially with the appearance of Huijun Park, which was completely beyond his knowledge. This probably has something to do with Sami Lee, but he told me not to trust Sami Lee. The current situation is really confusing, but I don't care about these things. I just need to focus on one thing. The next day, Sung-Hun Lee found Dae Kwon. He asked, Dae Kwon, can we talk? Dae Kwon said, of course we can. I was just considering whether to talk to you with my fists. Sung-Hun Lee quickly said, I didn't collect protection fees. Then he grabbed Dae Kwon's hand and said, I think you're really amazing. Thanks to you, I don't have to collect protection fees. After all, I was previously the leader of class 9, and to protect my classmates, I had to collect protection fees while also being unable to escape the stigma of being a school bully. But I've been waiting for an opportunity. After seeing you, I feel I found this hope. So can you give me a chance to help you? Meanwhile, Do-hyun Kim still wanted to find Dae Kwon to seek justice for himself, but as soon as he entered the door, he saw Sung-Hun Lee and Dae Kwon chatting happily and was immediately stunned. Dae Kwon immediately said, you've worked hard before. From now on, your matters will be handled by him. Do-hyun Kim immediately said, Daegun, you should know he's the leader of class 9, which simply means he's a school bully. Sung-Hun Lee immediately said, are you saying that being a leader means being a school bully? By your logic, Daegun is also a school bully. Do-hyun Kim quickly shook his head, indicating that wasn't what he meant. Dae Kwon immediately said, I know what you're worried about, but after our conversation, I've already felt his sincerity. That's enough. No need to say more. You two shake hands. Sung-Hun Lee immediately stated that before formally starting, they should first gather everyone together. At this moment, on the school rooftop, Sung-Hun Lee had called over all those following Dae Kwon and was preparing to introduce everyone to the Bully Violence Committee. Jungmin and Hojong were stunned, not knowing when Dae Kwon and Sung-Hun Lee had become close. Myungjung Kim also asked what this committee was for and if they could make money. Sung-Hun Lee immediately explained that this committee didn't have much meaning. Its ultimate purpose was to catch all the school bullies and beat them up. That's basically it, though maybe I shouldn't be telling you this. Manhwa No immediately said, all of this doesn't matter, but why are you hosting? Dae Kwon said, I commissioned him. I want to abolish the evil practice of collecting protection fees in school. Sung-Hun Lee also said, I could say I'm like-minded with Daegun, and I believe I will become Daegun's right-hand man. I'm not only the leader of class 9, but also the class monitor. You should know that protection fees are usually collected by class monitors, and I have contacts with almost all classes in the school, so I know exactly which classes are collecting protection fees. So I know clearly who we need to beat up next. If Daegun is a sniper rifle, then I am the scope that helps him aim. At this moment, Jungmin suddenly said, first explain why you were with the second-year students before. Sung-Hun Lee immediately said, that was indeed a misunderstanding. I was just going to watch the excitement with them after attending a meeting with teachers and class monitors. At this point, Dae Kwon stated, don't talk about these irrelevant things, just tell us your plan directly. Sung-Hun Lee immediately stated, if we want to abolish the collection of protection fees, we can only find the third-year leader Soo-hyuk Baek. But for some reason, Soo-hyuk Baek and the third-year cadres are not at school now. So we can only deal with the second-year students first, cutting off the second-year fee collection behavior connected to the third year. This way, we can draw out the third-year guys hiding in the shadows and then catch them all at once. Of course, the matter of protection fees and dealing with scum should be separated. Have all the first-year students been taught a lesson yet? Only Sungwa-gu from class 7 is left, right? That guy is a scumbag, and he also collects protection fees. He needs to be taught a good lesson. At this point, Do-hyun Kim raised a question. I haven't heard of Sungwa-gu doing anything these days. He just focuses on sports after school and doesn't really bully students, right? Sung-Hun Lee immediately said, it seems I need to explain what he does after school. His type of evil without malice is the purest. His obsession with technique has turned him into a demon. His sports class is full of students skilled in sports, so he uses this to satisfy his desires. For example, he makes those people fight, while he analyzes on the side the different types of combat, what technical characteristics they have, and how they are applied in actual combat. Do-hyun Kim was completely confused and asked, why would he do this? Sung-Hun Lee explained, that's because he's no longer satisfied with just honing his own techniques. He wants to perfect his techniques through the blood shed by others in combat. So I guess he will be the first to come looking for Daegun. The reason is that he saw your fighting technique against Dojin Park, as well as how Dojin Park was pushed to break through his own limits. A weirdo obsessed with technique, seeing a technique he's never encountered before and an opportunity to break through limits. How could he resist? He's probably already obsessing over your fight with Dojin Park. Soon, the day passed. Manhwa No and the others were walking together when Jungmin suddenly looked back and said, I really don't know why I dislike Sung-Hun Lee so much. I always feel like this guy is particularly sneaky, Manhwa No immediately said. But Sung-Hun Lee wasn't wrong. He can indeed help Dagon Kwan. Jungmin immediately said, I know all this, but it still feels strange. Anyway, let Dagon do what he wants. Meanwhile, Sung-Hun Lee went to the second-year territory to find the leader of the second-year bully gang. Sung-Hun Lee immediately asked, how's it going? Have you seen Soo Hyuk Baek? The leader of the bully gang sighed. Can't see him. Sung-Hun Lee immediately said, I told you earlier that you wouldn't find him. That guy's mind is now focused on studying other things. He hasn't been to school for a long time. The man immediately asked, forget about him for now. What's your plan? Tell me about it. Sung-Hun Lee immediately said, don't worry, everything is under my control. I'll give you a signal after some time. You just need to prepare everything before then. After all, we're about to face a storm. Meanwhile, at Songhwa-gu's location, it was indeed as Sung-Hun Lee had described. He was directing his classmates to fight each other, while sitting on the side recording something. But at this moment, Songhwa-gu felt it was meaningless. Now it's just like studying the physical condition of ordinary people. Someone nearby said, they're not ordinary people. We're studying our class's sports specialists. What's wrong with you? You've been off since last time. At this point, Songhwa-gu stood up and stopped those who were fighting, and then gathered all the top 10 sports specialists. Soon, a group of people gathered in front of Songhwa-gu. Songhwa-gu immediately asked a person named Iku Bei, what did you feel when I choked you unconscious last time? Did you feel your limits? Or did you have a feeling of transcending something? It seems you didn't feel anything, but it doesn't matter. Next, you will play a special role. Songhwa-gu, in order to better observe Dagon Kwan's fighting techniques, deliberately had his classmates pretend to be beaten up, and then had them message Sung-Hun Lee saying they were being bullied, who would then message Dagon Kwan to come to their rescue. And after receiving the message, Sung-Hun Lee immediately notified Dagon Kwan. Dagon Kwan received Sung-Hun Lee's message and rushed to the scene right away. But then Sung-Hun Lee called saying he had something to do and might arrive late. Yet Sung-Hun Lee actually arrived before Dagon Kwan and was already positioned at a perfect vantage point to see Dagon Kwan and Songhwa-gu's group. When Dagon Kwan was on the phone with Sung-Hun Lee, Do Hyun Kim was standing beside him and immediately told Manhwa No and others about the situation. They all rushed to the abandoned construction site. Just as Dagon Kwan arrived at the construction site, Songhwa-gu, hiding in the shadows, spotted him. By the time Dagon Kwan arrived, everyone was still enthusiastically acting out their roles, though it was tough for the student pretending to be beaten up, as they were really getting hit. Dagon Kwan randomly called out to the group, you guys really know how to pick a spot, huh? As it happens, I like places like this too, where no one will discover us no matter how much fighting goes on. But after looking around, Dagon Kwan realized there was no sign of Songhwa-gu. However, Dagon Kwan wasn't in a hurry. He figured once he took down all these guys, Songhwa-gu would naturally appear. Meanwhile, Songhwa-gu was hiding in the shadows with binoculars to observe, while a boy next to him asked why he was doing this. Songhwa-gu explained, ordinary people can't break through their limits, only the chosen ones can. The boy then said, these guys may be second only to us in class 7, but are they really that strong? Songhwa-gu replied, no, they'll be defeated soon. What I'm looking forward to is collecting Dagon Kwan's fighting techniques through them and making myself stronger. Just then, a voice came from behind them. You're really a bastard, using your own friends as sacrifices. Surprisingly, it was Sangbo Shim. Sangbo Shim asked, am I late? Songhwa-gu replied, just in time. Meanwhile, Dagon Kwan had prepared himself for a group fight, but only one person stepped forward, ready to face Dagon Kwan one-on-one. According to Songhwa-gu's introduction, this guy was a mobile boxer like Sangbo Shim. He said Sangbo Shim lost to Dagon Kwan because he didn't understand his opponent well enough, and Dagon Kwan had already learned about him from Manhwa number. Sangbo Shim agreed with Songhwa-gu's insight and confidently claimed he wouldn't lose to Dagon Kwan under equal conditions. Songhwa-gu then said, so today is the opportunity for revenge that I've prepared for you. Let's watch for now. At this point, the boy next to him was confused, as Songhwa-gu surely knew about Dojin Park's situation. So this Sangbo Shim guy definitely wouldn't be a match for Dagon Kwan. Meanwhile, Dagon Kwan was ready to fight. He immediately recognized the man as a mobile boxer. The man didn't waste words with Dagon Kwan and charged forward with one step. Such an attack naturally couldn't hit Dagon Kwan. The man's familiar attack style reminded Dagon Kwan of Sangbo Shim. With just a slight counter, he forced the man back. Then he stepped forward and landed a kick on the man, making the man stagger. Then Dagon Kwan landed another punch on the man. It took merely 2.5 seconds to defeat him. Then Dagon Kwan took off his jacket and set his sights on everyone else. Shouldn't the PE specialist class be the strongest? But this is too disappointing. Let's end this quickly, I don't have much time to play with you. After saying that, Dagon Kwan charged forward, landing a punch on the lucky guy in front. Seeing this, everyone rushed toward him at once. But these people were no match for Dagon Kwan like moths to a flame. They rushed toward Dagon Kwan, and were easily taken down one by one by Dagon Kwan. In less than 2.5 minutes, Dagon Kwan had dealt with almost everyone. Only one person remained standing motionless. Seeing everyone defeated, this man finally prepared to make his move. Seeing this, Dagon Kwan said, I had some expectations for you guys, but these people are too weak. I hope you're different from them. At this point, Sangbo Shim on the building across was stunned, unable to tell if the opponents were too weak or if Dagon Kwan was just that strong. Then Songhwa-gu reminded him, watch this last guy carefully, you should know him too. He's the strongest in class 7 apart from me, and unlike you, he's a speed-type boxer. But Songhwa-gu never expected to be proven wrong in the next second. The man had already rushed quickly toward Dagon Kwan, but in the next second, Dagon Kwan moved even faster, reaching the man first. Then he landed a punch on the man's face. With just one punch, the man was sent flying. After taking this punch, the man actually passed out. Seeing this, Dagon Kwan sighed. I thought there might be something different, but it's all the same. Then Dagon Kwan began to interrogate them about Songhwa Gu's whereabouts. At this time, Manhwa No and others had also arrived at the construction site. Jungmin was questioning why Sung-hoon Lee only notified Dae Gun and not them. Hearing this, Manhwa No fell into deep thought, but couldn't do anything about it. Suddenly Jungmin spotted Sung-hwa Gu's position. They didn't waste any more time, and prepared to go find Sung-hwa Gu. Meanwhile, at Sung-hwa Gu's location, Sang-bo Shim was preparing to take action himself, after seeing Dae Gun defeat everyone. Sung-hwa Gu wanted to warn Sang-bo Shim, but Sang-bo Shim wouldn't listen. At this point, Sang-bo Shim was deceiving himself. It must be because these guys are too weak. This time I'm prepared, and his fighting style isn't fully developed yet. He has good judgment, but you can tell he hasn't had formal training. Just as Sang-bo Shim went downstairs, he ran into Manhwa No and his group. Seeing Sang-bo Shim, Manhwa No stepped forward and demanded, "What are you doing here?" Seeing this, Sang-bo Shim taunted, "What are you useless people doing here? If you don't want to get beaten up, get lost." Manhwa No then said, "Looks like you're also planning to go after Dae Gun." Hearing this, Sang-bo Shim mocked, "Looks like you guys are close, huh? How's it been, running errands for him? You guys are right, I'm going to beat up Dae Gun now, and after I take him down, you'll be my sandbags." Hearing this, Manhwa No laughed, "You're dreaming. Even if you're lucky enough to beat Dae Gun, you're no match for me anymore." Sang-bo Shim suddenly remembered the feeling of being dominated by Manhwa No before, and angrily said, "You should know that was unsportsmanlike." Manhwa No then said, "So what? I'm different outside of school than I am inside." Sang-bo Shim then mocked, "Just a stupid idiot who knows how to swing weapons around. Let me warm up by taking you down first." Seeing this, Jungmin and Hojong wanted to team up with Manhwa No to deal with him. But Manhwa No said it wasn't necessary, we should still have some dignity. I'll handle him myself. In the next second, Sang-bo Shim rushed forward with a quick step. His speed almost shocked Manhwa No. He quickly stabbed forward with the pen in his hand, but Sang-bo Shim dodged it with a sidestep. Then Sang-bo Shim landed a punch on Manhwa No's ribs. With this hit, Manhwa No was temporarily at a disadvantage. Facing Sang-bo Shim's storm-like attacks, he had no chance to counterattack. In desperation, Manhwa No quickly swung the pen in his hand, forcing Sang-bo Shim back. But Sang-bo Shim charged forward again and gave Manhwa No another punch. Manhwa No hurriedly swung the pen in his hand to counterattack, but all were dodged by Sang-bo Shim with a stride. After the stride, Sang-bo Shim delivered a charged punch to Manhwa No. This cycle repeated countless times. Sang-bo Shim couldn't help but mock him. With such childish moves, you think you can defeat me? I'm having a hard time here. Standing on the high platform, Sung-hoon Lee was confused by this. Is Manhwa No really that stupid? It's obvious his attacks are meaningless. The swinging motion of the pen was too wide. Before it could hit Sang-bo Shim, he would already be hit by Sang-bo Shim first. At this point, Manhwa No seemed to realize this too and changed his attack strategy, but Sang-bo Shim moved too fast, making it hard to hit him. In the next second, Manhwa No suddenly kicked, hitting Sang-bo Shim's lower leg. This kick successfully made Sang-bo Shim step back a few steps. Then Sang-bo Shim said, "This scene is so familiar. This is how Dae Gun defeated me back then. Unfortunately, your strength is far less than Dae Gun's. This kick didn't affect me at all, but my fists are different for you." But in the next second, Sang-bo Shim suddenly felt a sharp pain in his hand. The next second, Manhwa No rolled up his sleeve, revealing both arms covered in watches. "I'm very sensitive about time, so it's normal to wear several watches, right?" Seeing this, Sang-bo Shim charged forward again. "You're a real psycho." Manhwa No tried to use the same technique to attack Sang-bo Shim, but unfortunately Sang-bo Shim detected it beforehand and charged forward first. Then he landed a punch on Manhwa No. Manhwa No entered the beaten state again. Sang-bo Shim couldn't help but mock, "You're still as weak as ever." Meanwhile, Jungmin and Hojong had reached the upper floor. Sung-hwa Gu was a bit confused about how they found him, then said, "Are you looking for Dae Gun? He's on the building across." Hearing this, they were about to call Dae Gun to tell him Sung-hwa Gu's location. The man beside Sung-hwa Gu charged forward. A flying kick aimed at Jungmin, who was about to make the call, directly kicking Jungmin away. Then he landed steadily on the ground. Then with a turn, he kicked back Hojong. Then said, "You don't need to call Dae Gun. We've finished our business today." Suddenly being ambushed, Hojong was completely furious, cursing, "Bastard, what are you trying to do?" But the man said, "It's useless to tell you. Once you're knocked out, you won't remember anything." Hearing this, Hojong wasn't convinced. "Am I someone you can just knock out whenever you want?" At this point, Sung-hwa Gu said, "Sang-bo Shim's battle is almost over. Let's hurry up." The man immediately said, "Don't worry, dealing with a big idiot like him is my specialty." At this time, the battle between Manhwa No and Sang-bo Shim was also nearing its end. Manhwa No gripped the pen in his hand tightly and said, "It's time to end this." Hearing this, Sang-bo Shim sneered, "I don't plan to end it yet." Then he charged forward again. Manhwa No hurriedly swung the pen in his hand, forcing Sang-bo Shim back. Sang-bo Shim saw an opportunity and was about to counterattack, but in the next second, he was kicked in the ribs by Manhwa No. Seeing this, Sang-bo Shim sneered, "Have you forgotten that your kicks have no power at all?" But in the next second, a sharp pain came, making Sang-bo Shim fall to his knees. This stunned Sang-bo Shim. "What's going on?" Manhwa No then said, "Did you really think I'm that stupid? This time I kicked you with my toe, and I'm wearing very hard Martin boots. I can't even imagine how painful this kick is. No matter what, I win this time, which means you can't beat Dae Gun. Kwan. Seeing this, Sang Bo-shim said, "Don't joke around, it's not over yet." And seeing this, Manhwa no was about to go for another kick, scaring Sang Bo-shim into begging for mercy. But in the next second, a wave of pain still hit his brain. At this time, Manhwa no was also heavily injured, almost losing his ability to move. Just as Manhwa no was worried about Jungmin and Hojong, Daegun Kwan suddenly appeared here and asked, "Manhwa no, what are you doing here?" Meanwhile, at Sung Woo-gu's location, seeing Sang Bo-shim defeated, he felt a pity that he couldn't see the second round between Sang Bo-shim and Daegun Kwan. Then he prepared to leave with his friend. But turning around, he found the man still fighting with Hojong. No matter how the man attacked, he couldn't knock down Hojong, who took this opportunity to send a text message to Daegun Kwan. Seeing this, Sung Woo-gu walked over. "Don't tell me you're deliberately dragging this out." The man quickly explained, "This guy has something, my attacks can't knock him down." Sung Woo-gu then said, "That's because your attacks are ineffective." Saying this, he grabbed Hojong, who was still texting, and said, "When dealing with someone with strong resistance to hits, you must find a way to cause effective damage." Saying this, he lifted Hojong by the waist, then performed a shoulder throw, slamming him heavily to the ground. Only with this did Hojong fall into temporary unconsciousness. The man next to him said, "This guy is really tough. It's definitely not because I'm weak that I couldn't knock him down." After saying this, he turned his gaze to Jungmin, only to find that Jungmin had already woken up. Seeing this, the man rushed over, wanting to knock out Jungmin again. But in the next second, someone suddenly appeared and kicked the man away. Then the newcomer went up and gave the man a punch, knocking him out. Jungmin was stunned by this scene. In the next second, the person turned around, and it was actually Sung-hun Lee. Sung-hun Lee then said, "Why did you guys come? I didn't call you." Jungmin immediately explained, "Of course, because we're concerned about Daegun Kwan's safety." Sung-hun Lee immediately interrupted Jungmin, "That's exactly why I didn't call you. You're so weak you'll just get in the way." Jungmin was speechless for a moment, then asked, "Where's Daegun Kwan now? If what you say is true..." Jungmin hadn't finished. When he saw Daegun Kwan supporting Manhwa no coming up, Daegun Kwan then said, "Are you guys having a party without me?" Sung-hun Lee then said, "Looks like Sung Woo-gu is up to something." Daegun Kwan then set his gaze on Sung Woo-gu, asking, "What's the situation now?" Sung Woo-gu didn't hide anything and said directly, "Nothing, just called the top 10 from our class, led you here for a fight, and analyzed your combat information. Now I've collected enough, I'll organize this information and make an appointment later." Daegun Kwan naturally wouldn't let him go, saying, "Don't even think about leaving. Today is your death day." Seeing this, Sung Woo-gu understood he couldn't leave, and said, "Then let's change the location. I also want to fight you." Seeing this, Daegun Kwan couldn't help but sigh, "You're really troublesome." Sung Woo-gu was confused. "Don't you prefer a spacious venue? And I'll use grappling techniques based on your wrestling." But in the next second, Daegun Kwan's shoe flew towards Sung Woo-gu. After catching it, Sung Woo-gu was stunned. "What are you doing?" But Daegun Kwan kicked his other shoe over too. It flew directly into Sung Woo-gu's face. "Too much talk. Come on, let's go." "As you wish." In the next second, Sung Woo-gu took a fighting stance. "I hope you'll use all your strength to fight me." In the next second, Sung Woo-gu charged toward Daegun Kwan. He swung a punch at Daegun Kwan, but this was just Sung Woo-gu's feint. His goal was to grab Daegun Kwan's legs for a takedown. Daegun Kwan was about to dodge when he saw Sung Woo-gu swing another punch, but this was also a feint. Fortunately, Daegun Kwan reacted quickly and dodged. After missing a hit, Sung Woo-gu didn't give up and attacked Daegun Kwan again. Seeing this, Daegun Kwan was stunned. "Didn't you say you were going to use grappling techniques? Why do you keep attacking?" At this point, Manhwa no watching from the side couldn't help but sigh. Sung Woo-gu's destructive power from his abnormal physique, plus such aggressive attacks, makes him an absolutely formidable offensive fighter. At this point, Sung Woo-gu's companion had woken up and said Sung Woo-gu was an MMA fighter who could use all fighting techniques. This means he's an all-around fighter proficient in both offensive and grappling techniques. So there's no suspense in this fight. No matter how skilled Daegun Kwan is without his offensive ability, before he could finish, he saw Daegun Kwan's fist gently caressing Sung Woo-gu's face. Then Sung Woo-gu happily flew out. The man was stunned seeing this. But at this point, Sung Woo-gu still wasn't panicking and said, "I know you haven't used your full strength. Similarly, I haven't used my best style either." Seeing this, Daegun Kwan slowly approached Sung Woo-gu. "I suddenly want to let you try because I'm quite curious about the technique you mentioned. I heard your close combat is a bit stronger, so I'll get closer to you and try." Hearing this, Sung Woo-gu paused for a moment, saying, "I really appreciate your confidence. Then I won't hold back. The technique I mentioned that can instantly throw an opponent to the ground is the judo back throw." After saying this, Sung Woo-gu charged forward, but in the next second, he took a solid punch from Daegun Kwan. Daegun Kwan then grabbed Sung Woo-gu's arm, then gripped Sung Woo-gu's head, and smoothly threw Sung Woo-gu to the ground. Sung Woo-gu was confused for a moment, but then realized it doesn't matter who gets thrown down. Then Sung Woo-gu's legs suddenly lifted up, ready to lock Daegun Kwan. However, Daegun Kwan didn't care at all, directly raising his fist and striking down at Sung Woo-gu. One punch made Sung Woo-gu stop his movement. Then Daegun Kwan jumped back, and Sung Woo-gu immediately panicked, guessing that Daegun Kwan was preparing to attack him with his knee. If he got hit, it would be over. Then with his legs, he kicked Daegun Kwan away. Then Sung Woo-gu charged forward again, swinging his fist. But this punch was just a diversion. Then Sung Woo-gu deliberately deliberately fell to the ground, directly entangling Daegeun-kwan's legs, but just as he was about to exert force to take Daegeun-kwan down, he was kicked away by Daegeun-kwan. The bystanders were stunned. Songhwa-gu weighs around 90 kilograms, and he was just kicked away like that? Daegeun-kwan couldn't help but mock. Are you here to sweep the floor? You keep rolling around. At this point, Songhwa-gu realized that Daegeun-kwan had been countering by instinct. Thinking of this, Songhwa-gu charged forward again. In terms of technique, I won't lose to anyone. But he was quickly punched in the kidney by Daegeun-kwan. However, his attacks could never hit Daegeun-kwan, let alone the idea of taking Daegeun-kwan down. But Songhwa-gu didn't give up on trying to grab Daegeun-kwan. After 81 attempts, he finally caught Daegeun-kwan and successfully brought Daegeun-kwan to the ground. But Daegeun-kwan wasn't panicked at all, even waiting for Songhwa-gu's next move. In Songhwa-gu's eyes, he had the upper hand, as if the person being pinned down was Daegeun-kwan. But soon he found something wrong. Even though he shook Daegeun-kwan's center of gravity with his legs, he still couldn't completely flip Daegeun-kwan over. He was always interrupted by Daegeun-kwan's punch at the critical moment. He finally caught one of Daegeun-kwan's arms, but was hit by Daegeun-kwan's other fist on his arm, causing the entire arm to lose strength. Realizing something was wrong, Songhwa-gu wanted to kick Daegeun-kwan away again. But this time, Daegeun-kwan dodged. Then what Songhwa-gu faced were fists like a downpour. Finally, after who knows how long, Songhwa-gu was completely defeated by Daegeun-kwan, and Daegeun-kwan and his group had already left the construction site. From now on, Daegeun-kwan was the undisputed first-year boss. At this point, Songhwa-gu also reminded, Daegeun-kwan, you should be clear, being just the first-year boss isn't enough. This is just the beginning. So tomorrow, let's go deal with the second years. Meanwhile, at Suji Baek's room, she suddenly received a call from Jiseokyu. Jiseokyu said to meet up. He had something to ask her. At this point, Jiseokyu remembered a scene from earlier that day. Sung-hoon Lee had come to him asking about Soo-hyuk Baek. He asked some questions about Suji Baek's preferences, asking him to ask Suji Baek where her brother Soo-hyuk Baek had gone. Although Jiseokyu didn't want to follow Sung-hoon Lee's orders, he couldn't beat him, so he had to come ask Suji Baek. At this time, two girls nearby saw Jiseokyu. One of them was the girl who was always following Jiseokyu. The two came over to chat with Jiseokyu. Just then, Suji Baek walked out and asked, "Didn't you say you'd be alone?" Jiseokyu then said, "I just ran into them on the way." A girl nearby said, "What's this girl's relationship with him? And she's dressed so skimpily." In the next second, Suji Baek stared at her and said, "Shut up and take your hand out of your pocket." Seeing this, Jiseokyu quickly stepped forward and said, "All right, I didn't call you out to be fierce." But Suji Baek directly shook off Jiseokyu's arm, then set her gaze on the girl and said, "Didn't you hear what I said?" Seeing this, the girl was intimidated. She subconsciously took her hand out of her pocket. Then Suji Baek pulled Jiseokyu away. Then Jiseokyu asked where Soo-hyuk Baek was now, saying he hadn't seen him for a long time. Suji Baek then said, "I don't know either. He said he'd be away for about a month this time. Being away for so long, if the light bulb at home breaks, I can't fix it." Jiseokyu then said, "That is quite long, but for fixing a light bulb." Before he could finish, he was interrupted. Suji Baek said, "Let me warn you, don't think about going after Daegeun-kwan. You're not trying to get my brother to deal with Daegeun-kwan, are you?" Hearing this, Jiseokyu was immediately displeased. "Don't tell me you've fallen for Daegeun-kwan. Didn't you used to hate him?" Hearing this, Suji Baek was embarrassed and angry. "What are you talking about?" Then Jiseokyu said, "You don't need to worry. This guy is now the boss of the first years." Hearing this, Suji Baek was stunned for a moment. Meanwhile, at the office of the chairman, a patrolling security guard found a suspicious person, and this person turned out to be Min-soo Kim. Seeing that he was a student, the security guard escorted Min-soo Kim out. After leaving, Min-soo Kim took out his phone and made a call, and the person on the other end was actually Sami Lee. After hearing Min-soo Kim's report, Sami Lee couldn't help but sigh, "This action is too fast." The next day, when Daegeun-kwan arrived at school, the entire first year knew that Daegeun-kwan had become the boss. After arriving at school, Daegeun-kwan immediately went to find Sung-hoon Lee. Jinmo and others also immediately came over. But seeing Daegeun-kwan discussing things with Sung-hoon Lee, they didn't dare to disturb. At this time, Suji Baek suddenly walked in. "Don't think you're so great just because you became the boss. You're just the boss of the first years now." However, Daegeun-kwan didn't pay attention to Suji Baek. This angered Suji Baek, who went forward and grabbed Daegeun-kwan's collar, but accidentally pulled off a button, revealing solid muscles. Seeing this, Suji Baek immediately blushed. "I didn't mean to undress you." Daegeun-kwan looked down and didn't argue with Suji Baek but asked, "Do you have something to find me for?" Suji Baek immediately resumed her arrogant expression and said, "Of course I have business with you otherwise. Do you think I'm that free? You should know that I'm the queen here, right? Since you've become the boss, you should come and greet me first." Sung-hoon Lee nearby laughed. "According to tradition, after becoming the boss, you should indeed greet the bosses of the second and third years, but that has nothing to do with you, right?" Hearing this, Suji Baek blushed again, saying quietly, "You're the king of the first years, so it's only natural to greet the queen, right?" Jinno interjected at this point. "Daegeun-kwan is the king, Suji Baek is the queen, so what's their relationship?" Hearing this, Suji Baek went up and punched Jinmo. "Are you crazy? You're bringing this up?" Although Suji Baek appeared angry on the surface, she was secretly delighted, fully agreeing with what Jinmo had just said. After hitting him, Suji Baek took out her phone and said, "Give me your phone number. Don't misunderstand, I want your number so I can boss you around. Seeing this, Daegun Kwan had to give Suji Baek his phone number. After getting the number, Suji Baek left. Sung-Hun Lee nearby pondered this scene thoughtfully. Then he told Daegun Kwan, it's time to set out. As Suji Baek said, go greet the seniors, and the greeting time is limited, so be serious this time when fighting, don't treat them like monkeys. Soon, Daegun Kwan arrived at the second year's territory. At this time, the second years didn't know what they were about to face. Seeing Daegun Kwan, they directly blocked him, and Daegun Kwan didn't waste words either, going straight for a punch. The bald guy in front didn't even know what happened, before being punched away by Daegun Kwan. You are Jaegil-oh from the second year gang followers of the Middle Way. I'm here to greet you. The others were immediately angered, not expecting Daegun Kwan to come to the second year to cause trouble. But Daegun Kwan didn't waste words, taking care of these small fry with a few punches and kicks. Jaegil-oh of the followers of the Middle Way said, do you know who I am? How dare you lay hands on me? Daegun Kwan then took out his phone and looked. Jaegil-oh, third in command of the followers of the Middle Way, collects protection money from students, often extorts and beats others. You've committed quite a few offenses. Didn't I say no more collecting protection money? Hearing this, Jaegil-oh charged forward. Don't be too arrogant. You first year dare to command us second years? But in the next second, he was kicked in the lower leg knee. Then his bald head was grabbed and slammed against the wall. You guys really don't listen. The student being bullied by Jaegil-oh and others was stunned. This guy just one-shot Jaegil-oh. Daegun Kwan then turned and asked, are you okay? The man was stunned for a moment. Why is he asking me? Is he concerned about me? Just then, another member of the followers of the Middle Way came in. As soon as he entered, he saw Jaegil-oh taken down by Daegun Kwan. The man was immediately angered. He actually took out a utility knife. In the next second, he charged toward Daegun Kwan. You should have given a heads up if you were coming. At least let me sharpen my knife. Seeing this, Daegun Kwan directly grabbed a chair nearby and smashed it toward the man. Even if you sharpened it, so what? Keep it for cutting craft paper. Before the man could react, Daegun Kwan kicked the man's abdomen, directly kicking him out of the classroom. Daegun Kwan calmly walked to the man. Under everyone's gaze, he gave the man another kick. This commotion quickly attracted onlookers in the corridor. Seeing this, Daegun Kwan said, all members of the second year followers of the Middle Way, come out. The surrounding people were immediately angered. You haven't even grown up and you're going crazy? This is the second year's territory. Saying this, many people rushed toward Daegun Kwan. But Daegun Kwan wasn't worried at all. These people were like ants in his eyes. With just one punch, he knocked a man to the ground. Then Daegun Kwan entered the classroom again. A chorus of wails immediately sounded from inside. The next second, someone was thrown out. Not long after, Daegun Kwan walked out of class 2-2 unharmed. He turned and went to class 2-3. Next is class 3. The people in class 3 also attacked Daegun Kwan immediately upon seeing him. Unfortunately, they lacked strength and were resolved in less than 3 rounds by Daegun Kwan. One of them panicked, quickly taking out his phone to message Gongmyeong-ju and Ja-ok-1. The next second, Daegun Kwan appeared in front of the man. Baldy, are you also from the followers of the Middle Way? The man immediately broke into a cold sweat. Are you texting Gongmyeong-ju now? That's right, you should have done this earlier. Get all your bald squad members over here. At this time, on the other side, Min-soo Kim suddenly received a call from Sa-mi Lee, asking about the progress of Daegun Kwan's school bully assignment. Min-soo Kim said that now it was the second year's turn, but it should take longer than the first year's. After all, the second year's order was already stable, unlike the first year's who hadn't elected a boss yet. Compared to the first year's, the second year's were more like a gang acting together. Indeed, at this time in the second year area, Gongmyeong-ju had already brought people to find Daegun Kwan. As soon as he entered, he saw Daegun Kwan enjoying a massage service. You guys are too late. Is everyone here? Seeing this, Gongmyeong-ju was furious. How dare you attack the second years? Daegun Kwan said nonchalantly. Don't just stand there, come in. Gongmyeong-ju then walked into the classroom. It seems I, as a second year senior, need to teach you how to behave. With a compassionate heart, I'll send you to the afterlife. After he finished, the people beside Gongmyeong-ju all charged forward. Daegun Kwan calmly hugged a fat guy nearby. Then he used the fat guy as a shield in front of him, scaring the fat guy into a cold sweat. In the next second, Daegun Kwan punched a man in the kidney. The intense pain immediately made the man fall to his knees. The people charging from behind quickly stopped. One of the men was about to jump up, but in the next second, a figure flew past in front of him. Then the man was grabbed by the collar by Daegun Kwan. Then with one punch, the man was sent flying. Gongmyeong-ju nearby became anxious. Bunch of idiots. Who told you to stand in a line and fight him one by one? If the path is blocked, flip the tables and get him. But Daegun Kwan was faster, kicking a table. The man on the table immediately lost balance and was about to fall. Daegun Kwan quickly went forward and supported him with his fist, then kindly threw him to his companions. Gongmyeong-ju became anxious and quickly had others go around through the back door. But as soon as the man ran to the back door, he was startled. The next second, the man flew out and crashed into his companion. Then Daegun Kwan stuck his head out, grabbed the remaining person, pulled him in front of himself while another person swung a chair at Daegun Kwan. Both men were startled by this, but the one with the chair couldn't stop. Then the man brought the chair down, successfully taking out his own teammate. Daegun Kwan took the opportunity to kick the man. Having just dealt with these guys, he looked up to see many more people charging in. Unfortunately, no matter how many there were, none could harm Daegun Kwan in the slightest. Gongmyeong-ju on the platform was about to wet himself from fear. This guy was too terrifying and formidable incredible was no longer sufficient to describe him. Facing so many people's attacks, he could not only come up with quick countermeasures, but also use the surrounding terrain and objects to turn group fights into one-on-ones. He could easily handle various situations. If he could truly control everything in battle, then no matter how many people came, it would be the same, unless there were enough to exhaust his stamina. But for a first year to cause the second year's total defeat was already unbelievable. So now, they had to win this battle by any means necessary, or the followers of the middle way would lose all face, even if these methods deviated from the middle way. In the next second, Gong Yongju took out a utility knife from his pocket and charged forward. But in the next second, Gong Yongju froze in place. At this moment, he seemed to have a hallucination before his eyes. A soul-like entity appeared before him. Seeing this, Gong Yongju instinctively rubbed his eyes. But in the next second, he saw Daegun Kwan already standing in front of him. Gong Yongju was startled. His speech became slurred. "Who are you exactly? What was that thing above you just now?" Daegun Kwan raised his fist. "I don't know what you're talking about, but you took off your glasses, which means you want to taste my fist." Before Gong Yongju could react, the fist was already in front of his eyes. One punch directly sent Gong Yongju flying. Meanwhile, Manhwa No and others had just learned about Daegun Kwan going to challenge the second years. They hurriedly ran toward the second year floor. On the other side, Suji Baek had also learned about this from Jinmo. She quickly pulled Jinmo, asking him to take her there to save Daegun Kwan. But by the time they arrived, Daegun Kwan had already finished fighting. Daegun Kwan looked at the information on his phone. "The one I just dealt with is Gong Yongju, so only the second year boss Ja OK1 is left. I really hope he comes soon." But Daegun Kwan was still waiting for Ja OK1 to appear, when, unexpectedly, the teacher arrived first. And surprisingly, the teacher was Min-Soo Kim, specifically called over. His purpose was to delay Daegun Kwan's progress in dealing with the second-year students. As expected, the teacher called Daegun Kwan to the office to criticize him. At this moment, Chairman Lee suddenly appeared in the office. The teacher quickly bowed in greeting, while Chairman Lee spoke to Daegun Kwan, asking how he was doing in school, and if everything was going smoothly. The teacher was stunned, never expecting that Chairman Lee knew Daegun Kwan. At this point, Chairman Lee turned his gaze to the teacher and said, "Teacher Lee, let's have a chat." The scene cuts to the teacher with his head bowed to the floor, with Chairman Lee pointing a golf club at his head saying, "How could you boss Daegun Kwan around just because he has no money? Education requires nurturing with love. In the future, be nicer to Daegun Kwan. Do you understand my meaning?" Daegun Kwan watched in confusion, wondering what was going on. After sending the teacher away, Chairman Lee turned to Daegun Kwan. "We met before in the project meeting room, but this should be our first official meeting. Come and chat with me." Meanwhile, in the second year, Ja OK1 had appeared, looking at her fallen companions from the gang followers of the middle way. Ja OK1 immediately became furious and asked what happened. The man behind her said it was done by the first-year student Daegun Kwan. "I was somewhere else, so I'm fine. But where were you? When the boss wasn't around, everyone got beaten up like this." Ja OK1 then said, "I went to see Senior Soo Hyuk back. Don't you know?" Hearing this, the man muttered, "So he might have known you weren't here, but there's no spy among us. How could he possibly know?" At this point, Ja OK1 was preparing to leave. The man quickly asked what he was going to do. "I need to find a quiet place to think about what that guy is up to." Meanwhile, at Daegun Kwan's location, Chairman Lee explained, "The school bully management project was Sami Lee's idea. Having a school bully deal with other bullies, how childish, right? But I found it interesting, so I agreed to this project. However, the progress has been so slow that I almost forgot about it. Men should fight and compete. Only by climbing to the top through any means can you prove your worth. A man like you should understand what I mean. Just take out all those school bullies." Daegun Kwan then asked, "What about the doors and windows I broke?" Chairman Lee replied, "Don't worry about such trivial matters. Who do you think owns Golden Dragon High School? Doesn't it say I'm the chairman? Everything here belongs to me." Meanwhile, on Manhwa No and his group's side, Jungmin was hungry and headed to the school store to buy some food. But as soon as he opened the classroom door, someone blocked his way. It was Ja OK1 who had come looking for them. Jungmin was so scared he couldn't speak and said, "You seem to be smoking." But the next second, Ja OK1 struck, punching Jungmin in the abdomen. Manhwa No and Hojung quickly rushed over when they saw this. Ja OK1 threw Jungmin aside and walked towards the two, saying, "Sow good, reap good. Sow evil, reap evil. The consequences of your actions is called karma, and what I'm about to do is Daegun Kwan's karma." Manhwa No and Hojung quickly grabbed their weapons. Facing the second-year boss, the two had no confidence. Manhwa No said, "We can't run away, so let's attack with the 2V formation A." With that, the two charged forward. But the next second, Ja OK1 suddenly accelerated and bypassed Manhwa No. Using the momentum of the charge, she grabbed Hojung from behind, then violently slammed Hojung to the ground. Seeing this, Manhwa No quickly raised his crowbar and charged. The crowbar hit Ja OK1 solidly, but Manhwa No panicked even more. The blow hadn't caused any damage to Ja OK1. Ja OK1 stood up and turned to look at Manhwa No. "Have you heard of the adamant body?" Manhwa No replied, "Let me think what that is," but then whispered, "Now." Hearing this, Ja OK1 quickly turned to look at Hojung, only to find him still lying motionless on the ground. Then Manhwa No swung his crowbar at Ja OK1's groin. "Can your adamant body extend to this area?" But before it hit Ja OK1, he caught it between her legs. "Your observation skills are strong, but unfortunately I have no intention of becoming a nun." The next second, there was a loud noise, and Manhwa No was sent flying several meters back. Hojung behind her had also regained consciousness by now. He raised his brass-knuckled fist and charged. Ja-ok-1 gripped her prayer beads, then turned to face Hojong with a counterpunch. One punch knocked the brass knuckles off Hojong's hand. Then he delivered an uppercut to Hojong's abdomen, almost making Hojong throw up last night's dinner. However, Ja-ok-1 wasn't done yet. He raised both hands, and then smashed them down on Hojong's back. After this punch, Hojong completely stopped moving. Then Ja-ok-1 slowly walked toward Manhwa. No, everyone related to Daegun Kwan will be taken out by me. This is his karma. Manhwa no thought to himself, this is bad. This person isn't human. I can't beat him. I might really go to hell. My whole life has been like walking on thin ice. Do you think I can make it to the other shore? Suddenly a voice interrupted Manhwa No's thoughts. Yuri Park had suddenly appeared and looked at Manhwa No. What are you doing lying on the ground? Manhwa No quickly said, run, it's dangerous here. But by now Ja-ok-1 had turned her attention to Yuri Park. Are you also with Daegun Kwan? If so, blame Daegun Kwan. Seeing Ja-ok-1 clench her fist, Manhwa No became anxious, shouting for Yuri Park to run. The next second, Yuri Park flashed away at lightning speed. Ja-ok-1's punch missed. It was Daegun Kwan who suddenly appeared and saved Yuri Park. Ja-ok-1, you've delivered yourself to my doorstep. Good, saves me the trouble of finding you. Daegun Kwan then told Yuri Park to leave immediately, while Ja-ok-1 slowly walked toward Daegun Kwan. I've been waiting for you a long time, Daegun Kwan. You've given my gang followers of the Middle Way quite a beating. I wanted to return the favor to your friends, but now that I see you, I can't hold back. Let me send you to hell myself. By now, news of Daegun Kwan and Ja-ok-1's fight had spread throughout the school, immediately attracting many students to watch. Daegun Kwan appeared relaxed. I said from the beginning this would be the outcome of collecting protection money. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from a nearby door crack. Daegun Kwan, don't let your guard down. That guy is really strong. Daegun Kwan looked over and realized it was Manhwa No. Manhwa No continued, that guy is very fast and extremely tough. Even weapons can't harm him. Hearing this, Daegun Kwan looked at Ja-ok-1 and noticed that his aura was indeed different from last time. He might have already entered a heightened state. At this point, Ja-ok-1 was so angry that veins were popping out. This time, I will definitely send you to hell. Daegun Kwan bent down and said, then let me see how you'll send me to hell. Then there was a bang, and Ja-ok-1 was sent flying. Manhwa No, watching from inside, was stunned. He can't possibly be unharmed after that, right? Meanwhile, Suji Bake from class 6 had also heard about Daegun Kwan and Ja-ok-1's confrontation. She hurriedly pulled Jinmo along to save Daegun Kwan. Now Ja-ok-1, after taking a punch from Daegun Kwan, finally understood why Park Dojin couldn't withstand him before. Daegun Kwan said casually, it seems you have some skill, but it's not enough against me. The next second, Ja-ok-1 clasped his hands together. I have obtained the blessing from the Buddha. I won't suffer any injury. By now, Suji Bake had arrived. Seeing that Daegun Kwan and Ja-ok-1 were still fighting, she couldn't help but worry. At this moment, Jungmin suddenly appeared near Ja-ok-1, raising his brass-knuckled fist to sneak attack Ja-ok-1's groin. This is payback for punching me earlier. But the next second, Ja-ok-1 suddenly let out an angry roar, frightening Jungmin into stopping. Foolish one, I could have crushed you earlier, but you're just an ant. I don't have time to deal with you now. You'll be taken out along with Daegun Kwan anyway. With that, Ja-ok-1 raised one foot, stomped hard on the ground and shouted, the Sixth Sense, the Flash Stride! The next second, Ja-ok-1 rushed to Daegun Kwan's front. This speed surprised even Daegun Kwan, but it wasn't enough to land a hit on him. After dodging, Daegun Kwan immediately raised his fists, raining blows on Ja-ok-1 like a storm. Ja-ok-1 could only put both hands up to defend, but Daegun Kwan's fists were like sniper rifles aimed at Ja-ok-1's head, directly scoring a headshot on Ja-ok-1. However, surprisingly, Ja-ok-1 withstood the blow and could quickly counterattack Daegun Kwan. Forgot to tell you, my head is just as hard. Don't expect to hurt me. Hearing this, Daegun Kwan narrowed his eyes. The next second, he landed another punch on Ja-ok-1's abdomen, although he couldn't defeat Ja-ok-1 yet. Ja-ok-1's attacks simply couldn't hit Daegun Kwan. After several rounds, Ja-ok-1 was constantly getting hit. Soon, Ja-ok-1 noticed something wrong. Daegun Kwan's fists didn't feel like fists. They were more like nail guns, directly penetrating his adamant body and causing internal damage. Soon, Ja-ok-1 could no longer withstand the damage and fell to his knees. Daegun Kwan said, where's your Buddha's blessing? Didn't you say it was an adamant body? Maybe you were wrong. It wasn't the Buddha at all. Hearing this, Ja-ok-1 was so angry he could have broken his teeth. Don't insult my middle way. Then he unleashed a Buddha's palm attack toward Daegun Kwan, which predictably missed. Then was caught by Daegun Kwan, who grabbed his arm and violently threw him away. What Buddha's palm? How long are you going to keep up this fake monk act? If it's real, then ask Buddha to protect you one more time, because I'm not done beating you up yet. No one around expected Ja-ok-1 to be so powerless. Meanwhile, the second-year second-tier group, the Sacred Ties, was also watching this battle. Surprisingly, they had connections with Samuel Kim, the fifth member of the gang followers of the Middle Way. Plus, Sung-hun Lee was also part of the Sacred Ties. No wonder Samuel wasn't there when Daegun Kwan went to the second year to find the gang followers of the Middle Way. On the other side, with Daegun Kwan, the prolonged beating had put Ja-ok-1 into a flashback. It turned out that Ja-ok-1 was once a rich young man, living a life where everything was handed to him. Whatever he wanted, he got. But One day, Ja-ok-won discovered he was starting to lose his hair. Seeing his father's bald head, Ja-ok-won realized he could have everything except his hair. Later one day, Ja-ok-won accidentally saw a hair transplant advertisement. He immediately went to his father wanting to get a hair transplant. However, at that time, his father was facing financial problems and the company had gone bankrupt. From that moment on, Ja-ok-won lost everything. Later, he voluntarily shaved off all his hair, then entered Golden Dragon High School to start making money, always waiting until he earned enough to get his hair back. However, Daegun Kwan's appearance disrupted this plan. Thinking of this, Ja-ok-won suddenly exerted force, grabbing Daegun Kwan's legs. I was just about to save enough, he said, trying to take Daegun Kwan down, but he was casually thrown by Daegun Kwan and slammed into the wall. Daegun Kwan remarked, "I didn't expect you still had strength left." While Ja-ok-won stated, "Right now my strength is more abundant than ever," but Daegun Kwan no longer wanted to continue fighting. "As long as you return all the protection money you've collected and promise not to cause trouble again, I'll let you go this time." Hearing this, Ja-ok-won laughed. Everyone needs protection fee rules. As for the reason, let me tell you myself. Then he assumed an attacking stance again. At this point, Ja-ok-won seemed to have entered a special state. The late arriving Gong Myung-ju was stunned. Ja-ok-won has finally reached the state of nirvana. With a low growl from Ja-ok-won, complete nirvana, the 1,000 hands. The next second, Daegun Kwan saw countless palms coming toward him. Daegun Kwan also noticed something off about Ja-ok-won's state. This guy probably doesn't even know he's fully committed now. Nearby, Gong Myung-ju couldn't contain his inner joy. He burst into laughter. Even if Daegun Kwan is strong, he absolutely can't withstand the overwhelming 1,000 hands attack. Nearby, Suji Baek commented, "This guy is really a middle school student. He's just punching faster, that's all." At this point, Daegun Kwan wasn't rushing to counterattack, only dodging Ja-ok-won's attacks. While Ja-ok-won had reached a state of selflessness, involuntarily shouting, "You foolish being, why haven't you awakened yet? Before, everything here was peaceful. You're the one who ruined everyone's peaceful life here, do you know that? Without you, I could collect protection fees, grasp the principle of having nothing, not only get closer to advanced nirvana, but also get hair transplant surgery." With these words, Ja-ok-won himself was stunned. Why did I say what's in my heart? Nearby, Gong Myung-ju was also stunned by these words. He couldn't help but recall how Ja-ok-won once righteously asked him to shave his head too. Daegun Kwan said, "You've finally spoken what's in your heart. Your mouth speaks of the noble middle way, but your heart is corrupted by profit. I've heard too much desire leads to baldness. Looks like it's true." Hearing this, Ja-ok-won became furious with embarrassment. "Bastard, what do you know?" Daegun Kwan countered with a punch. Just one punch shattered Ja-ok-won's proud adamant fist. But Ja-ok-won wouldn't give up. "Even if I lose one hand, I still have 999 more." The next second, Daegun Kwan caught his other hand. "Stop dreaming. Humans only have 2 hands." With that, he punched Ja-ok-won. "Wake up and stop dreaming about your middle way." However, Ja-ok-won still refused to give up, trying to struggle. But the next second, he seemed to see a giant warrior spirit manifested around Daegun Kwan. Though frightened, Ja-ok-won thought he had Buddha's protection. But the next second, he felt like Buddha had abandoned him. Finally, what awaited him was Daegun Kwan's iron fist, almost punching Ja-ok-won back to his original form. With this punch, Ja-ok-won finally lost his fighting ability, lying motionless on the ground. People nearby couldn't believe their eyes. They never expected Ja-ok-won would lose like this. Nearby, Sung-hun Lee quickly relayed this news to Samuel. Upon hearing this news, Samuel actually said it was good. Meanwhile, Sung-hun Lee looked at Daegun Kwan. With Ja-ok-won eliminated, the reorganization of the second year is complete. Now no one in Golden Dragon High School is stronger than Daegun Kwan. Next is to use Suji Baek to draw out Soo-hyuk Baek. Now nearby, Suji Baek saw Daegun Kwan win and immediately blushed, her heart racing. She never expected Daegun Kwan to be so impressive. On the other side, the girls were completely fascinated by Daegun Kwan. Seeing this, Suji Baek quickly took on her boss role and sent these girls back to class. Then she glanced back at Daegun Kwan. This guy really doesn't let people feel at ease. At Sung-hun Lee's location, he found Samuel from the gang followers of the Middle Way. It turned out Samuel was actually a spy planted within the gang followers of the Middle Way. Samuel, seeing Sung-hun Lee, immediately asked if he'd found a way to draw out Soo-hyuk Baek. Sung-hun Lee replied that this matter was simpler than he thought, because Suji Baek likes Daegun Kwan. Then he said, "You should know about Soo-hyuk Baek in that incident. Previously, Golden Dragon High School and Bongyun High School were both giants of D-City, always competing openly and covertly, but midway something happened. The organization backing Bongyun High School disappeared overnight, and it wasn't because of a battle between organizations, but because of Soo-hyuk Baek leading his 4 lieutenants. Just 5 people eliminated an entire organization. Since then, Bongyun High has never provoked Golden Dragon High again. Soo-hyuk Baek used to never interfere in conflicts between Golden Dragon and Bongyun. He only stepped in that time because someone from the organization had taken an interest in Suji Baek and followed her home." Hearing this, Samuel thought Sung-hun Lee was suggesting Daegun Kwan should go to Suji Baek's house with flowers and wait, since he didn't know if Daegun Kwan liked Suji Baek. Sung-hun Lee laughed. "Although your idea is cute, it's too ordinary. We need a more definite bait, like getting Daegun Kwan inside Suji Baek's house." Samuel broke out in a cold sweat. That bait would certainly be effective. But Sung-hun Lee said this wasn't enough. Daegun Kwan needed to get into Suji Baek's room. Now because Daegun Kwan ruled the entire first and second years, the whole school's atmosphere had changed. Jungmin, Hojong, and other status had risen due to Daegun Kwan's influence. When they went to the school store, other students would actively make way way for them. The news that Daegun Kwan ruled the first and second years continued to spread, even reaching other schools. Youngmin and Hojong had returned to the classroom to find Manhwa No, telling him what they'd seen at the school store, excitedly stating that Daegun Kwan was now the boss of the entire school, and everyone respected them because of Daegun Kwan. Nearby, Daegun Kwan heard this and beckoned to Hojong, then put his arm around Hojong. "Why are you so excited?" Hojong apologized. "Sorry, I'll stop fooling around." At this point, Jungmin said, "Isn't there still the sacred ties in the second year? But we haven't seen them for a long time." Daegun Kwan stated, "It would be best if they just quietly disappeared. I don't even have time to study now." Then Manhwa No asked, "Daegun Kwan, are you sure your target is the third-year boss Soo-hyuk Baek? But Soo-hyuk Baek hasn't appeared at school for a long time. Besides Suji Baek, no one knows where he is. We can't threaten Suji Baek, can we?" At this point, Sung-hun Lee suddenly appeared. Finding Soo-hyuk Baek is simple. Just build a good relationship with Suji Baek, then ask her directly. Nearby, Jungmin found this difficult. She considers herself a queen. How can we build a good relationship with her? We'd probably get scolded just by talking to her. He turned to look at Giri Park. "I remember you two were quite familiar." At this point, Sung-hun Lee suggested, "I have a brilliant idea. Why not celebrate Daegun Kwan becoming the boss by inviting Suji Baek to a barbecue party on the rooftop?" Jungmin and Hojong were immediately excited about having barbecue. Even Manhwa No was looking forward to it. But Daegun Kwan found it troublesome. At this point, Hojong said, "Barbecue must be paired with beer. What do you think, Daegun Kwan?" Hearing about beer, Daegun Kwan recalled his part-time job days when he often had a drink. Daegun Kwan had to admit he was tempted. Seeing this, Sung-hun Lee quickly added support. "Although we students shouldn't drink yet, this is a special occasion. Let's all go together." Hearing this, Daegun Kwan finally compromised and agreed to the barbecue. Sung-hun Lee then said, "I'll take care of Suji Baek's side. I'll invite her." Soon evening arrived, and everyone gathered on the rooftop to start their barbecue party. But looking at the table full of grilled meat, Daegun Kwan couldn't help feeling disappointed as there was still no beer. At this moment, Giri Park noticed that Yaro had also come. She immediately asked Jungmin what was going on. Jungmin simply replied that he didn't know. It was Sung-hun Lee who invited her. Just as everyone was enjoying their meal, Daegun Kwan suddenly noticed a bag nearby that seemed to contain what he wanted to drink. He completely ignored Giri Park and Yaro, who were competing for his attention. At this time, Jungmin asked, "Where is Suji Baek? Didn't you invite her?" Sung-hun Lee immediately replied, "She'll probably be here in a bit." No sooner had he finished speaking than Suji Baek appeared, saying, "Really, why did you have to call me over? But to celebrate Daegun Kwan becoming the boss? You certainly can't miss me, the queen." Seeing Suji Baek, Jungmin was stunned, not knowing how Sung-hun Lee had managed to invite her. It turned out that when Sung-hun Lee went to invite Suji Baek and told her about celebrating Daegun Kwan becoming the boss, although Suji Baek really wanted to go, she still didn't agree to come. That's when Sung-hun Lee brought up Yaro, mentioning that Yaro was going because she liked Daegun Kwan. Suji Baek couldn't sit still anymore and immediately agreed to Sung-hun Lee's request. At this point, Suji Baek noticed that both girls were sitting next to Daegun Kwan. She felt a pang of jealousy. They were sitting way too close. Seeing this, Suji Baek could only sit across from Daegun Kwan. Yaro then enthusiastically greeted Suji Baek. Upon seeing Yaro, Suji Baek couldn't help but purse her lips, thinking, "I might not match her in studies, but I still have the advantage." As everyone was chatting with each other, Sung-hun Lee picked up the drinks he had prepared in advance. "Now that everyone is here, let's all have a toast together." But this was no ordinary drink, it had something else mixed in. Everyone didn't hesitate, raising their glasses, clinking them together, and drinking it all in one go. After drinking it, Daegun Kwan was disappointed, as it was just an ordinary drink. Everyone looked around and realized that no one seemed to have gotten the beer. They thought Sung-hun Lee had made a mistake. But Giri Park noticed that Suji Baek didn't seem quite right. Her face was as red as a monkey's bottom, and she was saying, "It's so hot." Sung-hun Lee immediately approached her asking, "What's wrong with you?" But he was sent flying by Suji Baek's punch as she said, "I said I'm so hot." Then they saw Suji Baek pulling down her zipper. She took off her jacket, complaining about how hot it was. Jungmin and Hojong were stunned at the sight. Suji Baek then fixed her gaze on Daegun Kwan and flirtatiously said, "Daegun Kwan, you little guy, come sit beside your big sister right now, come over immediately." Daegun Kwan panicked, terrified of getting involved with Suji Baek. This scene was exactly what Sung-hun Lee wanted to see. Meanwhile, at the second year of the Sacred Ties, they received a message from Sung-hun Lee, and at this time, Suji Baek was still flirting with Daegun Kwan. She even suggested practicing jujitsu together, saying the loser would be the winner's slave for a month. Giri Park, who was watching from the side, couldn't stand it anymore and was about to step forward to teach Suji Baek a lesson. Meanwhile, at the office of the chairman, Ji-in suddenly appeared. She took a few photos of the documents on the table before leaving. But as she was leaving, she was spotted by Min-soo Kim. Back on the rooftop, Suji Baek had passed out. Everyone finally understood that Suji Baek had drunk the beer. But turning around, they found that Sung-hun Lee had disappeared. Meanwhile, Daegun Kwan was eyeing the unfinished beer. Then looking at the unconscious Suji Baek, he asked, "Does anyone know where she lives? Let's send her home." Giri Park offered, "I'll take her back." She then prepared to leave with Suji Baek. But the next second, they saw the sacred ties blocking the exit, asking, "Where are you going?" One of them said, "It's Suji Baek, we can't touch her." Manhwa No immediately noticed something was wrong, but before he could speak, people of the sacred ties walked out. Seeing this scene, Manhwa No, Jungmin, and Hojong were all dumbfounded. The member of the sacred ties, seeing Daegun Kwan, were a bit confused. Wasn't he supposed to be drunk? Why does he look perfectly fine? Daegun Kwan replied, "I was just about to get drunk. You guys really know how to pick a time to come." Seeing this, everyone cursed angrily. That bastard Sung-hun Lee can't even do this simple task. Youngmin understood and said, "That guy Sung-hun Lee really is indeed in the same group with you. The guy with glasses then said, you just figured that out? You should use your brain more. We're not like them, fighting openly and fairly. Whether it's backstabbing or group beatings, we don't care. Manhwa no agreed, you're right. I also believe that using weapons is a noble act, but before using weapons, you need to be prepared to get hurt yourself. He then looked at the student with green hair. That baseball bat of yours looks pretty nice. Since you've brought it to me, I'll gladly accept it. Saying this, he grabbed a piece of meat and threw it in the green-haired student's face. This successfully provoked the green-haired guy. Manhwa no just assumed a defensive stance, saying, come on, let's settle this in one go. The green-haired student laughed at this. Leave this guy to me. You guys go deal with Daegun Kwan. The guy with glasses then said, listen up. Our only target is Daegun Kwan. Don't treat them as humans, treat them as beasts. Daegun Kwan smiled. You really know how to talk. Then he looked at Youngmin and Hojong. You two protect Yaro, Juri, and Suji. These guys, if they're not stupid, will definitely concentrate their efforts on me. At this moment, the members of the Sacred Ties were still hesitant to make a move. Daegun Kwan then said, you've misjudged the situation. Since you're carrying weapons, I'll adjust the force of my punches according to your methods. Hearing this, everyone got angry. Don't act tough, kid. We have over a dozen people here with weapons. Daegun Kwan immediately responded, I know, so are you ready? I won't hold back. With that, Daegun Kwan struck first, punching two people in front. The rest seeing this rushed forward all at once, but these people's attacks couldn't hit Daegun Kwan. They were completely being beaten one-sidedly. The guy with glasses was stunned, not expecting that even so many people couldn't threaten Daegun Kwan. At this moment, the guy with glasses suddenly noticed Juri Park and Suji Baek. He then raised his baseball bat and charged toward the two girls, intending to use them as hostages against Daegun Kwan. Juri Park was speechless. You look human, but are so despicable. She then delivered a kick to the man's groin, then grabbed the man's collar, followed by a shoulder throw that floored the guy with glasses. Trash, you think women are weak? Juri Park then prepared to go help Daegun Kwan, but the guy with glasses charged towards the drunken Suji Baek. A woman dares to hit me? Let's all go to the hell together. Fortunately, Juri Park rushed over in time to block the attack. At this time, Manhwa no had also finished dealing with his opponent. He was preparing to go help Daegun Kwan. Though looking at Daegun Kwan's situation, it seemed like he was about to finish. However, at this moment, the guy with glasses had managed to control Juri Park. If any of you dare to move, I'll cut her. Everyone didn't dare to make a move. The guy with glasses then gloated, little bitch, you were so proud just now, why aren't you talking now? But the next second, someone grabbed the man's hand that was holding the utility knife. The glasses guy was then controlled by someone. It was Sung-Hun Lee who suddenly appeared and saved Juri Park. I still find you guys very annoying because you always cross the line. I originally wanted to just observe, but you're too low class. Daegun Kwan slapped away the person in his hand, then looked at Sung-Hun Lee. Explain. Sung-Hun Lee quickly said, it's not what you think. I lied when I said I had no connection with the Sacred Ties. I'm sorry for that. I did conspire with these guys to get you drunk and ambush you, but in the end, I chose to stand on your side, although I didn't expect Suji Baek to drink that cup of liquor. Daegun Kwan said, I don't want to get into trouble because of your one-sided judgment. If that's the case, I can't trust you. Sung-Hun Lee explained, I had no choice. To trick them, I had no other way. I promise this won't happen again. Daegun Kwan then walked over to Juri Park and asked with concern, are you okay? Seeing that Juri Park was fine, he turned to Sung-Hun Lee, you should be thankful nothing serious happened. If something like this happens again, the one lying on the ground will be you. Then everyone started to clean up the scene, preparing to teach these guys a harsh lesson. Sung-Hun Lee then looked at Suji Baek. He said to Daegun Kwan, now that Juri Park is injured, can only entrust Suji Baek to you, Daegun. Daegun Kwan picked up Suji Baek, asking where she lived. Juri Park was displeased. Why are you carrying her like a princess? Let me take her back, or let someone else do it, just not you. Jungmin and Hojong, who were nearby, wanted to take Suji Baek home, but Sung-Hun Lee was already urging Daegun Kwan to take her home quickly, saying it was getting late. Daegun Kwan said, then I'll take her home first. You handle the matters up there. At this moment, Jisuk-yu suddenly came looking for them. I heard Suji Baek is drunk. I'll take her home. But Sung-Hun Lee put his arm around his shoulder. Thanks for telling me Suji Baek can't handle even one drink. But Gyuri has already told Daegun where she lives, so we don't need your help. Jisuk-yu insisted. Let me go. Suji Baek is very rowdy when drunk. Sung-Hun Lee replied, just go home and rest, or you'll feel unwell. Jisuk-yu was confused. I'm not feeling unwell. But the next second, Sung-Hun Lee kicked Jisuk-yu. See, now your leg isn't feeling well, right? Don't worry about Suji Baek. Daegun is taking her home. You grew up together, so it's normal for you to worry, but nothing will happen between them. Jisuk-yu was anxious. Suji Baek uses jujitsu when she's drunk. Letting Daegun Kwan take her back is absolutely not allowed. At this time, Suji Baek had regained a bit of consciousness, seeing that it was Daegun Kwan carrying her. She thought for a moment that she was dreaming. Daegun Kwan carrying Suji Baek also attracted many people's attention. Seeing this, Daegun Kwan decided to get a taxi. Suji Baek quickly said, my stomach feels terrible, I'll definitely throw up if I ride in a car. Daegun Kwan asked, Suji Baek, are you awake? Suji Baek quickly continued to pretend to be drunk and didn't speak. Daegun Kwan thought to himself, no choice, I didn't want to do this. Let's just find the feeling and get fully immersed. The next second, Daegun Kwan burst into terrifying speed and sprinted away. A taxi driver nearby only felt a shadow brush past him. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the driver suddenly got excited. Hey student, you seem to be quite the runner. Want to compete with me? I'm Master Zhuo, who's been driving speeding taxis for 20 years. Let me accept your challenge. Fully immersed, Daegun Kwan quickly arrived at Suji Baek's apartment building. However, what Daegun Kwan never could have imagined was that someone had been waiting there for a long time and took photos of Daegun Kwan taking Suji Baek home. Daegun Kwan had just delivered the drunk Suji Baek home, but as soon as they entered, Suji Baek groggily asked Daegun Kwan to put her on the bed or she was going to throw up soon. Hearing this, Daegun Kwan had no choice but to throw Suji Baek onto the bed. Seeing that Suji Baek seemed fine, Daegun Kwan prepared to leave, but just as he turned around, he was grabbed by the back of his collar by Suji Baek, who pulled him onto the bed. Suji Baek then straddled Daegun Kwan. Seeing this scene, Daegun Kwan was stunned, not knowing what Suji Baek wanted to do. Suji Baek, with a flushed face, said, "What else?" "Of course, practice jujitsu. I said the loser would be the slave, right?" Daegun Kwan panicked. "I won't be your slave, and I won't practice jujitsu with you. Let me go now." Unexpectedly, Suji Baek said coyly, "I won't let you go. Today I'll show you just how good I am." She applied pressure with her legs against Daegun Kwan. "It must hurt being pressed by me, right? Now you only have one way to escape, that is to subdue me." Daegun Kwan had no choice but to settle this quickly. Thinking this, Daegun Kwan pushed away Suji Baek's legs with force. However, Suji Baek used the momentum to pounce directly on Daegun Kwan. "Your method is not bad. You do have some skills, but you're too naive. Now I'm holding you tight. How do you plan to break free?" Daegun Kwan was surprised, not expecting Suji Baek to actually know jujitsu, and she was pressed against Daegun Kwan without leaving any gap, making it impossible to counter. It seemed he needed to use some real skill to get away. Thinking of this, Daegun Kwan bent his legs, then suddenly exerted force with his waist towards Suji Baek. Suji Baek was instantly stunned, being thrown off. Taking this opportunity, Daegun Kwan tried to push Suji Baek away, but Suji Baek tightly held onto Daegun Kwan with both hands. This caused Suji Baek to lie completely on top of Daegun Kwan, losing her footing and control of her balance. Daegun Kwan used this to roll over, directly straddling Suji Baek. Daegun Kwan thought he had won, however, he underestimated Suji Baek's strength. Soon she rolled over again and pressed Daegun Kwan beneath her, but no matter how hard Suji Baek tried, she couldn't lock down Daegun Kwan. The two rolled around on the bed for who knows how long. Daegun Kwan finally seized an opportunity and locked Suji Baek with one hand. "Finally caught you. Didn't expect you to be so nimble on the bed." Suji Baek shouted that Daegun Kwan was being unfair, but the next second, she saw the bedsheet flying towards her. Then Daegun Kwan wrapped Suji Baek in the bedsheet. Taking advantage of Suji Baek's inability to break free, Daegun Kwan quickly fled. If he hadn't tied up Suji Baek, Daegun Kwan felt he wouldn't have been able to leave the room today. After leaving, Daegun Kwan felt hot all over, and the person hiding in the shadows saw Daegun Kwan come out, quickly taking photos. The person taking the pictures was actually Samuel, a second-year student. Meanwhile, Min-soo Kim discovered that Ji-in came to the hospital to see her brother, and her brother's name caught Min-soo Kim's attention. Remembering that Ji-in had sneaked into the office of the chairman to steal something, Min-soo Kim seemed to suddenly realize something. He immediately wanted to call Sa-mi Lee to report this matter, suspecting that Ji-in was a fake student targeting Chairman Lee. On the other hand, Sa-mi Lee, upon learning this news, didn't say much. At this time, she was with Chairman Lee, planning to call Min-soo Kim back later. Chairman Lee suddenly told Sa-mi Lee to go home first, then he left with Chairman Park. Later, Chairman Lee took the man called Chairman Park to a construction site. A group of security guards in suits saw Chairman Lee and immediately let them pass. Chairman Park couldn't help feeling nervous. Chairman Lee comforted him, saying it was nothing, just intimidating and formality. Chairman Park couldn't help complaining, "Is it necessary to go to this extent?" Chairman Lee said, "You only focus on business, so you're not used to these things. Take this opportunity to broaden your horizons. This is not a place you can come to just because you have money. Only those who are chosen can come to enjoy. It's purely built for men. Every action in here is for victory, without any rules to constrain." But just as the two reached an intersection, they saw people fighting. Several security guards immediately rushed over to stop them. "Are you crazy? This guy is about to go on stage, and you beat him up like this?" But the guy who was beating him said, "You should thank me. This kind of trash wouldn't be interesting even if he went on stage." Seeing this, Chairman Lee explained, "There are some hot-blooded young men in here. It's normal for accidents to happen. Just consider it entertainment." Chairman Park looked towards a room inside. "Is the person you mentioned in there?" But the next second, Chairman Park seemed to fall into a hallucination. He saw the door slowly open, and inside was a lion. Chairman Park was so scared that he collapsed on the ground. "Is that thing in there a human?" At this time, someone reached out a hand asking, "Are you okay?" Chairman Park was helped up by someone in a school uniform. The man then bowed to Chairman Lee in greeting. Chairman Lee said, "Oh, it's you. Long time no see. What's your name again?" The man raised his head and said, "My name is Sun Jin Ham." Chairman Lee patted his shoulder, saying, "You're here to run errands, right? I need to meet someone first. You wait here and take good care of him." After saying this, Chairman Lee left with Chairman Park. Chairman Park looked at Sun Jin Ham in confusion. "Is he a student at your school?" Chairman Lee said, "Didn't I tell you the one performing later is a student from our school?" Then he took Chairman Park into a room. The man inside greeted Chairman Lee warmly. Standing beside the man was Hui Jun Park. Chairman Lee asked the man, "Who is your fighter?" The man said he wasn't there at the moment, but if Chairman Lee knew, he would definitely be shocked. Meanwhile, Sun Jin Ham entered the innermost room. "So-hyuk, why don't you turn on the lights? It's scary." Surprisingly, the person inside was So-hyuk Baek. The next second, Sun Jin Ham received a text message saying there was something to show him. It was the photo of Daegun Kwan carrying Suji Baek. Seeing this, Sun Jin Ham was stunned. "Is that Suji?" So-hyuk Baek grabbed the phone. Staring intensely at the photo, Sun Jin Ham hurriedly said, "This photo is suspicious. Don't misunderstand. We don't know who sent the photo or who's in it, nor do we know what happened. Soo-hyuk, don't rush. I'll investigate this immediately. How long will your immediately take? Without waiting for Sun Jin-ham to answer. The next second, Soo-hyuk Baek crushed the phone. Go investigate this matter immediately. Who is the man in the photo, and who sent the photo? It turned out that Soo-hyuk Baek was in an unknown underground fighting arena. Even more coincidentally, Huijin Park, whom Daegun Kwan knew, was also here. At this time, Huijin Park was hiding in the shadows smoking. Someone came and said, "Senior, the match is about to begin. The next one on stage is Soo-hyuk Baek, whom you wanted to see." Hearing this, Huijin Park left for the audience seats to watch the match. At this time, the host at the match venue also began to introduce the competition. The first to appear was Soo-hyuk Baek's opponent, Magma. Then the host continued, "Next up is our King of Beasts, the champion of the Mud Club, the Lion King." And the so-called Lion King was Soo-hyuk Baek. Below the stage, Sun Jin-ham noticed that Soo-hyuk Baek seemed distracted. It must be because of Suji Baek. After seeing such a photo, thinking of this, Sun Jin-ham quickly left to investigate the matter. Meanwhile, the host on stage was still explaining the rules of the match, but Magma couldn't wait any longer. He charged forward first, then threw a punch at Soo-hyuk Baek, but Soo-hyuk Baek didn't even try to dodge and took Magma's punch. Successful, Magma launched a fierce attack, but after hitting for a while, Soo-hyuk Baek not only didn't dodge but didn't even defend. From the stands, Huijin Park could see that Soo-hyuk Baek wasn't focusing on the match at all. Magma, after hitting for a long time and seeing Soo-hyuk Baek neither counterattack nor block, became furious and grabbed Soo-hyuk Baek. "You punk, do you think I'm here to hit a sandbag? I fought my way through the country to get here. I heard people here fight to their last breath. If you don't want to die, show me what you've got." But the next second, Soo-hyuk Baek suddenly struck, hitting Magma in the abdomen with one punch. Just one punch made Magma writhe in pain. He immediately fell to his knees, retching uncontrollably, but he quickly got up. "Looks like you're finally getting serious. Then I won't hold back either. I'll finish you off." However, Soo-hyuk Baek was faster, raising his hand and punching Magma's arm. Then another punch hit Magma's ribs. Just two punches broke Magma's arm and ribs. At this point, Magma finally felt afraid and hurriedly asked Soo-hyuk Baek to wait, saying he couldn't breathe. But Soo-hyuk Baek showed with action whether he would wait or not. In the blink of an eye, Magma was beaten to the ground. Then Soo-hyuk Baek approached Magma. "You just asked why I'm here. That's because I have a very cute sister. For her, I'm willing to do anything. Aren't you curious how pretty my sister is? I would like to show you, but unfortunately, your purpose in coming here is to fight until your last breath." Hearing this, Magma was terrified and hurriedly said he wouldn't fight anymore. But seeing Soo-hyuk Baek still walking towards him, he was so scared that he begged the referee. But the referee remained indifferent, coldly watching him. Magma was so scared that he wailed, "Let me leave here quickly, I'll really die. I don't want the money either, it's all his." At this time, Soo-hyuk Baek had already grabbed Magma. "I want to let you go too, but by defeating you, I can get more money. This way, I can buy more good food for Suji." Meanwhile, Daegun Kwan was completely annoyed, because after Daegun Kwan subdued the first and second years and canceled the protection fees, he unexpectedly gained a group of fans. These guys lined up every day to worship Daegun Kwan. At this time, Youngjung Kim found Daegun Kwan and tried to persuade him to collect some protection fees, taking advantage of the third year's absence to make a lot of money. But the next second, a pink slipper flew onto Myeongjung Kim's face. The person who arrived was unexpectedly Suji Baek. Having been kicked for no reason, Myeongjung Kim cursed angrily, "What do you want, you crazy woman?" But at this time, Jinmo grabbed Myeongjung Kim. "You stole my life. I should be the one getting hit." Suji Baek looked at Daegun Kwan and said, "Let's talk." But Daegun Kwan didn't want to pay attention to Suji Baek. Suji Baek grabbed Daegun Kwan. "You bastard, how dare you ignore me?" Daegun Kwan had no choice but to take off his glasses. "You really don't let people study in peace." But this scene made Suji Baek infatuated again. This guy is annoyingly handsome. After building up for a moment, Suji Baek finally said, "Yesterday it was all your fault for being too rough. You broke my bed." Hearing this, everyone around was stunned, and Suji Baek hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem yet, continuing, "Since you broke it, you have to take responsibility." At this moment, Daegun Kwan had a shocked and doomed expression, looking at Suji Baek speechlessly, facing the beautiful campus queen demanding he take responsibility. Even Daegun Kwan, who dominated 2 grades, was sweating bullets and panicking. Just moments ago, when the campus queen said those provocative words, all the students were shocked. "Suji Baek, you need to make yourself clear. It was clearly Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu." Suji Baek cut him off. "I don't care. You have to take responsibility. Plus the sheets are covered in sweat and won't wash clean." Just then, Sung-Hoon Lee walked in. Since you're all here, let me borrow some time for a meeting. Everyone except Suji Baek." Sung-Hoon Lee got straight to the point. "You were being watched just now. A third year named Sun Jin-ham was in your classroom the whole time. That guy is Soo-hyuk Baek's errand boy. He's so plain looking that he's hard to notice. He was here to monitor Daegun, which means the third years are already making their move. To be precise, it's Soo-hyuk Baek and his 4 lieutenants, called the 4 Heavenly Kings." As soon as he said that, everyone started roasting him. 4 Heavenly Kings? That's pretty childish, but it's only 4 people, even with Soo-hyuk Baek included. That should be easy for Daegun to handle, right? Sung-Hoon Lee reminded them. "Don't underestimate them just because of their childish name. They control all the power in the entire Daejeon area. Those few guys aren't even in the same league as everyone we fought before." Daegun spoke calmly. "I just want to ask one question. When are the midterms? I really need to study seriously." seriously now, I need to do my best on this first exam, so whether it's 4 people or 40 people, if they're coming, they better hurry up. Meanwhile, Sunjin Ham was troubled because he couldn't contact the 4 heavenly kings. It would be better to tell Suhyek, but Suhyek is so busy. I should handle this myself. At the same time, at a tutoring center that just let out, a burly man in crisp, proper clothes walked through the noisy crowd. When he reached a corner, a few punks were making a ruckus, so one of them called out to the big guy, "Hey, 4 eyes over there, come here quick." But when the big guy came over, they realized his head was much bigger than they'd imagined, so he turned back with an awkward smile. "This area is full of trash, but this guy seems a bit special, right? Hand over your money. Don't be clueless." Before he could finish, he just felt intense pain in his hand. Then the burly man delivered a powerful punch, directly dropping him to his knees. The imposing figure of the big man in the darkness gave the other punks a bad feeling. "Hey, do you know who we are? How dare you?" Before he could finish, the punk's leader had also arrived. "No need to waste time. Beat him and let's bounce." So several students swung their fists and rushed at the big man. However, their fierce punches and kicks were all easily dodged by the big man. The big man immediately counterattacked, taking down one clueless punk with a single elbow strike. Then he threw several heavy punches at lightning speed. 3 or 4 punks were all knocked down, unable to get up. The boss in the back pulled out a small knife. Just stab him a little and he won't dare disobey. But this stab still couldn't hit the big man. He just slightly dodged to the side, then immediately restrained his arm. With just one move, he threw the punk to the ground. The girl filming nearby suddenly panicked. "I'll report you. I already got it on camera." However, the big man knocked her out with just a light palm strike. He took the phone and simply deleted all the photos. Sensing someone behind him, the big man shouted, "Come out!" Sunjin Ham then snuck out awkwardly. "Why are you here? And why didn't you respond to my messages? Hanambe, as one of the 4 heavenly kings, you actually go to cram school. You know you can't get a discount for that, right? None of your business. What are you here for?" This situation is a bit special. There's a first year who needs to be dealt with. He took over the 2nd grade. He's even acting like the boss at school while Hyoksu isn't around. You should go to school and teach that kid a lesson. Before he finished talking, Hanambe already refused. "Stop coming to me for that kind of thing, okay? Go find someone else. I don't want to lay hands on you." Hearing this, Sunjin could only leave grinding his teeth. "I'll definitely remember this. I thought this guy would be easy to communicate with, but the other few are like wild beasts, even harder to control, but there's no other choice." With that, he began dialing one of them. On the other end came in Hakun's impatient voice. "Just send me the class and name. Also, I can't guarantee how badly I'll beat him up." At the same time, 2 people at the school store fell into heated discussion because they were Daegun's friends. Daegun Kwan, that super handsome guy who's both rough and shows no mercy. The 2 girls got more and more heated in their discussion, which eventually turned into praise for Daegun. The boys began discussing the relationship between Suji Baek and Daegun. Meanwhile, Sunghun Lee and the others were discussing whether there were any real power holders left in the 3rd grade. Sunghun Lee slowly explained, "While investigating the 4 heavenly kings, I discovered someone who holds power in the 3rd grade. Her name is Chun Sim." Hearing this name, everyone couldn't help but tease. That's kind of a weird name. Just then, several boys in the 3rd year classroom were getting restless. "We can't just let a first year push us around, right? The 4 heavenly kings and Suhyek aren't here, so there's only you, Chunsim. Is he handsome?" Only Chunsim's voice could be heard. At this moment, Sunjin rushed in, shouting Chunsim's name. "I have a favor to ask. There's a first year named Daegun Kwan." He just saw Chunsim poke her little head out. Everyone's chattering is so annoying. Who the hell is this guy anyway? Sunjin could only stammer as he explained Daegun Kwan's situation. "So you want me to call the 4 heavenly kings for help? Why don't you just tell Suhyek Baek directly?" After getting the response that Suhyek was too busy, Chunsim decided to personally teach this first-year upstart a lesson. Sunjin couldn't stop her in time. "Wait, Chunsim, what good will it do if you go?" At this moment, Daegun was eating in the cafeteria. The red-haired guy next to him was speculating about Chunsim's true identity. Anyone who can mobilize the 4 heavenly kings is definitely no ordinary person. Daegun couldn't help but complain. "What you're saying is so childish, I've lost my appetite. I think one punch should be enough to solve this." Before he could finish, a cute little girl appeared before him. "Are you the first-year Daegun? I'm 3rd year Chunsim. Come with me." The few people eating fell silent when they heard this. Then they acted like nothing happened and resumed their further discussion of this name Chunsim. Feeling ignored, Chunsim couldn't help but shout loudly. To her surprise, Daegun stood right up. His towering figure made Chunsim feel a bit dizzy. Daegun spoke slowly. "In that case, let's go." At a corner of the sports field, Chunsim scolded Daegun for being disrespectful to a 3rd year like her. "You're going to get punched by me for this." Seeing that Daegun Kwan wasn't saying anything, Chunsim threw a punch at him. However, in the end, she just lightly touched him. "There's been so many rumors about you lately. If this keeps up, you're going to die. I'm giving you this advice from a caring senior's perspective." Little did she know, all her talking just made her seem like a yapping little dog to Daegun. "Hey, was I too harsh? You seem pretty pitiful. Just go quickly." Just as she was about to leave, Daegun grabbed her. "I still have something to say. The 4 heavenly kings or whatever, aren't you close with them? Since they want to see me, tell them to hurry up." At this moment, Songwa-gu appeared from behind. Daegun was startled. "What are you trying to do this time?" "I've studied the mistakes from our last fight. You're definitely skilled in combat, so I've prepared a technique with more destructive power than ever before." After speaking, his little followers also rushed out from behind. "That's professional professional wrestling. After saying that, the underlings powered up and pushed Songhwa forward. A powerful sliding tackle rushed toward Daegun, while Daegun Kwon protected Chunsim and dodged the attack. He seized the opening and landed a punch on Songhwa's forehead. After resolving the fight, Daegun realized he had accidentally hurt Chunsim, who was nearby. So Daegun approached with concern. "I'm sorry, are you okay? Are you alright?" At this moment, the chubby Sunjin, who was watching from behind, quickly appeared, about to take Chunsim to the infirmary. Before Daegun could react, he scurried away. "Hey, Songhwa-gu, this is all your fault. Do you want to die?" At this moment, Songhwa-gu, who was pretending to be asleep, was trembling with fear. Hakun, who witnessed this scene, showed a greedy look. Such a delicious piece of meat, it would be too wasteful to just dispose of him casually. By the time school let out, the sky had already darkened. Daegun walked alone on the road. "It's all that Songhwa-gu's fault. I originally just wanted to punish him a little, but this guy insisted on telling me information about the 4 heavenly kings. Then he waited for me until after school. What a waste of time." Suddenly, he noticed in the reflection that a red-haired guy was launching a sneak attack from behind. He dodged to the side, avoiding this whistling punch. Daegun asked for his identity, and Hakun looked vicious. "Who am I? Take a guess." Daegun put down his bag and got into a serious stance. "From what you're saying, you have no intention of talking." And Hakun couldn't help but laugh loudly. This doesn't warrant deep thought, because knowing won't do you any good anyway. After speaking, he suddenly launched a whip kick. Daegun Kwon leaned back slightly to dodge. At this moment, Daegun kept guessing his identity. He's dressed strangely and doesn't look like a student. If he's just an ordinary person, I shouldn't go hard on him. But he's coming at me with the intent to kill, so I don't need to hold back so much. At this time, Sung-hun Lee, who just got out of class, found Songhwa-gu and the others being punished. "What are you doing? School's been out for so long. As you can see, we're being punished. Daegun hasn't said we can go home yet." "I see. You were talking with Daegun just now. Why did it take so long?" Songhwa-gu had to explain. "Of course it's about the 4 heavenly kings. How about it? Do you want to hear too?" He began narrating. The 4 heavenly kings are also called the 4 beasts in some places. They're all friends from the same hometown, all famous for being strong. But recently, the word cruel has started appearing in reviews about them, and not long ago we ran into one of the 4 heavenly kings. That day we were holding our usual fighting competition as usual. At that moment, a red-haired guy appeared out of nowhere. He said something shocking. "What are you guys doing? Are you imitating underground fighting?" I immediately recognized that it was Senior and Hakun, and defended myself right away. "This is the 3rd floor above ground, which has nothing to do with the underground you mentioned." Hakun pushed his luck, laughing loudly. "You guys are like playing house, whatever. So which one of you is the strongest?" I was about to step forward when our class's number 2 stood up. "My name is Osoduk. Also, I need to remind you this isn't on campus." Hearing this, and Hakun stood up. "You little cuties, let me show you what real underground fighting is." Osoduk got into a fighting stance. Several punches he threw were all easily dodged by Hakun. That's when I felt his footwork and movement were very unusual. That soft, fluid movement. I don't know if it was advantageous for dodging the opponent's attacks, or just for mockery. Osoduk got a bit desperate after missing. Damn it, just wasting time there. Go die. However, after throwing this punch, he just felt his arm was caught like by a python, unable to move. And Hakun restrained his arm effortlessly. With just a crack, his arm was already dislocated. And Hakun grinned wickedly. "Oops, I slipped. It must hurt a lot, right? Damn it, that guy's a psycho. We need to stop him. Hey, stop. If this continues, the injury will get worse." And Hakun smiled and charged straight at Osoduk. "I want him to get more injured. Stopping people is something to do in kindergarten." "Stop!" I was about to rush up and stop him. Then I felt my neck being strangled tightly like by a python. And Hakun strangled my neck at an abnormally fast speed. Then I lost consciousness and couldn't hear any sound. When I woke up, I found everyone in our class had already passed out on the ground. This is the intelligence about an Hakun that I personally experienced from the 4 heavenly kings. After listening, Sung-hun Lee was thoughtful. "If you care so much about intelligence, why would you tell me all this? I feel like you're trying to cheer for Daegun." Anyway, and Hakun from the 4 heavenly kings is both strong and cruel. Even if Daegun is strong, he won't handle him that easily. At this moment, they didn't know that right then, and Hakun had already taken a heavy punch from Daegun Kwon, and blood was flowing from his nose. At this moment, he couldn't help but be shocked. This guy is really a bit troublesome. "Who the hell are you?" I still haven't heard an answer. If you don't answer while your mouth still works, you'll lose the chance to respond. Meanwhile, seeing the group chat message, Sunjin couldn't help but complain. "Isn't Hakun going to make a move outside?" He ground his teeth. "This should be handled at school in front of everyone to properly teach him a lesson and create an atmosphere of insubordination." With that, the chubby guy ran over to stop it. Sung-hun Lee and the other guy behind also noticed Sunjin. "Why is that fatty here?" So the two decided to follow and see what's up. The two behind couldn't help but marvel. With that body type, he can run so fast. But why does he run with that posture? In the corner, and Hakun couldn't help but doubt Daegun Kwon's identity as a student. That physique, those movements and attacks. "Are you really a first year?" He continued to add. "It's not that I'm embarrassed about being hit by a first year, so I'm saying this, but you don't look like a first year no matter how I look at it." Daegun Kwon thought to himself. What, is he suspecting the plan? Although saying my face is a first year's is indeed ridiculous. But there should be examples of people who look older than me. I should be fine, right? Considering an Hakun might be an ordinary person, Daegun decided to hold back and try not to leave marks. It's better to finish this in one go. Thinking this, he walked toward an Hakun. Watching Daegun walk straight over, and Hakun went up and threw a punch, but with just a crack, and Hakun couldn't react in time before being knocked to the ground. "You look like you want to say something. What are you trying to express?" At this moment, Sunjin finally arrived but saw an unbelievable scene. Did an Hakun actually lose? And Hakun, one of the 4 heavenly kings, is just lying on the ground unable to get up. At this time, Chunsim at the arcade was happy because she won a game. Thinking about how that first year earlier made her unhappy, but was still worth forgiving. That Sunjin guy is the most immature one. To punish a first year, he wants to mobilize the 4 heavenly kings. Isn't that like trying to kill him? But she didn't know that these 4 heavenly kings didn't seem so scary in front of Daegun. So this is the 4 heavenly kings? Hey kid, get up quickly, or you'll be foaming at the mouth. Suddenly, Hakun took advantage of Daegun Kwan's inattention, leaping up from the ground and grabbing at his throat and arm, but this was still broken free by Daegun with brute force. He shook hard and threw Hakun flying, and Hakun said stubbornly, "Not bad countermeasures. Damn it, this drug effect came so late." At this time, the chubby guy questioned, "And Hakun, didn't I tell you to handle this at school? Why do you always ignore what I say?" And Hakun said disdainfully, "Fat pig, watch your tone. After the drug takes effect, if you still dare talk like that, I'll kill you too." Sunjin was shocked. "Hey, you really took that drug? Of course, fat pig. You have no ability to judge people at all. That guy can't be beaten with normal methods." He added, "This isn't the level of an ordinary first year. It's not like ordinary convenience store food, but a super lavish dinner. Alright, then let's finish him off here completely." After speaking, he said to the 2 nearby, "Watch carefully how your boss gets beaten to a pulp," then arrogantly added, "You're totally done for now." Daegun looked carefully, "So now you're getting serious." His aura is definitely different. He just saw Hakun swaying, as if entering some kind of awakened state. He suddenly stopped, his right hand bulging with veins, and viciously struck at Daegun. While dodging, Daegun counterattacked again. Whether it's awakening or not, let me test it out. However, Daegun's move was also dodged. He smiled smugly and took the opportunity to tightly wrap around Daegun Kwan's arm. Sungwa-gu immediately recognized this was the grappling technique that dislocated Osoduk's arm. However, this move was still useless against Daegun. He punched and sent Hakun flying, and Hakun couldn't help but be shocked. After the drug effect kicked in, my reaction speed is far beyond normal humans. Could he be much stronger than me after taking the drug? But how is that possible? At this time, the chubby guy started bragging to the 2 people next to him. Right now, and Hakun's physical abilities far exceed normal humans. This is an awakened state that a mere first year couldn't possibly know about. This is called super concentration or super consciousness state, using all of the brain's potential. This way, not just mentally, but all aspects of the body reach human limits. Before he finished, Hakun attacked Daegun Kwan again with his fists. After failing, he wrapped around Daegun's arm again. Before he could execute the technique, he got punched hard in the face by Daegun again and flew backwards. Daegun was quite displeased with this annoying fighting style, grabbing and wrapping even more annoying than Sungwa-gu. But this sudden surge in reaction speed and strength, is this the awakened state? But you just mentioned something about drugs. Before the chubby guy could react, how could a mere first year know about this? Daegun entered serious mode. Whether it's awakening or not, let's compare with the real thing and find out. The red-haired guy wasn't buying it at all, and suddenly rushed at Daegun. But a heavy punch quickly hit him in the face, too fast to react, and Hakun's nose was bleeding. "What just happened? How did I get hit?" Sunjin shouted from the side. "Don't lose face for the 3rd years in Hakun." Before Hakun could catch his breath, Daegun kicked at him again, just when Hakun was smug that he finally caught it. Daegun slightly exerted force and threw him flying several meters. Watching Daegun slowly approaching him, and Hakun felt an indescribable fear. He immediately launched a sweep, trying to catch him off guard. This swift attack was still dodged by Daegun, and then he was met with another stone-like fist. The completely dazed and Hakun was sweating profusely. "Clearly I attacked first, so why do I keep getting hit? Then I'll just have to try this move." And Hakun struggled to his feet again. The 2 watching on the side both guessed this battle should belong to Daegun's victory. The chubby guy was obviously anxious. "You lower grades, what do you know? Are you as smart as me? Just wait and see." Anyway, and Hakun's truly terrifying weapon is still to come. And Hakun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Anyway, I can still see his punches clearly. So he went forward again to meet Daegun's iron fist, but this time he caught it and suddenly mobilized all his strength trying to break Daegun's arm. Feeling his arm squeezed like by a python, Daegun didn't give him a chance. His left fist punched him in the forehead again. After this strike, and Hakun almost fell into unconsciousness. Daegun waved his hand, telling the chubby guy nearby to remember to take him away, or he'll die if unconscious too long. However, a turning point occurred, and Hakun opened his mouth like a giant python. Attacking from behind, he strangled Daegun's neck. He sneered, "Since you said being unconscious too long will kill someone, then you should hurry up and die." The chubby guy started explaining smugly again. "And Hakun is called the python. You lower grades, do you know what happens when caught by a python?" However, this python didn't know he caught a fierce cougar. Daegun grabbed his collarbone. As Daegun exerted force, the sound of the collarbone shattering came, and Hakun completely lost his ability to resist. Daegun was somewhat helpless. "You crossed the line first. If you could tell I was holding back and just lay down obediently, wouldn't that have been fine?" He didn't forget to remind Sunjin nearby. "Aren't you going to carry your friend away?" Meanwhile, at the arcade, 2 punks just insulted Chunshui a couple times, and got their heads pressed down as punishment. Bei Yiryu from the 4 heavenly kings smiled slightly. "Chunshui, how do you want me to punish them? Even killing them is fine." After a while, all the punks bowed 90 degrees to apologize to Chunsim. "We're very sorry for causing you trouble. Alright, I'll count this as a mistake and let you go this time." Bei Yiryu smiled apologetically on the side. "Okay Chunsim, don't be angry. Let me buy you your favorite drink." All along the way, Chunsim kept complaining about Daegun Kwan. "That Sunjin guy is also very childish, asking me to call the 4 heavenly kings. How could that first year be your match? So I taught him a fierce lesson. It's just that he seemed a bit dull." Chunsim continued adding. "So I told him not to be too arrogant. Plus everyone says he's very handsome, but when I looked, he's just okay." Hearing this, Bei Yiryu quickly grabbed Chunsim. Is he really that handsome? More handsome than me? What about height? Just then, Chunsim received a phone call. Her eyes immediately reddened. Something happened to Hakun. A while later, at the hospital, Bae Yu was slightly shocked. A first year? The guy you mentioned? Looks like he can fight pretty well among the vermin. Didn't I tell you? This isn't some small matter. The 4 heavenly kings must step in. Bae Yu tilted his head slightly. I understand. The guy who made Chunsim cry, I'll kill him with my own hands. At this time, the chubby guy also received a call from Hanambai. Are you finally curious? Hanambai, on the other end, looked serious. Cut the nonsense and explain the situation. Sunjin started embellishing. Chunsim was crying in a mess. A first year is acting like the boss at school and ruined the whole atmosphere. Hanambai ground his teeth in anger. I got it. Also, what kind of bread does Chunsim like again? Sunjin then reminded. The opponent isn't simple. You should bring your pen holder too. The first years were still noisy, talking about Daegun and the 4 heavenly kings duel. Sunghwa explained. Looks like Hakun will be suffering for a while. Daegun Kwan is really extraordinary. I need to keep studying his fighting style. My sister came back recently. Should I go ask her? Hearing this, the boys got excited. Great, Sister Yeonhwa is back. We want to come to your house to play too. The students in class 1 were equally shocked. He resolved one of the 4 heavenly kings this quickly, and Sunghun Lee showed the photos he took to others. The yellow-haired guy said maybe the so-called 4 heavenly kings are just rumors with lots of talk, but actually no real skill. While the students were chattering, Daegun sensed someone was peeking from outside the window. He couldn't help but think and Hakun was indeed high level enough to be mistaken for Awaken. I'm really curious what the other 4 heavenly kings are like. At this time, Hanambe carrying his backpack had already arrived at the school with murderous intent. Meanwhile, Chunsim hiding by the door peeking was almost discovered by Daegun Kwan. The more she thought about it, the more unbelievable it was. Did this first year really beat in Hakun? It wasn't a sneak attack or anything, right? Or maybe some other trick or underhanded means, but then she thought again and felt very down. It's better not to let them fight, or it'll definitely be mutual destruction. She was thinking of doing something when she didn't notice Daegun had already walked out and seen her. She was shocked and was about to run away. Then she felt her feet leave the ground. Daegun lifted her up from behind. Chunsim's face immediately turned red. What are you doing? Do you have something to say? Daegun said calmly. That's what I want to ask you. If you have nothing to say, don't peek. Chunsim was both angry and embarrassed. You're talking like you're talking to a little sister, but I'm the older one. At the school gate, Bae Yu had also arrived. It's really been a long time since I came to school. I really hope to see Chunsim soon. Oh right. He paused for a moment before remembering the real business. I'm here to kill that first year. Chunsim also received a text message at this time. Why did Bae Yu come to school? To prevent them from fighting, Chunsim pulled Daegun saying she'd take him to see the 4 heavenly kings, but actually took him to a sports equipment storage room. Facing Daegun's questioning, Chunsim could only make up an explanation. The 4 heavenly kings said they'd come here. If they fight in the classroom, it'll definitely affect others, so it's better here. Daegun suddenly understood something. He moved closer to Chunsim. I think I know why you brought me here. Chunsim panicked. What do you understand? You're calling the other heavenly kings together to deal with me all at once, right? If that's the case, I'm looking forward to it. Call them quickly. After all, waiting is very boring. Seeing he was so single-minded, Chunsim had to say, looks like you're not a fool. You found out. She sneered inwardly. It's just to keep you two from meeting. For this, I need to stall for more time. What can I do with this guy to pass the time? Seeing him constantly talking about studying, Chunsim suddenly had an idea. Does Big Sister need to teach you this? At this moment, Bae Yu didn't find Chunsim in the classroom. The chubby guy on the side fanned the flames. Chunsim went to find Daegun in the first grade. That vermin? Why go find him? Is he in class 1? Before Bae Yu could finish asking, amid everyone's exclamations, Hanambe had also arrived at the classroom. Bae Yu asked coldly, why are you here? Didn't I tell you not to come? Just go read your favorite books. Hanambe scanned around. Looks like Chunsim isn't here. With that, he was about to leave. Bae Yu reached out to stop him. The two immediately started grappling. How about we have a fight first? Hanambe was relatively calm. Doing this is just wasting time. Bae Yu let go. I'll handle that first year. How about you deal with the remaining kids? Hanambe's eyes narrowed. Did you take mud? You too? Looks like you're also taking this seriously. Then who gets to catch that mouse? Let's decide by rock, paper, scissors. A while later, 2 third-year students came to class 1's classroom. Daegun Kwan shouldn't be here, but the arrogant first years are all gathered together. Myungjung Kim sneered. Worthless third years. If you don't want to get beaten, get lost quickly. The two could no longer tolerate it. A mere first year dares to mock us like this. Let's teach him a lesson. With that, he swung his fist at Myungjung Kim, but it was useless. Myungjung Kim dodged to the side, then kicked him flying. The two watching on the side couldn't help but complain. Come to think of it, he was once a boss too. It's just that he gets beaten so often people forget. Just when everyone thought it was over, the tall Hanambe also burst into class 1. Looks like first years really have no manners. Myungjung Kim showed disdain. Wearing those crappy glasses is really annoying. Watch me teach you a lesson. But before anyone could react, Myungjung Kim had already been knocked to the ground. At this time, Bae Yu was on his way to find Chunsim. He noticed there seemed to be sounds coming from the sports equipment room. In the equipment room, the two were playing a quiz game. Dummy, if you don't answer immediately, just say you don't know. You got it wrong. Okay, stop making excuses. Stick your head out and let me flick it. Daegun was helpless, pushing back his hair while requesting another round. This flick was harder and bounced Dagon's head back hard. Hee, that felt nice. Next question. Dagon expressed dissatisfaction. This time let me ask the questions. As a third year, you must know a lot, right? Bae Year-yu, who noticed something was off about the sports storage room, was stopped by two girls. Long time no see, you're still so handsome. Why didn't you contact us when you came to school? At this time, Dagon finally found an opportunity when Chunsim answered wrong. He gave an evil smile. Chunsim lifted her hair to let Dagon take his revenge. Dagon's eyes flashed with cold light, sharp and frightening, like a machine gun aimed at the young girl's delicate forehead. Chunsim couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. What's going on? That look in your eyes says you want to kill me. Dagon Kwan's fingers began to tense up until the veins on his wrist bulged. But in the end, he just lightly tapped her on the head. The girl couldn't hide her bashful expression. What was that? So weak. Just as Dagon was about to come up with the next question, he suddenly realized a lot of time seemed to have passed, and the four heavenly kings who promised to show up hadn't made a single move. Why do you have to fight with the four heavenly kings? If you could just talk it out. That's when they heard violent pounding on the door outside. As the force grew stronger, even the iron door couldn't withstand it, until it was finally kicked flying. Dagon instinctively moved to shield the girl behind him, but this scene only angered Bae Year-yu, the one who had kicked down the door. What are you doing? Why are you alone with Chunsim in the equipment room? Seeing this, Chunsim quickly tried to explain. Why are you here? It's not what you think. Bae Year-yu said helplessly. How could you do this to me, Chunsim? Even if you got a boyfriend, you should have told me. At this point, two girls started gossiping too. Isn't Dagon dating Suji Baek? He's too timing. Hearing this, Bae Year-yu understood everything. So that's how it is. Chunsim likes strong men, but she likes the strongest. She promised she'd wait for me to become the strongest man. Hearing this, Chunsim hurried to deny it. When did I ever say that? Don't say such weird things. Dagon looked confused. Is he your boyfriend? He seems really hostile toward me. Could you explain? It was the first time Bae Year-yu had ever seen that shy expression on Chunsim's face. He immediately issued a challenge. I'll give you a suggestion. If you're a man, you'll know what I mean. Then he added, if I win, you give me Chunsim. Dagon dismissed it with contempt. This has nothing to do with me. You two work it out yourselves. If there's nothing else, move aside quickly. I'm here to find the four heavenly kings. But before he could finish, Bae Year-yu threw a punch straight at his head. The lightning fast strike seemed impossible to dodge, but Dagon evaded it with incredible speed. You even dodged that? Not bad. But what are you talking about, kid? I'm one of the four heavenly kings. Hearing this, Dagon unbuttoned his shirt and got into fighting stance. Well, that changes things. Bae Year-yu smiled slightly. Then let's bet on Chunsim and settle this. Dagon was speechless. Why would I bet on her? Do-hyun Kim, watching this scene, was shocked. Dagon and one of the four heavenly kings are going to fight over a girl. In the classroom, Suji Baek was also troubled. If her brother and Dagon fought, who should she support? That's when she heard the news that Dagon was fighting with one of the four heavenly kings too. In class 1, Hanambe also heard about the fight and was about to rush over. Suddenly, he was blocked by several students from class 1. Manhwa No said calmly, Dagon is already facing another heavenly king. No matter what, he can't handle two. Even if we can't win, we should at least stall for time. The two beside him hesitated. Can we really do this? At the equipment room entrance, just as the two were about to fight, Chunsim stood between them. Bae Year-yu looked tender. Chunsim, it's dangerous here. Can you go outside first? Dagon also waved his hand. Just get out. Don't get in the way. Hearing this, Chunsim choked up. In the way? How could you say that? With that, she ran off. Hearing those words, Bae Year-yu gritted his teeth in anger. Is that how you talk to a senior? So rude. With that, he kicked with force. Go to hell. After the move was dodged, he followed with a wide, sweeping leg kick. Then came a continuous barrage of attacks, but Dagon either dodged or blocked them all. This guy only uses high kicks. They're flashy, but don't do much damage. But the two girls watching were mesmerized. Did you see that? Bae Year-yu is so cool. Suji Baek had also arrived. She couldn't wait to see what was happening. She immediately ordered those two girls to be quiet. Stop it, will you? It's not like the cooler one wins. Seeing his continuous attacks easily avoided, Bae Year-yu praised, you're good at dodging. For a first year, you're just as tough as the rumors say. Before he could finish, he got punched in the face. Thanks for the compliment, but you're more ordinary than I expected. After that hit, Bae Year-yu's nose started bleeding. Then he heard Dagon's reminder. If you want to win, stop pretending. Fight me seriously. If you're just showing off, losing will look even worse. Bae Year-yu ignored him. Just because you landed one punch, you think you're winning? By the way, where did Chunsim go? With that, he got into a serious stance. Since the star of the show isn't here, you know what happens, right? You're right, punk. In a fight, all that matters is winning. With that, he grabbed the net from the table and threw it at Dagon. While Dagon dodged, he kicked out another leg. At that moment, Dagon noticed this white-haired guy's eyes had completely changed. Could this guy be awakening too? Under the classroom stairs, Chunsim, who had run away, was full of regret. In the end, when those two started fighting, I still couldn't help but run away. She recalled a night long ago under a red moon. Bae Year-yu was brutal, every punch drawing blood. He beat a group of thugs until they were wailing on the ground. That's when he noticed Chunsim nearby and immediately put on a gentle smile. What's wrong, Chunsim? When did you start watching? But don't worry, this isn't my blood. I'd never bleed because of this trash. Chunsim, you always smile at this trash, so they keep clinging to you. But it's okay, I'll kill them for you. Thinking of this, Chunsim grew even more worried. That Dagon isn't a bad kid, even if he's a bit rude. I absolutely can't just stand by. So she gathered her courage and returned to the fight. Besides, Besides, looking after juniors is a senior's responsibility. At the equipment room, no matter how Bae-Yiryu attacked, Daegun dodged easily. No matter how fast the punches, Daegun was always one step faster. However, in Mad Dog mode, Bae-Yiryu's reaction speed increased several times over, and his distance control was precise. Even his attack patterns changed, becoming quite underhanded. Eye pokes, neck strikes, all kinds of dirty tricks came out. Every throwable item in the equipment room was hurled at Daegun. No martial ethics whatsoever. The spectators watching discussed this. The moment Chunsim left, that guy became a completely different person. This fighting style that abandoned morals and rules greatly annoyed Daegun, so he seized the opportunity and grabbed Bae-Yiryu. Why do you guys always give me this weird vibe similar to Awakening? Bae-Yiryu exerted force again. You know about Awakening? For a first year to be this strong, why does it feel like Awakening? I really have awakened. With that, he bit down on Daegun's arm like a mad dog. Daegun was shocked and immediately punched him flying. He grabbed his white hair and slammed him against the wall. You're wrong, what you guys have is an awakening, but if 2 of the 4 heavenly kings are like this, something's definitely off. Bae-Yiryu broke free, gasping heavily. Then tell me what awakening is. Before he could finish, Daegun moved like the wind and sent him flying. That's when Chunsim returned to the equipment room. She looked closely and saw Bae-Yiryu covered in blood, which scared her. He muttered to himself, that punch was so fast I couldn't even see it, and the damage was incredible. Bae-Yiryu noticed Chunsim and quickly tried to hide his blood. Chunsim, why are you here? It's dangerous. Stay back. Hearing Chunsim's concern, Bae-Yiryu wiped his nose. A little blood is nothing, as long as I can win. Then he said to Daegun, I don't know what answer you want to hear, but you're about to get beaten to death by me. With that, he charged at Daegun again like a vicious dog. His eyes were cold as he kept throwing punches. With the drugs-enhanced reflexes, he attacked recklessly. But to Daegun, there were still too many openings. He seized the moment and landed a heavy punch. Being hit repeatedly, Bae-Yiryu didn't seem affected at all. He gritted his teeth and fought back like a madman, throwing punches. Even with injuries serious enough to knock him out, he showed no concern, as if he felt no pain. That's when the chubby guy started narrating. You should find that form of his quite strange. Bae-Yiryu's nickname is Mad Dog. He uses drugs to enter awakening mode. When he's extremely excited, he enters Mad Dog mode. During the Blood Moon incident, Mad Dog Bae-Yiryu made an entire gang bleed like a river. And today, he'll make that cocky first year pay the same painful price. That's when Sujibek interrupted him, telling him to be quiet. She pointed at a large tree. You see that tree? Go say it over there. But Chunsim heard Sunjin Ham's words and realized the situation seemed even worse now. Yiryu's violent state is exactly like it was on Blood Moon night. But Daegun remained calm, dodging Bae-Yiryu's repeated attacks while counterattacking. Daegun's fists were like steel, but after taking countless hits, Bae-Yiryu still desperately charged at Daegun. Daegun was getting concerned too. This guy should be unconscious by now, but he's getting more excited. This could get dangerous. Thinking this, Daegun threw another heavy punch, pushing Bae-Yiryu back several meters. After this hit, Bae-Yiryu tried to stand but found his legs had already given out. He forced himself up. No matter what, I can't lose in front of Chunsim. If my legs won't work, I'll crawl forward. If I can't punch him, I'll grab. If I can't grab, I'll bite. Even without teeth, I'll use my gums to crush him. He kept charging at Daegun like a mad dog, but kept getting punched and sent flying. As long as I can win, it doesn't matter if I'm ugly or dirty. I just can't look weak. His thoughts returned to a childhood field trip. He had fallen behind the others because he tripped. Chunsim ignored the other kids' mockery. She walked straight up to him to check his wound. Receiving her care, Bae-Yiryu said he liked Chunsim the most. Chunsim casually replied, I only like strong men. Like you being so weak that I have to take care of you. So you need to get stronger and become a real man, okay? Bae-Yiryu's eyes lit up. If I become strong, will you like me? From that moment on, Bae-Yiryu trained like crazy, determined to become the strongest man. With eyes only for Chunsim, he completely ignored other girls' affections. Whether it was sports or anything else, he vowed to be the best, just so no one would deny his strength. Actually, no, he just needed Chunsim's approval. That was enough. But right now, he was utterly pathetic in front of Chunsim. This was unacceptable. Thinking this, he stood up again and charged at Daegun, charging toward his goal. At that moment, his mind held only the obsession to be the strongest. He couldn't hear Chunsim's pleas to stop, but Daegun couldn't hear his inner thoughts. You're not a dog. Why so crazy? Stop! With that, he threw a full-force punch, completely knocking out the crazed Bae-Yiryu. Everyone watching looked on in disbelief. Daegun said calmly, I wanted to ask about the drugs, but I guess you can't talk to someone who's unconscious. Seeing this, Sujibek smiled slightly. I told you he was no match for Daegun. Daegun hasn't even got a scratch on him. Meanwhile, Chunsim rushed over. Yiryu, what's wrong? Please don't die. Daegun lifted him onto his back. Just take him to the nurse's office, and don't worry, he's not seriously injured. Sujibek was about to ask if he was hurt when Daegun cut her off. Sorry, I need to deal with something. We'll talk later. Sujibek felt a bit disappointed. Then she heard 2 girls chattering about Daegun and Chunsim's relationship. Just as she was about to ask, those 2 girls quickly ran away, so she immediately pressured Do Hyun Kim, who was watching, to tell her the truth. You didn't know? Daegun and Bae-Yiryu fought because they bet on Chunsim. On the other side, Ha Nambae, using just a few tricks, easily subdued Hojong. Jungmin, who tried to sneak attack with a wrench, was also knocked to the ground. After a few moves, everyone except Manhwa No had lost the will to resist. Hanambe said coldly, "Just you left now." Manhwa No steeled himself, holding a wrench and pencil. "Come on, I'm enough by myself." Hanambe suddenly became curious. "Are you Wu Jinzhou, the weapon master's brother? I've seen your brother's skills. I have my own pencil case as a weapon too." He pulled out his bright red pen from that pink pencil case. At the nurse's office, Chunsim tried to explain to Daegun that Bae Yiryu wasn't always violent. Daegun didn't want to hear her explanation. "Those people might be friends to you, but not necessarily to me." But then he suddenly thought of something. "I'm just executing some kind of plan myself, just satisfying some of my own desires, whatever. Anyway, though he looks like this, he's not seriously hurt. I held back and didn't break any bones." Just then, Minsu Kim burst through the door. "This is bad, Daegun. Another one of the 4 heavenly kings is fighting with classmates." At that moment in the classroom, Hanambe wielded his red pen like lightning. Even though Manhwa No fought hard to defend, he stood no chance at all. No matter how he attacked, counterattacked, or ambushed, he couldn't gain any advantage. In no time, Manhwa No's entire body was marked with red lines. Looking at his body, Manhwa No couldn't help but feel scared. If he had a blade instead, all this red would be my blood. Suddenly he shouted, "If we're counting like that, then the wound on your chest would be fatal too." Hanambe was surprised. He looked down and felt around but saw nothing. Taking advantage of this, Manhwa No launched a sneak attack. But the 4 heavenly kings' reflexes were astounding. While dodging the attack, he threw Manhwa No flying. Now the lesson is over. Time for punishment. With that, Hanambe pulled out a sharp steel pen. Manhwa No thought he was strong with stationary applications, but hadn't expected such a huge gap. He forced himself to his feet. To surpass his brother in his heart, he first had to deal with this guy. Suddenly, he started shouting again, "Daegun, don't come over! I'll handle this guy myself!" The moment Hanambe turned to look, Manhwa No launched another sneak attack. However, the difference in raw strength was too great. This move was blocked. His whole body was sent flying by Hanambe. "I'm confiscating this pen. You actually tricked me twice. Someone who has no etiquette while fighting. It's time to end this." Manhwa No shouted again. "Daegun, you really came," Hanambe scoffed. "You think I'll fall for it a third time? And it's not even funny." Just as he finished speaking, a kick from behind sent Hanambe flying. Seeing Daegun arrive, Manhwa No started embellishing. "Hanambe is the worst, despicable, shameless, ambushed me and stole my pen." Hanambe stood up. "You're Daegun? Coming here means you already beat Bae Yiryu. Bae Yiryu on mud is no ordinary person. To beat him without a scratch, looks like you used plenty of dirty tricks. I won't forgive you for disrupting school order." That's when Chunsim walked in silently. She walked up to Hanambe and kicked him several times. "Who told you to come here and do such dangerous things?" Then Chunsim started explaining to Daegun. "Listen to me, Hanambe isn't like that." Hanambe was stunned. What's going on? Is Chunsim being threatened? He saw Sun Jinham, the chubby guy in the corner, and after a moment of surprise, felt there might be some misunderstanding. So he said to Daegun, "This is getting awkward. Let me ask you a few questions." Daegun put his hands in his pockets. "Sorry, but I need to ask you questions first. That mud? That matter isn't suitable to discuss here. Too many people." Hanambe walked up beside Daegun to make an appointment. "Meet me tonight at 8 p.m. on the rooftop of the Hongchuo Cram School. Oh, and come alone. Don't fill the cram school with various thugs." As he walked out, he noticed there really was a tiny pen mark on his chest from Manhwa No. These two brothers really are alike. That evening, Minsu reported to Sami Lee, 2 of the 4 heavenly kings have been quickly dealt with, and the battle with Hanambe among the 4 heavenly kings is about to begin. At this rate, won't the plan end too quickly? The 4 heavenly kings' combat power can't hold back Daegun at all. Speaking of which, did we get someone too strong involved in our plan? He seems to get more powerful every day. I understand what you mean. I'll keep monitoring the situation. This matter doesn't need to be rushed. Even if Hanambe is defeated, the last of the 4 heavenly kings is absolutely insurmountable for Daegun. Besides that, she told Minsu to think of other methods too. At that moment, Daegun entered the cram school. His handsome face immediately sparked discussion in the crowd. Daegun searched for Hanambe's figure, feeling like an unwelcome guest. That's when Hanambe appeared and called Daegun over. On the rooftop, the two got into stance. The 3 from Manhwa No's group secretly watched from behind. Chunsim made a quiet gesture. "Don't talk to me. I'm listening to what they're saying." Daegun spoke first. "Does cram school help improve grades?" Hanambe answered seriously. "Everyone's experience is different. For me, it helps somewhat. I came to cram school because of Chunsim. Since everyone understands strength differently, my understanding of strength is..." Daegun was stunned listening to him ramble on. "I didn't expect all the 4 heavenly kings to be this absurd and hard to communicate with." Suddenly Hanambe stopped. "So to maintain order, I absolutely can't lose to you. If you're curious about the drugs, beat me first, and class starts soon. There's not much time, so I'll go all out from the start." Hearing this, Daegun also psyched himself up. "Come on. Seems like you don't have as much nonsense as the others." Hanambe took out his pink pencil case. "When I bring out my pencil case, it means I absolutely won't lose. You beat the other 2 not just through luck, so I'll use my full strength against you." Daegun was confused. "But why are you taking out a pen?" Hanambe got into position. "My full strength comes from the stationery in this pencil case." "Wait, I didn't come here to joke around with you. In all my life, no one's ever fought me with stationery." The spectators were all indignant. "Using weapons? That's too despicable." Manhwa No added, "Though he's only using pens, he might be a successor of the no-good school like my brother. The no-good school's foundation is converting everything visible around you into weapons. Even readily available stationery becomes the best weapon after they adjust how to use it. As a supreme master, even an ordinary branch can unleash tremendous power. Therefore, as weapons go, the user is more important than the weapon itself. In the hands of a master like Hanambe, the weapon can enhance his strength significantly." Daegun seemed quite calm. "I thought I misheard misheard, but seeing how serious you are, I'm at a loss. But before he could finish, Hanambe spun the triangular ruler in his hand. It rotated in the air like a dart flying toward Dagon. Dagon was startled and dodged, only to find the ruler embedded in the wood behind him. So go ahead and use your full strength. This isn't playtime anymore. With that, Hanambe gripped his steel pen and kept stabbing at Dagon. The steel pen and ruler in his hands were like sharp swords. Under the constant slashing and thrusting, Dagon could only dodge for now. That's when the chubby guy appeared again as narrator. Hanambe's nickname is Gorilla, not just because he uses tools. The reason he can use weapons well is because he has gorilla-like grip strength. Even the most insignificant pen can deliver sword-like power in Hanambe's hands. A battle between bare hands and weapons is a completely different concept. Dagon's in danger now. With gorilla-like grip strength, even if you barely hit him, there's no way you can make him drop his weapon. But before he could finish, Hanambe's weapon was swiftly knocked flying. Before Hanambe could show surprise, Dagon said seriously, "I wanted to humor you, but how long are you going to joke around?" Hanambe pulled out another triangular ruler. "To knock away my weapon, that's definitely a fluke. A fluke can't happen twice." He raised his hand to attack, but Dagon seized the opportunity and knocked his weapon flying again. The fierce attack that followed pushed him back several meters. Hanambe couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Fighting any enemy, I've never let my weapon get knocked away. This is unbelievable. I'll have to use my ultimate move. You're forcing me to do this. Turns out, Hanambe's specialty was throwing stationary. With his tremendous grip strength, he threw pens like hidden weapons. With that, he kept throwing pencils and compasses at Dagon, but Dagon easily dodged them all. He slightly dodged the thrown stationary while approaching Hanambe. Looking at Hanambe right in front of him still rummaging around, Dagon said gravely, "Stop joking around." He caught the flying pencil. "If this is all you've got, you're going to get beaten badly. Take off your glasses." After speaking, Dagon dodged an attack and punched Hanambe in the face. "When I told you to take off your glasses, you should have taken them off." The spectators were all shocked too. After getting hit by that punch, he can still stand up? Hanambe wiped the blood. How embarrassing. "So it came to this after all. I planned to settle this quickly with you, but the drug is starting to take effect now. So you've also taken drugs? Does this stuff have dosage limits?" Hanambe looked puzzled. "You started taking mud without even knowing that? That's dangerous. Just beat me and I'll answer everything. You'd better use your full strength too, but I think you'll just be busy dodging from now on." After his tough talk, his aura intensified further. He kept attacking Dagon, his speed astonishing. His left and right hands switched weapons smoothly, targeting Dagon's vital points. The chubby guy couldn't help but sigh. Dagon is indeed strong. Among the masters I've seen, he'd be in the top 10. But Hanambe is also the most reliable guy among the 4 heavenly kings. Dagon also noticed Hanambe had changed. This guy has the same strange sense of discord as the other two. I originally wondered why this guy was so seriously joking around. Now I understand it wasn't a joke. This pen really is dangerous, so I have to knock away that troublesome pen. With that, he made his move but found it was dodged. Dagon tried to punch and found Hanambe could dodge that too. "I'm sorry, but you won't knock away my weapon again, because now I can see your movements very clearly." He slashed, struck directly, thrust. His moves kept changing. The chubby guy Sunjin Ham explained from the side. Hanambe is different from the other two. What he pursues from taking drugs is different too. He perfectly analyzed how to use the drug, so he uses it for planning, not just physical enhancement. While fighting, he grasps, analyzes, and studies Dagon. All the attacks and accumulation are just for that final, precisely calculated, decisive strike. On the field, Hanambe had grabbed Dagon and was preparing to stab down with his razor-sharp steel pen, but this long-planned move was easily blocked by Dagon's strong arm. Then came another hammer-like punch to his abdomen, knocking him back. He gasped heavily. "This is ridiculous. My calculations were so precise, but I didn't even factor in the possibility of being countered. What kind of monster are you? Your body's stats far exceed normal humans. You've indeed entered an awakened state like me, but your movements are so strong, I'm questioning whether our awakenings are even the same. How did you take the drug? Is there a better method than oral consumption?" Dagon shrugged in confusion. "What are you talking about? I don't even know what that is." Hanambe was shocked. "You're saying you haven't taken mud at all?" "No, that's impossible." Dagon didn't care about his shocked expression and walked straight toward him. He raised his hand and delivered a fierce punch, blasting away the steel pen in his hand. Meanwhile, Suji Bake felt upset and distracted because of Dagon's coldness during the day. "This is really annoying. And how did that shorty suddenly show up?" But Suji Bake was confident. "How could a tiny, underdeveloped shorty like her compared to me? But this kind of thing is really unbearable. I have to ask him face to face." On the other side, Hanambe desperately grabbed Dagon's fist. He was quite proud. "You voluntarily fell into my grip, so now you can't move at all." Dagon had an expression like he was looking at an idiot. "What are you talking about? I still have another hand." This punch was extremely powerful, forcing Hanambe to keep retreating. "Damn it, I have to grab both his hands, but his speed is too fast." While Hanambe struggled to defend, Dagon kicked out. Though it was blocked, the pain still reached his opponent's head. Hanambe, who had been passively defending, couldn't help but sigh. "This really is a monster. I can't keep defending passively. There's only one way: create an opening. Only then can I lure him to reach out voluntarily." The opportunity came. Hanambe focused intently and finally grabbed both of Dagon's hands. "Finally got both your hands. When it comes to grip strength, I've never lost." But as Dagon's fingers began to exert force, Hanambe couldn't hold on on and eventually fell to one knee. That's when Chunsim, who had come upstairs to stop their fight, saw this scene. She couldn't believe Hanambe had the disadvantage. In her memory, Hanambe had the greatest strength. Back then, kids wouldn't play games with him because his strength was too great, but now he understood his strength wasn't as impressive as he'd thought. The man before him was even more terrifying, so he had to admit, "I've lost, Daegun. You win." At that moment, Muddy Club's car stopped in front of Samili's door. Hanambe began apologizing to Daegun. "Because of Chunsim, I started investigating you. From what I've learned, ever since you transferred back, you've been fighting those called thugs, and the school atmosphere has improved. But you don't look like someone who'd be addicted to fighting. Did you come to school with some other purpose?" Daegun felt a bit guilty. "Now I've won, so according to our agreement, you have to tell me what you know, right? Alright, I'll explain then. It's a drug that helps people concentrate. Many people take it for studying too. The 4 heavenly kings, including me, take another improved version. Though the effects are better, it brings other side effects. One involves emotional elevation, which we generally call awakening." Daegun froze. Who started using the term awakening? That's all I know. Chi Baron obtained the drug, so only he knows. And Chi Baron, who provides the drug source, is also the last of us 4 heavenly kings. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, in the city streets, a group of thugs tracked down the injured fighter Markma. Markma just gave them a cold warning. "If you don't want to get your asses kicked, you better scram." The fat leader didn't care. "Why do you talk so much? Bottom line is you won't listen until you see blood, right? You arena guys don't understand anything. The streets are nothing like the ring. This is real combat. Acting tough out here can get you killed." Hearing this, Markma not only wasn't scared but burst out laughing. "These punks are always so funny. Seems like they've watched too many movies. I should smash every cinema." He continued, "Punks like you only know how to intimidate people and stuff your faces like pigs, while I have to think about how to kill people. I'm not in the best shape right now, but killing you guys is still a piece of cake." With that, he took them down one punch at a time, easily knocking out the thugs one by one. Someone even tried a cowardly weapon attack, only to get his jaw shattered for it. In the blink of an eye, only the fat guy with a bottle was left running away, but Markma had no intention of letting him go. Just then, the fat guy finally met his savior, Chi Baron. "That bastard Markma knocked out all our brothers, and now he's coming after me." Looking at the broken bottle in his hand, Chi Baron said, "You brought something useful. Might as well put it to use." Within moments, Markma caught up and knocked the fat guy unconscious with one kick. He noticed Chi Baron standing nearby, apparently with the fat guy. "I feel like I've seen you somewhere. You're the one who's been attacking fighters at Muddy Club lately, right? Well, I guess I ran into you after all. Then I'll deal with you myself." On the other side, at the cram school rooftop, Daegun Kwan asked again, "Do you know where this person went? Though we're both part of the 4 heavenly kings, I don't know where he went, and you really shouldn't go looking for him." Chunsim agreed. "He's been lost for way too long. I have no way to find him and talk to him." Hanambe continued. "He doesn't even listen to Chunsim anymore, and he's become an extremely dangerous person." Meanwhile, in the deep alley, Markma had been completely dealt with, his lower body covered in blood. Sunjin Ham, who watched Daegun's battle, was amazed. "I didn't think he'd be this strong." In the end, he defeated all the 4 heavenly kings. Facing Manhwa No's confusion, Sunjin Ham explained there are only 3 of the 4 heavenly kings now, because the last one might as well not exist. At that moment, the 3 of them noticed the eraser Hanambe had thrown. Chunsim's name was actually written on it, but before they could dig into the eraser situation, Sunjin Ham suddenly climbed onto the high platform. He jumped down from above and landed next to Hanambe. "I don't know what you guys are talking about, but I have something to say to Jeon Daegun. Gangster hunter Jeon Daegun, who's your next target? Is it Chi Baron of the 4 heavenly kings?" Chunsim protested. "What are you talking about? Of course it's Suhyuk Baek. Tell him to stop hiding." Chunsim's right. It's hard to consider Chi Baron part of the 4 heavenly kings anymore, and we don't know where he is. The fat guy then said, "Even though you don't know his whereabouts, I, Sunjin Ham, do. How about it, Jeon Daegun? Come with me if you're interested in Chi Baron." The 3 of them watched Daegun leave with Sunjin Ham, feeling a bit lost. As they were about to leave, they noticed Manhwa No standing still. He said seriously, "I have something to take care of. You guys go ahead. I need to abandon my past self and move forward to embrace a new me." Meanwhile, Chunsim asked Hanambe, "Should we also go look for Baron? What can we do even if we find him? Don't you know our relationship has been growing more distant?" Chunsim added, "He's just feeling lost for a while. We can't just leave him like this. By the way, what is that drug? Didn't you tell me it was just an ordinary study drug?" Hearing this, Hanambe immediately tried to slip away. At this moment, Manhwa No also imitated Sunjin Ham and jumped from the rooftop. The result was landing hard on the ground and spraining his ankle. Chunsim was startled. "Are you okay? Why would you jump from there, you idiot?" "I jumped down because I have something to say. Please take me as your disciple." But this was quickly rejected by Hanambe. Manhwa No then proposed a threat. "What about that thing? Like the writing inside the eraser?" After a while, the group went to the hospital together. Chunsim asked in Hakun, "How are your injuries? How's Chi Baron doing?" He looked at Hanambe's crooked glasses and couldn't help but laugh. "Is this the new trend at cram schools? Were you lucky enough to only get your glasses broken fighting that guy?" Then he sighed. "The 4 heavenly kings have completely lost face. So his next target is Chi Baron, but I don't know where he is either. I just know he's been fighting all over the place, and he already quit the underground fighting scene. And you know, the crazy effects of mud really let people experience the joy of fighting. It makes you feel like you're getting stronger at a crazy speed, so for a while it felt really interesting. So for a time, he and I went crazy looking for fights, beating up anyone randomly. We were both insane back then. That guy Chi Baron can't control himself when he fights, and he'd come at me like he wanted to kill me. I thought it was accidental, but turns out he couldn't suppress himself, so we fought each other several times. At first it seemed fun, but from that point on, that guy became completely arrogant, like he really wanted to kill me. I always knew he was crazy, but I didn't expect he could get even crazier. He's been going insane even faster gangster lately. Anyway, besides getting drugs, I won't be meeting him again, Ha Nambe added. I'm guessing he got involved with mud after losing to Soo Hyuk Baek in underground fighting. If this guy becomes heavily dependent on drugs, we should intervene before it's too late. I don't know either. That guy won't listen to us anyway, and besides, one's own future is for oneself to decide. And Hakun continued, Chunsim, all these years you've been our leader, but that guy isn't anymore. Even if you meet him, he won't be the Chi Baron you know. On the other side, the fat guy explained to Dagon, I don't know where Chi Baron is either. Seeing Dagon getting angry, he quickly added, I just said I don't know right now. I can definitely find out tomorrow. It turned out that just now, a report from Muddy Club showed most of the club's fighters had lost their fighting ability, and Markma was also taken down while transferring according to intelligence. The man in white said nothing but silently made a call. Chi Baron's current condition is the perfect opportunity for us to test the effects of drug overdose. On the other side, Chi Baron mocked the newly awakened fat guy. It's hilarious that a wannabe gangster got knocked out with one punch. The fat guy gasped for air. What are you talking about? This is Markma, the guy Soo Hyuk Baek recently defeated. Chi Baron scoffed. Oh really? He was so weak I thought he was just some nobody. Well then, it's about time. I can go take Soo Hyuk Baek's life now. At the hospital, Ha Nambe slowly walked toward Manho. No. How's your foot? Returning your pen. Also, you seem to have something you haven't returned to me. Threatening me with the writing on the eraser won't work. Everyone knows about it anyway. After exchanging items, he slowly extended his hand. We were in such a hurry last time we didn't properly greet each other, right? We should shake hands properly. After shaking hands, Ha Nambe suddenly squeezed hard. Your grip strength is terrible. Without proper grip strength, no weapon will be useful. So we start with grip strength first, then technique and so on. Seeing Manho No's confused and delighted expression, Ha Nambe said seriously, I'll take you as my disciple. At this moment, the Muddy Club manager went directly to find Soo Hyuk Baek. He told Soo Hyuk Baek to take a break and come back later, because Chi Baron had become very dangerous out there. Soo Hyuk Baek said flatly, is he a problem for me? The manager explained, even you can't guarantee the risks of street fighting, especially against someone who's overdosed on drugs. We still don't know what consequences overdosing on mud will cause. You don't need to take this risk before we know. So you should go home and see your sister for now. Say goodbye to her temporarily. The scene shifted to a pool hall, where the fat guy offered Chi Baron some suggestions. Wouldn't it be risky to go straight after Soo Hyuk Baek? Better to ease into action first. Chi Baron sneered, can't go straight at him? What nonsense are you talking? I'm just giving an example. Instead of going straight after Soo Hyuk Baek, wouldn't it be better to fight his next opponent? Too much trouble. Right now, everyone except Soo Hyuk Baek is trash to me. Just as he was about to light a cigarette, the woman nearby muttered, isn't this a non-smoking area? How rude, and said to the man next to her, you should go tell him. Chi Baron heard all of this. I said, you stinking woman, stop being so opinionated, or I'll beat you flat. The man was about to step forward indignantly. Chi Baron swung the pool cue hard and knocked him unconscious. I already said stop being so opinionated. Fat pig, go get me a cue. The thugs behind them looked displeased. Hey you punk, I just saw that. Who are you? Where are you from? How dare you cause trouble here? You look like our junior. Real gangsters don't act like hooligans. Before he finished speaking, a heavy punch smashed into his face and sent him flying. Chi Baron scoffed. Why do these guys talk so much? This could have been solved with fists. If there are more people, hurry up and call them. Don't interrupt my rhythm. He charged forward, each move packed with tremendous force, effortlessly taking down all the thugs. Looking closely, a large group of gangsters appeared behind him. So many people really came. Perfect for me. With that, Chi Baron swallowed a pill. Facing the assault of weapon-wielding gangsters, Chi Baron didn't care. He kept throwing punches, each strike devastatingly powerful. Wherever his fists went, gangsters fell to the ground. However, the thugs had numbers on their side, swarming like ants. After continuous fighting, Chi Baron also got a little injured, after being hit by a gangster's sneak attack with a club. What shocked the gangsters, making them break out in sweat, was this. Chi Baron seemed to feel an unprecedented rush of pleasure. Can you call even more people? Meanwhile, Soo Hyuk Baek also returned home to see his sister, and Suji Baek wanted to go out for a bit. It's late. It'll be dangerous if you go out. Where are you going? Suji Baek was confused. Are you being stupid? Everyone in this area knows I'm your sister. What could happen? Back to Chi Baron's side, all the gangsters had already fallen in heaps. He expressed slight regret. Oh right, forgot to ask if anyone had a lighter. When he turned around, he found that woman still standing there. You're actually still here. The drug still got some effect left. Let's do something fun. With that, he ordered the woman to take off her clothes first. The woman immediately panicked. Really? Right here? Who knew Chi Baron just pulled off her jacket to wipe his face? The fat guy nearby also finished his call with the spy, learning that Soo Hyuk Baek's next opponent is a first year from your school. Chi Baron was stunned. First year? What nonsense are you talking about? Those people are all trash. Forget it. Don't worry about him. The mud appointment is set, right? No need to waste time. Let's go catch Soo Hyuk Baek directly. Ambushing from behind or grabbing that guy's sister should both work. Anyway, you figure it out. The Muddy Club side was also reporting the situation. Everything's going according to plan. We'll meet with Chi Baron soon. One more thing. About the first year opponent you mentioned for Soo Hyuk Baek. Is that person real or made up? The man in black smiled faintly. Of course it's made up. Who could possibly fight Chi Baron now? On the other side, Sun Jin Ham was explaining the rumors to Dagon. The four Heavenly Kings aren't Soo Hyuk Baek's subordinates at all. Though all four of them lost to Soo Hyuk once, Soo Hyuk isn't the type to treat others as subordinates. Besides, those four only willingly accept Jun Sim as their leader. They'd never be anyone else's subordinates. Therefore, it's more accurate to say the four Heavenly Kings and Soo Hyuk Baek are two different forces, but they share the same goal, which is to be the strongest. To avoid meaningless fights, they appear to gather together to keep enemies in check. check. When they became third years, due to different influences like academics, fighting, and money, their cohesion began to weaken. Chi Baron was the first to enter the underground fighting world. After that, Soo-hyuk also entered underground fighting and defeated him to become champion. Making things worse, Chi Baron was kicked out of the underground fighting scene. Though I can't confirm how much of a grudge that guy holds against Soo-hyuk, I know he definitely doesn't see him as an enemy, so we'll hand that guy over to you. Does this clear up your confusion? Now there's one last question for you. What exactly is your relationship with Suji? At this moment, the fat guy noticed Daegun answering Suji's call. He flew forward trying to snatch it, and got punched in the head by Daegun. Meanwhile, Suji Bake, seeing Daegun not answering her call, couldn't help but worry. She sighed and finally felt annoyed. My brother rarely comes home. I should have had dinner with him. Her sexy figure walked past the thug's eyes, attracting countless covetous stares. At this moment, the fat guy wouldn't let Daegun off. Just say it. What's your relationship with Suji? He pulled out that photo hoping Daegun would give a proper explanation. Daegun was a bit surprised and could only explain to him what happened that night. Sunjin Ham listened and started thinking. It does seem like a misunderstanding. Soo-hyuk has too many enemies. He's been challenged like this countless times. Sunjin Ham warned, anyway, be more careful. Don't let this kind of misunderstanding happen again. Daegun thought about that photo and fell into thought. Is someone tailing me? Or is it just one of Soo-hyuk Baek's enemies? Anyway, better find Chi Baron first, using the word awakening. Is it a coincidence or related to that guy? At this time, Soo-hyuk Baek called Sunjin Ham. Did you find the man in the photo? Sunjin Ham hesitated. He couldn't be sure if Daegun and Suji were really just a misunderstanding. I'm still checking. Anyway, if there's any situation, I'll contact you. You focus on taking care of your body. Nothing's more important than that, Soo-hyuk Baek said flatly. My first priority is money. I need a lot of money. Even if it exhausts me, it doesn't matter. The reason is I never want Suji to go hungry again. I want her to live like a queen in a greenhouse without worries, so she never has any concerns. But the premise of all this is that Suji stays by my side. If my sister falls into danger, then all the money in the world is meaningless. So I need you to bring that Chi Baron kid to me. That dangerous element needs to be dealt with by me personally. Hearing this, Sunjin Ham immediately sent Chi Baron a message challenging him to a fight. Chi Baron was confused. What's this fat shorty playing at? It's useless for me. At this moment, Muddy Club sent someone to meet them. This is the latest mud drug, but don't forget overdosing is dangerous. While they were talking, Chi Baron had already swallowed the pill. At the same time, he felt very energized. Hey Fatso, can I punch you? I want spicy stir-fried pork. Let's start immediately tomorrow. Got a plan figured out? No matter how I think about it, I can only find one weakness of Soo-hyuk Baek. Chi Baron looked intoxicated. That should be very interesting. The man in black in the car was secretly observing. After taking so many drugs, surprisingly his condition is still pretty good. The next day, Daegun was somewhat troubled that all the recent fighting had affected his studying. Hearing others' suggestions, Daegun had the idea of going to a cram school. What troubled him was the tuition problem wasn't easy to solve. At this time, limping Manhwa No walked into everyone's view. I have a major announcement to make. Let's have a meeting. At this moment, Chunsim also walked in from behind. She pushed through the crowd and walked straight to Daegun's side. Come here for a second. I have something to tell you. Can we talk outside? The four people nearby seeing this scene all cast suspicious looks. Chunsim leaned close to Daegun's ear and kept telling him about her plan. Can you do me a favor? I'm not ordering you as a senior, so even if you don't listen, I won't hit you. Chunsim got more and more excited, waving her arms continuously. At the emotional parts, tears even rolled down like pearls. Daegun quickly started explaining. She asked me for a favor, but then suddenly started crying. After a while, Daegun got things straight. So you want me to be bait to lure out Chi Baron, right? I'm really sorry, but there's no one else who can help. Just let him meet me and I'll handle the rest. Hearing this, Daegun actually thought it was good, but I don't want to just be bait. Sung-hun Lee also agreed. Using Daegun's presence to provoke him and force him out of his base is indeed a good method, just relatively simple. The variable is that Chi Baron also has some gang members. The uncertainty might cause big trouble, but we also have quite a few people. Anyway, if Chi Baron appears according to plan, that's best. Finally, Daegun specifically instructed Sung-hun Lee, you can find his base and contact me directly. I'll go see Chi Baron myself. I'm completely fine alone. Also, too many people is troublesome. At this time, Suji Baek saw Daegun and got quite a shock. Jeon Daegun was about to ask why she called him yesterday when Suji ran away in a flash. In the corner, she couldn't help gasping for breath, barely able to stand. What's going on? I already made up my mind, but my chest is pounding. Meanwhile, climbing up high, Sunjin Ham seemed to have found Chi Baron's base. Time is running out. Of the 5 bases I predicted, this is the 3rd. I hope it's correct. Looking closely, it's indeed very likely. Chi Baron here wouldn't be out of place. The problem is, I haven't seen Chi Baron himself. Don't know if calling will get a response. Chi Baron, receiving the call, slowly woke up to find last night's woman still hadn't left. The fat guy shouted loudly, "Wake up, Chi Baron! Our battle plan is about to unfold." Sunjin Ham saw Chi Baron walk out of the room and was secretly delighted, thinking he could tail him first. But at this moment, he was unfortunately discovered. In panic, his foot twisted and he fell straight down. He struggled to stand up and continue tracking Chi Baron, only to find the other party was was looking at him. Yo, isn't this Sunjin Ham? Soo-hyuk Baek's errand boy. Chi-Baron immediately ordered his subordinates to go do their business first. He needed to handle something. Looks like your foot is injured. Now even your favorite escape won't work. At school, Suji called Daegun over again. With her face flushed red, the two decided to walk and talk. Chi-Baron's subordinate noticed there was actually a man following Suji Baek and immediately became suspicious. Just to be safe, he called Chi-Baron to confirm the situation. Chi-Baron, receiving the call, was baffled. Are you an idiot? What does it matter who she's with? Whether you beat him to death or make him scram, just bring Suji Baek over. Sunjin Ham nearby panicked. What are you going to do? You think you can get away with this? So the thugs decided to tail them for a bit first, then start the operation. At that time in the hospital, Sung-Hun Lee brought fruit to an Hakun. So you want me to tell you where Chi-Baron's base is? I don't know. Sung-Hun Lee smiled and explained, I already learned from others that you know these things. You're not saying because of Chunsim Sr., right? Hearing this, and Hakun immediately grabbed his throat. Insolent bastard, how dare you talk back? Sung-Hun Lee calmly pulled out Chunsim's battle plan. With this kind of battle plan to lure him out, the senior will definitely get dragged into the fight too. If you tell us the base first, we can seize the timing and keep the senior out of this battle. On the other side, Chi-Baron grabbed the fat guy and kept beating him. Hey, poor little errand boy, no matter how much I beat you, Soo-hyuk Baek will always be indifferent. Sunjin Ham retorted, Soo-hyuk will definitely come save me, so please don't lay a hand on Suji. Before he finished, Chi-Baron punched him in the stomach. Wait a bit before you start squealing like a pig. He smiled coldly. When Suji Baek arrives, you better squeal even louder. On the street, Daegun wondered what Suji Baek wanted to say. You've been silent for 10 minutes. Suji Baek's face turned red as an apple, stammering. I have mountains of things to say, but I can't get a single word out. First of all, that shorty senior. What exactly is your relationship with her? She quickly added another sentence. I'm just very curious. That's why I'm asking. No other meaning. Hearing this, Daegun thought briefly. Is there anything special about our relationship? Just ordinary junior and senior, I guess. Hearing this, Suji Baek let out a long breath. Nothing special? Then do you have any feelings about me? But at this moment, Daegun's attention was drawn to the thugs behind them. Those people have been following us the whole way. Is it because of me or Suji Baek? Suji Baek fell into thought. Why isn't he saying anything? Is he considering it? Right, he still can't say his true feelings. He'll fight with my brother in the future. While her imagination ran wild, Daegun called out to her. Should we go to that alley? I prefer places without people. Suji Baek got a bit flustered. Inside, there is way too dark. Before she finished, Daegun pulled her into the deep alley. The thugs felt quite pleased. They actually went in themselves. What a great opportunity. In the darkness, Daegun gently covered Suji Baek's lips. Don't make a sound. Someone's tailing us. Still don't know if their target is you or me, Suji Baek explained. If they don't have brain problems, their target probably isn't me, because many people who covet my brother have been eliminated, and they don't seem to have followed in. Are you just making excuses? The thugs discussed outside for a while, then decided to send one thug first to test the situation. Before he could complain about the other's cowardice, he was subdued by Daegun in one move. Speak. Why are you tailing us? Daegun forcefully shook his arm, signaling the thugs to come in. When they entered, they only found their companion lying on the ground, so they signaled the thugs to surround the two. Unfortunately, we originally just wanted to peacefully take Suji Baek away. Now that doesn't seem possible. Suji Baek was somewhat angry. Don't you know who I am? Keep this up and I can't guarantee your fate. The fat guy in front had a wicked smile. You're the only sister Soo-hyuk Baek cherishes. That's exactly why we're taking you. Seeing this, Daegun just lightly removed his jacket. Whatever their purpose is, they'll spit it all out soon. The fat guy smashed his bottle and started mocking. You think you're cool? Got some guts too. Too bad this world isn't some movie scene. Acting cool like this will get you killed real fast. However, before he finished, his companions had already fallen one by one. Sorry, you guys talk a bit too much. I couldn't hold back, so I started first. Daegun said coldly, put down what you're holding. Put it down and I'll punch you once. If you don't put it down, I'll hit you twice. At this time, Soo-hyuk Baek noticed the message Sunjin Ham sent him. Half an hour past the appointed time. Realizing Sunjin Ham might be in trouble, Soo-hyuk Baek rejected the manager's call, threw on his jacket and silently escaped from the house. In the alley, Chi-Baron's subordinates still wanted to secretly send a message to notify them. Daegun grabbed his ear. You know what I want to ask, right? Confess everything. Seeing him refuse to budge, Daegun snatched his phone. So it's Chi-Baron. Daegun smiled slightly. This is even better. Let me deliver the message myself. You must know where he is, right? Tell me. I'll go find him personally. At this moment, under the effects of the drug, Chi-Baron's veins bulged all over. Really looking forward to what's coming. I really can't hold back anymore. On the street, Daegun told Suji Baek he'd go alone. Suji Baek's face turned red, her expression shy. Please, at least let me come with you. Seeing this, Daegun could only seriously dissuade her. They came for you from the start. Going with me will only be more dangerous. If you fall into crisis in this situation, then I'd have to take responsibility. Hearing the word responsibility, Suji Baek's face became even more flushed. At this time, Daegun gently asked her to close her eyes. Hearing this, Suji Baek complied, her heart pounding. However, Daegun fled far away like flying, heading straight to his destination. Suji Baek also heard Chi-Baron's location. She instinctively wanted to call her brother, but was very conflicted whether her lover and family member would fight as soon as they met. After hesitating for a long time, she finally decided to make the call. After shaking off Suji Baek, Daegun received Sung-Hun Lee's call and learned Chi-Baron's real address. Turns out those thugs still held back a card, telling Daegun and Suji Baek a fake address. After a while, Suji Baek arrived alone at that fake address. The atmosphere was eerie. A sleazy old man appeared behind her. He immediately invited Suji Suji Baek to his private room, then tried to make a move. Suji Baek was extremely angry and slapped him until his nose bled, as the sleazy old man kept shouting, calling for the owner of this place. A pig-faced manager led his followers over. After dismissing the guests, he faced Suji Baek. "Kid, who are you? Although we don't accept students here, but we can chat about other things. Are you interested?" Inside Chi Baron's base, several thugs were extremely impatient. How come the kidnapping group hasn't sent any news? The girl sitting nearby was all excited, ran to the door and grabbed a food delivery. Two little thugs were incredulous. "You actually know the address and dare to order delivery?" At this moment, there was another knock at the door. A thug went forward to open it and was directly kicked, flying out. At the same time, on Suji Baek's side, the sleazy manager also flew backward. After asking about his sister's condition, Soo-hyuk Baek walked straight toward those thugs. "You dared touch my sister with that dirty hand. Tell me which one it was. I'll help you cripple it." At this moment at Chi Baron's base, seeing the commotion at the door, the atmosphere immediately became tense. Daegun calmly surveyed the surroundings. This should be Chi Baron's base. Is he in the room inside? Chi Baron also felt the commotion at the door. Daegun barged straight into the room, only seeing a big guy and the tied-up fat guy. "Sunjin Ham, why are you here?" Chi Baron was somewhat disdainful. "I am Chi Baron, that's right. Who are you? Do you know me?" Without another word of nonsense, Daegun swung his fist straight at Chi Baron's face. Chi Baron had no time to resist and got a swirl punched into his face. He only heard Daegun's cold voice. "You don't need to know who I am." Chi Baron refuses to back down, swinging his iron rod in a fierce counterattack. His attack misses, and Daegun Kwan lands a heavy punch on his shoulder. He still tries to strike back, nearly hitting Daegun's arm, but Daegun kicks him away, breaking several of his ribs. Chi Baron stands up like nothing happened, saying fighting with fists from the start really gets me excited. Seeing him like this, Daegun calmly asks what mud is and whether he's really taken it. Chi Baron thinks for a moment, "What's this about? So you're from the club too? No wonder you're so fast." Daegun thinks to himself that he should have already caused effective damage to his ribs, but this guy acts like nothing happened. Chi Baron swallows some pills. "So why are you looking for me? Have the rumors already spread? Fighting me is more valuable than fighting Soo-hyuk Baek." The chubby guy suddenly feels uneasy. He just took mud, and now he's taking another one. Chi Baron stretches his muscles. "You're really lucky, because I'm in excellent condition right now." Meanwhile at the hospital, Manhwa No and the others have found an Hakun. Manhwa No comes up with a devious plan. "The three of us should attack together. He's alone and injured. Then we'll beat him up and get our answers." And Hakun gives a wicked smile. "I heard all that. I'll cripple one of you first. You guys can discuss among yourselves who goes first." But all he sees is Manhwa No bowing respectfully and pulling out paper and pen. "We're counting on you, senior. I heard he's not alone, but in a group, going to such a dangerous place alone is out of the question. Even though Daegun is strong, stronger than anyone I've seen, we might not be able to help and could get in his way. But even so, we can't let our friend go to such a dangerous place alone." At the same time, the woman watching Chi Baron outside can't help but question, "What's this? Shouldn't we stop them?" The thug beside her explains, "No need to interfere. Although we don't know who he is, he's definitely no match for Chi Baron. We should just stay put here and watch Baron beat that guy to a pulp." Chi Baron speaks arrogantly, "Who are you? You look like you're wearing a school uniform. How come I've never seen you before?" Daegun keeps a straight face. "Didn't you want to fight? Don't tell me you want to talk it out instead." Hearing this, Chi Baron throws a punch without hesitation. Daegun strikes first despite moving second, landing another blow on his face. Without any hesitation, he tries to counterattack, but Daegun beats him back again. Seeing this, Daegun ponders silently. This guy took a punch and immediately counterattacks without any reaction. Seeing my fist, he doesn't dodge or avoid it, but charges straight at it. It's like he has no sense of pain. However, his way of taking hits isn't random. He seems to be enduring my punches and waiting for an opportunity. This abnormal fighting style is that of a complete madman. Thinking this, Daegun suddenly concentrates his power to test him. If he doesn't dodge this one, he's definitely crazy, but Chi Baron still charges forward. At this moment, the girl watching asks, "Isn't Baron at a disadvantage? Is he just taking hits?" The thug explains, "He's just fighting stupidly," basically saying no matter how you hit me, I'm going to tear you apart. And you don't even need to understand, he's always been that kind of crazy guy. Daegun also finds him somewhat difficult to deal with. This guy actively moves to where he expects to be hit, positioning himself to absorb the impact, while looking for openings and seizing offensive opportunities. This person is beyond my imagination, because as humans, we all fear pain, but he doesn't show the slightest hint of fear. Chi Baron finally finds an opportunity and kicks Daegun several meters away. He smiles triumphantly. "Now I can finally see your movements clearly. Being able to block that move is actually pretty interesting. If I'd gone a bit deeper, I could have shattered you," Daegun thinks. Not dodging or hiding, just taking hits directly, then looking for chances to strike back. This method works because you need to see through your opponent's movements. And just now, did he already see through mine? Meanwhile, on the other side, Soo-hyuk Baek has already beaten the perverted gangsters to a pulp. After dealing with them all, he asks about his sister again. "By the way, why are you here? And whose clothes are those in your hand?" Suji Baek blushes slightly. "They're my friends." "Okay, you don't need to know." She falls into thought. Strange, why didn't Daegun come here? Did that fat guy lie to me? Back at the base, Chi Baron can't help but praise Daegun. "You're really an amazing guy. Most people would have already lost when they figured out my fighting style." Daegun retorts, "After all, no one could predict such a ridiculous fighting style." Chi Baron takes out some pills. "With your skills in the underground fighting arena, forget it. No need to go to such a petty place. Except for one person, the rest are all trash. But that one person will soon die by my hands too." He suddenly swallows the pills. "So it's been a long time since I've met someone as interesting as you." Daegun watches him take the pills, confused. "Isn't this drug limited to 2 per day? At this moment, Ham Sun Jin's muffled voice comes from behind them. He's already taken 2. This is an overdose. It'll be dangerous. Chi Baron shrugs. Are you asking if I'm taking too much? I'm fine. I can't stand my own fighting style being useless. I must make it work. Dagon says coldly. Actually, even if you take more, it's all useless. Chi Baron charges forward again, throwing a powerful punch, hit in both the chest and face by Dagon. He doesn't dodge or avoid, counterattacking in the opening. That punch thrown while enduring the pain is blocked by Dagon. Dagon strikes again with force. This punch is so powerful. It sends Chi Baron flying through the air. In just 1 or 2 seconds, the two exchange several moves, so fast that the onlookers can't see their movements. Dagon still says coldly, I don't care at all whether you're satisfied or not, anyway it's useless against me. Baron gets up and wipes his nosebleed. You're simply seizing every opening without leaving any gaps. I love your perverted fighting style. You seem to really look down on me, but sorry, the drugs are starting to take effect. He charges forward like a maniac, his mind seemingly flashing with deranged electrical currents. Come on. Let the effects of 3 pills unleash their power together. His momentum instantly surges, punching at unprecedented speed. Not giving Dagon a chance to counterattack, he kicks him flying. While dodging attacks, Dagon thinks silently. After taking those pills just now, he's become this fast. And can it take effect this quickly? Chi Baron still doesn't dodge or avoid Dagon's attacks, waiting for the chance to deliver a fatal counterattack. Dagon knows he's still at an advantage, but this guy's perception has become abnormally heightened, able to see his own movements while being hit. What exactly are those little pills that they can be this effective? Ham Sun Jin sighs. Their fight has entered a new realm now. Chi Baron is even stronger than before. It's almost a speed difference of 0.1 seconds or even less, and the tide of this battle is shifting. Before, Dagon could easily dodge all attacks, but now he can't dodge and is defending instead. I've heard Chi Baron's constitution is very special, but can he really get stronger the more drugs he takes? How is that possible? The battle between the two becomes more intense. Chi Baron actually kicks Dagon away. He can't help but become more arrogant. What are you doing? Soon you'll be beaten by me. Don't disappoint me now. However, when he charges forward again, he's struck by Dagon with exceptionally dominating force and sent flying. This punch leaves Chi Baron dizzy and disoriented. Dagon looks at his own arm. Did I unconsciously use that power? After taking this hit, Chi Baron is drenched in sweat. Although it was just one move, he felt power surpassing his own. He asks Dagon, have you taken mud? Dagon still gives a cold negative response. You can awaken without relying on drugs? What's your name? At this moment, Muddy Club also receives news that someone's fighting at Chi Baron's base, but they don't know who. Weijin Park responds coolly, find all the places where Suhyuk Baek might go, then notify me. He immediately drives to the base, so should the warm-up be over now, Dagon? At this time in the hospital, and Hakun's mind keeps replaying the word friend from Manhwa No's mouth. After calling out to the doctor, he says he wants to be discharged. Chi Baron has already guessed Dagon's name. This surprises the chubby guy even more. So how old are you? Forget it. I'll find out after we finish fighting. You said you haven't taken mud, so let me tell you something special. Do you know about the awakened state? Before this, someone told me that awakening induced by drugs is fake awakening. But what's real then? I don't care at all. He continues charging at Dagon. Anyway, whoever's stronger is the real deal, right? He remembers the first time Weijin Park had him try the drug. It feels great. What exactly is this stuff? Weijin Park says coolly, this is the awakened state, or so I've been told. Thinking of this, he charges madly at Dagon. His heavy punches create shockwaves in the air, exploding around Dagon, but he dodges them all. Baron curses, this damn slippery loach. Even so I can see everything clearly. No time to think, and he's still hit hard by Dagon. Damn it, I can clearly see his every movement, but I still can't land a hit. Countless punches are all dodged by him. Why can I not hit him? Is it because the drugs are fake? Damn it, stop that nonsense. Actually, there's no difference at all, right? Ham Sun Jin feels very confused. Chi Baron awakened through drugs, but what about Dagon? In an awakened state duel, it's all about whose reflexes are superior. Time seems to be split into many tiny fragments. If one side is even slightly faster in that instant, it creates absolute dominance. It's like replaying the same scene over and over. I can't believe it. He defeated 3 of the 4 heavenly kings, and now Chi Baron is no match either. Chi Baron has a special constitution that allows overdosing, and the amount he just took was unprecedented. Dagon, completely without drugs, has already suppressed Chi Baron at that level. The girl watching outside shows concern. Is Baron really okay? It feels like he can't fight back at all. The lackey also shows panic. I've never seen him beaten like that, and he took so many drugs. At this moment, Lee Sung-hoon appears out of nowhere. I'm late. I didn't miss the excitement, did I? I heard there are many people here. How come there are only 2? Can I also hear about the drug stuff? The thug can't help but get angry. Why are you this brat everywhere? Lee Sung-hoon doesn't respond. With a slight move, he makes him howl in pain. Unfortunately, at this moment, the fat guy returns with people. Looking carefully, he discovers Chi Baron has already started fighting with Dagon. Hey, how would that guy know about this place? Looks like there's really no results today. Coming to his senses, he decides to deal with this uninvited guest Lee Sung-hoon first. Seeing them preparing to gang up on him, Lee Sung-hoon starts to panic. At this critical moment, Manhwa No also arrives with people. We're not late, right? Is Dagon inside? The thugs nearly laugh themselves to death. What good are just a few people, and there's even an injured one? We might as well let you go. Manhwa No slowly walks toward him. Since you're letting me go, can you help me look at this? Manhwa No swings his stick and directly knocks out one thug, and so the brawl begins. But at this time, Hakun pushes through the crowd and walks into the middle. Anyone who doesn't want to die better get lost. Hearing this, everyone is shocked. And Hakun, what are you doing here? And Hakun gives a wicked smile. What, think you can beat me just because I'm injured? The fat guy quickly explains, no, how could that be possible? And Hakun turns and scolds, you people better behave and don't make any moves. The battle inside continues in full swing, the two still exchanging blows. Chi Baron feels somewhat confused. What's going on? I clearly feel stronger than ever. Of course it's because I've awakened and can see things I normally can't see, including dust or blood droplets mixed in with sweat. I can sense all of this, but why? Why can't I hit this guy? I've awakened too, haven't I? However, his body can no longer bear the load and is knocked away by Daegun again. Could it be that I'm still fake after all? His thoughts return to when he was taking the drugs. Huijin Park told him, it's just a certain degree of simulation, but that's when taking one pill. One pill, you mean? Huijin Park says coolly. Don't you have many friends? Share it with them and see. Will taking more than 2 pills have a stronger effect? Huijin Park says eerily. Didn't you study addition? Thinking of this, Chi Baron pours an entire bottle of mud into his mouth. He rallies his spirit again. So what? As long as I kill you, who cares if it's real or fake? On the other side in the street, Soo-hyuk Baek is with his sister. By the way, why are you here? I'm looking for Hamsun Jin. I can't reach him right now. Suji's heart tightens. Could it be those guys? If so, this is serious. Soo-hyuk immediately says he needs to check other places, and Suji can't go home today either. He says calmly, there's nowhere safe except home. You're safest by my side. A group of bodyguards in formal wear spots them and begins pursuit. Soo-hyuk grabs his sister and prepares to run quickly. As the crowd behind them chases closer, Soo-hyuk doesn't have time to explain what he's been up to recently. He picks up his sister and runs like the wind toward the distance. Seeing Chi Baron swallow an entire bottle of pills, and Hakun rushes over to stop him. What are you doing? If you take that many pills? Chi Baron doesn't listen at all, throwing a punch at his former brother. The injured and Hakun is directly sent flying. He says coldly, if you don't want to die, don't interfere. Damn it, you ignorant fool. I told you taking more doesn't make you stronger. Your body can't handle it. Why should I listen to a loser? Also, I don't fight injured people. Get lost. He turns to continue speaking to Daegun. Don't mind him, let's continue. Suddenly he feels a sharp pain. His heart races madly and his blood vessels bulge. Daegun is slightly at a loss. You fighting me like this troubles me, even though I don't understand. This drug I know you can't keep fighting. Just as he's about to check on him, he's caught off guard by a sneak attack punch. After blocking this punch, Daegun forcefully kicks him away. Chi Baron seems to have completely lost his sense of pain, attacking Daegun recklessly without regard for his own safety. His consciousness gradually becomes confused as he throws punches at empty space. After several consecutive misses, Chi Baron seems to have become a complete madman. And Hakun nearby is somewhat shocked he didn't go into shock. Can he really be fine after eating the whole bottle? Seeing Hakun injured, the fat guy immediately relaxes. He orders his subordinates to charge at the students watching. Just as the sneak attack is about to succeed, 2 projectiles fly toward them. Ha Nambae of the 4 heavenly kings appears immediately. Along with him is Bae Yiryu and Shunsim, who came looking for Chi Baron. Seeing her wanting to rush into the room, the other 4 heavenly kings members quickly stop her. And Hakun starts to comfort her. Calm down. There's nothing we can do right now. Just watch from the side. The more you try to stop that guy, the more arrogant he gets. This isn't new. Chunsim, you need to be clear-headed too. Haven't you noticed that if these things could be solved by stopping him, we wouldn't be this distant? At this moment, Bae Yiryu speaks up. You stupid snake. How dare you talk to Chunsim like that? I'll kill you. I'm the one who wants to kill you. Didn't I tell you to just come with Hanambe? The two immediately start fighting at the slightest disagreement. And the thugs are completely intimidated. We'd better not fight. Let's just watch from here. Hanambe continues persuading Chunsim. I understand how you feel, but let's respect Baron's choice this time, whether he wins or loses. He turns to ask everyone, by the way, how much mud did he take? The girl nearby starts explaining. He ate about an entire bottle. Hanambe is shocked. Even though Chi Baron has a special constitution, this is too dangerous. Good thing he doesn't seem to have passed out. Although mud can certainly help, overdosing is definitely not a cure-all. It's like putting wings on a horse. It still can't fly. Artificial power has its limits. Plus, overdosing will definitely bring relatively serious side effects. Compared to the body, overly sensitive perception isn't an advantage. Because you're forcing your body to keep up with your mind, it actually becomes more sluggish. To put it simply, it's like controlling your body underwater, unable to use it freely in water. So even though after awakening time density is very high, if your body can't keep up, it's still useless. Chi Baron feels his body getting heavier and heavier, and his attacks are showing signs of decline. Dagon feels a very familiar sense of discord, manifested in all four of the four heavenly kings. However, the sense of discord he feels from Chi Baron is definitely the strongest. This person's body can't keep up with his leading awakened mind, so the body following behind feels so out of sync. This isn't awakening at all. I'm not curious about mud anymore. With that, Dagon starts taking it seriously, his fists like iron hammers, pounding Chi Baron dizzy and disoriented. Although you'll self-destruct soon enough, it's better if I finish you off. Dagon holds nothing back. One punch leaves Chi Baron sitting paralyzed on the ground, unable to sit up for the time being. This scene shocks everyone. Thanks for helping me solve many problems. Now I only have one last thing. The drugs, awakening, and how you knew my name. Did Huijin Park tell you all these things? At this moment, a ghostly voice comes from outside the door. I think I heard my name somewhere. Huijin Park parts his lips slightly. Dagon, are you calling for me? Meanwhile, in the street, Soo-hyuk Baek with his sister is completely surrounded by security guards. Soo-hyuk Baek, come with us quietly. Manager Park is looking for you. Seeing Suji's suspicious look, the guards quickly explain, we're not gangsters. Suji, I think we have a misunderstanding. We just want you to go on vacation, don't know why you're doing this. However, Soo-hyuk-baek doesn't say a word. His presence intimidating. Not saying a word is really unsettling. Can you come back with us quietly? Suji tells Suji to hide aside and then takes off his jacket. It'll be dangerous here. At the base, Huijin Park starts greeting Daegun. Daegun, are you calling for me? He then walks into the room and sees the chaos inside. Daegun says coolly, I was hoping it wasn't you, but it turns out it really is. Well, I hope it's not me. In this situation, isn't it nice to meet? Oh my, anyway, he actually ate this whole bottle. What an uncontrollable guy. He turns to continue speaking to Daegun. How is he? Was he adequate entertainment? He's one I put quite a bit of effort into, but looks like he's still a failed product. As expected, fake is fake, it just doesn't work against the real thing. Daegun says gravely, what exactly are you talking about? What test subject? What's that ridiculous drug? Oh, mud? Although it works well, it doesn't have effects on everyone. Just look at that guy, if the body can't handle it, there are only side effects. But still pretty impressive, right? Using just this little thing you can experience awakening. Thinking about it this way makes me feel awakening isn't really anything special. Hearing this, Daegun's face grows darker and darker. Huijin Park continues to provoke from the side. What's wrong, Daegun? In a bad mood? Don't misunderstand, I'm actually praising you. Oh, I know now. Any Tom, Dick, or Harry can claim they're awakened with that ridiculous drug. Makes you feel like your thing was stolen? He continues. But don't be so petty. After all, so many people are still using this term. But I still understand your feelings. It's perfectly normal to be upset. Ham Sun-jin, hearing this, is completely confused. Does he mean awakening was originally unique to Daegun? What's their relationship? Daegun says calmly, even if you want to anger me, it's useless. Stop talking nonsense about what I asked you last time. At this moment, Chi Baron also gets up. No wonder the name sounded so familiar. Daegun looks angry and starts warning, hey, I told you not to get up. But Chi Baron doesn't listen and charges at Daegun. I need to beat you to pieces, come on. Daegun's eyes suddenly flash with white light. An extremely swift punch sends Chi Baron flying, shattering the glass behind him. Seeing this, Huijin Park applauds. That's it, Daegun. I don't know how long it's been since I've seen you like this. You look so good now. I thought I'd never see this scene again. It reminds me of the past. Back then, the three of us were so amazing, weren't we? Daegun starts getting angry. If you don't want to die, get out of here now. Huijin Park provocatively touches his face. Perfect, come on, hit here, try your best move. Daegun's face completely darkens. He restrains his emotions. You should go. I won't say it a second time. You want to hold back? That is indeed a wise decision. Huijin Park assumes a stance. Actually, while you were gone, things have changed a bit. The people watching outside are discussing. This is the first time they've seen Daegun with that expression. And Hakun and Bae Yiryu start discussing their relationship. They seem very familiar. Daegun presses again. Didn't I tell you not to appear in front of me? Is that really so difficult? Huijin Park smiles slightly. You misunderstand, Daegun. It's actually you who's blocking my path, saying you want to mind your own business. Then after leaving, you're playing vigilante. With that, he can't help but burst into laughter. I didn't expect you to do this kind of thing. Nothing's been funny lately. This is hilarious. The one who should be saying, don't follow behind should be me, right? This is perfect. Let's not mind each other and focus on our own business. Seeing Huijin Park about to leave, and Hakun quickly asks, he ate a whole bottle of pills. What about the side effects? He already threw up. Isn't that good enough? Just let him sleep it off. At this moment, Ham Sun-jin, the chubby guy, is already drenched in sweat. He heard every word of their conversation just now, although he doesn't know the specifics, manager Huijin Park and Daegun's relationship. At this moment, he only hears Daegun calling his name. Ham Sun-jin, I'll tear off the tape for you, but I also need to ask you for one thing. Even after removing the tape, can you act like it's still on and say nothing? Saying anything probably won't benefit either of us. You understand what I mean, right? Seeing things calm down, Chunsim quickly breaks free from Hanambai's restraint to check on Chi Baron. Everyone also comes over to check on Daegun, only to find his face is frighteningly dark. The scene shifts to Huijin Park in his car, somewhat self-reproachful. Sorry, Daegun. I said a bit too much, but it's all your fault. He starts making a phone call to ask about Soo-hyuk-baek's situation. Outside, a tattooed muscular man is knocking on his car window because he honked earlier. An anxious voice comes through the phone. Soo-hyuk-baek is attacking us. Huijin Park says coldly, he's not that kind of person. Did you provoke him? If there's a variable his sister is also nearby, is it because of this? Anyway, you need to get here quickly. Huijin Park's face tightens, I understand. Try to hold him off. Finally freed from restraints, Ham Sun-jin stumbles along the street. Opening his phone, he finds it's all missed calls from Soo-hyuk-baek. In the street, the siege against Soo-hyuk-baek continues. Rush him in groups and grab him, but don't let him hit you. But no matter what strategy they employ, they're no match for Soo-hyuk-baek like little chicks. Hey, Soo-hyuk-baek, you're already making a huge mistake. Do you really not know what this means? It means you can't operate in Muddy Club, you can only be like Chi Baron in the alleys. But before he can finish, he meets Soo-hyuk-baek's terrifying gaze. Seeing this, Suji can't help but complain. You call this easy work with good money? Is this right? At this moment, a bodyguard approaches. You're Soo-hyuk-baek's sister, right? Actually, there's really no need to go this far. Can you calm your brother brother down, but he too is swatted away by Soo-hyuk Baek before finishing his sentence. At this moment, a bald man with a fierce face steps forward. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief. Ah, finally we're saved. Tell them over there we've done our best. What can we do with a disobedient wild beast? We're just going to lose one player. But before he can step forward, he's blasted away by Soo-hyuk Baek. Seeing this, everyone looks ashen. Some people have even started calling home. Hello, honey. How much life insurance do I have again? Congratulations on getting rich. On the other side, the unconscious Chi Baron feels like he's a white horse with wings, but then plunges straight into deep seawater. He feels his body incredibly heavy, as if soaked in seawater. After bobbing up and down several times, he finally reaches the shore. Finally waking up, he finds Chunsim and the other three gathered around him. The first question after waking is, where did those two go? Ha Nambe says from the side, those two left long ago, you should pay attention to your body. Chi Baron sighs, recalling the scene at that time. That was true awakening that can't be imitated even with mud. Chunsim wants to ask about Chi Baron's wounds with concern, but he shoves her away. Move aside, and where's that fat pig? Let's go to another office. Everyone move, don't get in the way. Seeing Chi Baron's departing figure, Chunsim ignores the dissuasion and chases after him, throwing a punch at his back. Facing Chi Baron's confusion, she asks, doesn't it hurt? Chi Baron impatiently, what are you playing at? Get lost already. Chunsim starts crying uncontrollably. Does it really not hurt? Ha Nambe rubs his fists. It's not too late to say it hurts now. Don't you know what that means? Chi Baron says disdainfully. Oh, is that what this is about? You're still playing that make-believe game. He punches right in front of Chunsim's eyes. You guys go play house by yourselves. Don't treat me like a kid. Pretending it hurts. How childish. With that, he leaves without looking back. Facing Bae Yiryu, who wants to chase after him, Chunsim gently stops him. She shouts, playing house by ourselves is fun too. Don't expect us to invite you to join us then. And you're more childish. All you know is fighting every day. The other three discuss behind them. Who was that woman following him? She looks a bit like Chunsim, and Hakun says with a sleazy expression, there are still some differences though. Chunsim turns back angrily, about to hit in Hakun but stops her hand mid-air. She looks dejected, sigh, I won't hit you guys anymore from now on. You don't need to pretend it hurts either. The other two are somewhat surprised. They felt their years of pretending were seamless, Chunsim says coolly. I knew all along, I'm not an idiot. 4 school bullies ruled the campus with an iron fist, but they willingly obeyed one girl's commands. Turns out, when they were kids obsessed with fighting, Chunsim would rush to the scene and knock them all down with just a few punches. They'd complain together. How could a girl be this strong? Was she a gorilla or something? Chunsim shrugged proudly. That's why I'm the boss. Bottom line, don't fight, or I'll beat whoever does. Got it? Sure, it hurt when they were kids, but as time passed, they all grew bigger. Facing Chunsim's punches, they didn't seem to feel anything anymore. One time, Hanambe started acting. The other three also began showing off their acting talents. Chunsim's punches were just too powerful. For a long time, this became their unspoken rule. Thinking about this, Bae Yiryu smiled slightly. We knew it would be exposed someday, but it's still a bit sad. When did you figure it out? Chunsim looked a bit dejected. It's all my fault. Chi Baron was too lazy to deal with me anymore. Because you've always treated me as the boss and listened to me, I kept bossing you around and treated you like kids, but I'm not your mom. Yet every time you came back injured, it broke my heart. How could I just stand by? When I hit you, at least you'd pretend to stop. It was just my wishful thinking, hoping you wouldn't fight. I probably shouldn't be bossing you around anymore. I don't want to be the boss anymore. Seeing this, Bae Yiryu gently comforted her. Don't be like that. If you hadn't always kept us centered, we never would have stayed together like this. Hanambe also reassured her. Don't worry about Baron. That kid's just like that. Give him some time to cool off and he'll be fine. Meanwhile, after dealing with the car window knocker, Huijun Park made a phone call. He casually asked about Baek Soo-hyuk's situation. The person on the other end shouted angrily, he left! We had no choice! And in the process, the boss's nephew got injured too. Either way, from the organization's standpoint, punishing Baek Soo-hyuk is unavoidable now. At this time, Soo-hyuk Baek finally got through to Ham Sun-jin. Needing a place for the night, he had to ask Ham Sun-jin for help. So the siblings temporarily stayed in Ham Sun-jin's room, only to find he himself hadn't come home. Just then, the aunt noticed bloodstains on Soo-hyuk's clothes and offered to wash them for him. Ham Sun-jin quietly called out to Suji from behind. Hearing Baek Suji ask about the injury on his face, Ham Sun-jin didn't care. He told Suji to come closer. This has to be kept secret from Soo-hyuk. Kwon Daegun defeated Chi Baron. Since all 4 heavenly kings have been defeated by Daegun, he'll probably come after Soo-hyuk next. He hesitated. But anyway, we absolutely can't let Soo-hyuk and Kwon Daegun fight. Suji agreed. Of course that's true, but how do we stop them from fighting? But then she had an idea. She remembered her brother saying he'd never fight anyone she liked. Ham Sun-jin also made up his mind. Before that, I need to investigate Kwon Daegun's identity. Until I know, I'll let him off for now. In the classroom, the Manhwa no trio noticed Daegun seemed to be in a terrible mood. It's just my guess, but I think this has something to do with that guy in the suit. How would a thug like that know Daegun? Could he be trying to poach him or something? Daegun was lost in thought alone. Huijun Park not only knows about the plan, but also warned me to be careful of Sa-mi Lee. How does that guy know all this, and how much does he know? I don't understand any of it. I'm completely exposed, but I can't see anything myself. And that guy saying to focus focus on my own business. That's definitely a lie. I have no idea what his intentions are. Watching from the doorway, Baek Suji took it all in, thinking he looked pretty handsome brushing his bangs back. Unbelievable. He just left me alone that day. I really wanted to do something right away, but when he makes that expression, there's just no way to communicate with him. At this moment, Myung-jung Kim was looking around suspiciously and found Jinmo. You heard too, right? About how Daegun beat down all 4 heavenly kings. He continued. I used to find that Daegun guy annoying, but now I feel like I picked the right side. Speaking of which, isn't Daegun a bit unromantic? He finally became the boss of 2 grades, but he's not even collecting protection money. Is that even reasonable? So why don't we collect the protection money instead? Park Jinmo beside him looked horrified. Are you crazy? The last person who talked about collecting protection money got beaten up by Daegun. Myung-jung Kim said they needed to go with the flow. Even 3rd years don't dare make eye contact with us now. Jinmo still had concerns, but there's still Baeksu Hyuk. Daegun hasn't really become the school's boss yet. Hearing this, Myung-jung Kim quickly led him on. Daegun and Baeksuji are dating. They even broke the bed. Wouldn't it be great if Daegun actually became Baeksu Hyuk's brother-in-law? Anyway, Suhyuk's not here, so we can collect money first. Your job is to figure out how to get Daegun and Baeksuji together. Meanwhile, that girl was treating Chi Baron's wounds. Your wound really looks like a zebra. Zebras are such stubborn and violent animals. Most herbivores run away when they see a lion hunting, but because zebras are crazy, they'll cause total chaos and even fight lions head on. I feel like their personality is similar to yours, but zebras are strong too. Sometimes they can even defeat lions. Hearing this, Chi Baron's expression grew serious. What's your name? The girl whispered something softly that couldn't be heard clearly. Chi Baron said he couldn't hear her at all. The girl then sat on top of him. I want to get closer to tell you. Chi Baron was somewhat mesmerized but still acting tough. Keep this up and I'll really pin you down. The girl giggled. With your body in this condition, I should be the one pinning you down. Just as things were about to get more intimate, Baek Soo Hyek, who got the address from Ham Sun Jin, burst through the door. Long time no see, Chi Baron. We still have unfinished business, don't we? Without another word, Baek Soo Hyek kicked Chi Baron several meters away. Seriously injured, Chi Baron barely supported himself. This looks bad. How did you find this place? You don't need to know. I just heard you were looking for me, so I came to find you first. To avoid hurting the woman, Chi Baron smashed through the window and jumped down from upstairs. Hey, Baek Soo Hyuk, if you want to fight me, isn't it too cramped over there? Come down here. Hearing this, Baek Soo Hyuk also jumped down. What stupid talk. I never had any intention of fighting you. Not just you. I've seen plenty of idiots who think they can fight me. I'm just curious. Why don't you guys understand? You're just prey, that's all. Meanwhile at Muddy Club, the director was shocked to hear about bringing Baek Soo Hyuk back. Huijin Park explained calmly. You should know, without him, the tickets won't sell. Byomnifo was furious. How is that possible? We just expanded recently. How could we not sell tickets because of one fighter? Huijin Park looked at him like he was an idiot. Muddy Club came to the Daejeon area less than a year ago. It's because of this one fighter that we've changed so much. Don't talk about finding fighters from other regions. There's almost no one who can replace Baek Soo Hyuk. Boss, do you know why people pay to come to the club to watch underground fights? There are places to watch fighting skills everywhere. If they wanted, they could even watch on their phones. Sophisticated fighting techniques and poker face psychological warfare. Do you know why people give up all that to watch underground fights? Enduring the foul air, the only reason is they're not here to watch matches. They find pleasure in faces twisted with pain. They find pleasure in the rage felt through fists. More than calm analysis and judgment, they love to see pure guts and strength going all out. They find pleasure in that hot blood spilling out. This is the so-called vivid blood and sweat. Seeing blood and misery more directly. That's what they love to see. Muddy Club, true to its name, they love seeing those miserable faces struggling in the mud. They love that miserable taste while feeling uncomfortable, and only absolute strength can deliver such a performance. And the person who performs this role best is undoubtedly Baek Soo Hyuk. Meanwhile, the other battle had reached its conclusion. Chi Baron, covered in blood, could barely get up. Huijin Park continued explaining to Byomnifo, having someone like Baek Soo Hyuk is clearly our good fortune. Still no good. Byomnifo said in a deep voice. Anyone but Baek Soo Hyuk. Not just my nephew. Do you know how many people are lying in hospitals? We're the underworld. To put it bluntly, even cutting that guy's hamstring wouldn't satisfy me. A mere high school brat dares to... Huijin Park had to give in. Then we'll do as you say. But there's one thing I forgot to tell you. Recently, someone contacted me wanting to buy new shares after you. No matter what, the scale is gradually expanding. I need to consider this carefully. Byomnifo immediately smiled and tried to please him. Of course, business matters should follow the supervisor's lead. On the other side, Baek Soo Hyuk grabbed Chi Baron by the hair. Just from taking a few hits from me, you're already powerless? Chi Baron still tried to struggle. He threw a punch with all his strength, but his injuries were too severe. The punch hitting Baek Soo Hyuk had virtually no effect. This isn't a fist. It's like soft pudding. Coming to fight me with only this is truly disappointing. Baek Soo Hyuk struck again, this blow breaking several of his ribs. Whether you're a lion or a rabbit, if you're going to hunt, at least bring a toy gun or show some sincerity, unless you want them to bite you to death. Not in a fighting ring, but on the street with no rules. Did you think the result would be different? Didn't it occur to you that you only survived because of the rules? Hearing this, Chi Baron spat blood and managed to speak. How ridiculous. Acting like the boss in this tiny place. Even so, whether it's you or me, we're just fakes. I've already fought the real deal. Baek Soo Hyuk was slightly confused. The real deal you're talking about is, punk, you still have to ask? Didn't you hear about it from Huijin Park too? Looks like you're nothing, after all. Baek Soo Hyuk was dismissive. I thought you were saying something important, but it's just big talk to survive, Chi Baron added. That person never disappeared at all, and he's at Golden Dragon High School. You're saying he's at Golden Dragon High School? Is he a new fighter at the club? Chi-Baron spat. Idiot, you think I'd tell you? That guy's mine. You just keep being the club's lapdog. The girl then ran over. She gathered her courage. Do you enjoy beating up injured people? Baron's already seriously hurt. You only dare act tough in front of injured people. If you're really that tough, go find that guy called Daegun Kwan. Anyway, go find that guy. Don't use powerless people as your punching bag. Hearing this, Baek Soo-hyek turned and left. He warned Chi-Baron again, I don't care who you're looking for, but if you get in my way again, I won't hesitate to tear you to shreds. At Muddy Club, several gangsters were discussing. All these people couldn't take him down, though Baek Soo-hyek is tall if I gave him an uppercut. But before he could finish bragging, when he actually saw Baek Soo-hyek, he immediately sounded the alarm. Seeing Baek Soo-hyek, Huijun Park started teasing. Where'd you go? Why are you only coming back now? If you say it's puberty, it doesn't really match your build. Everyone dropped what they were doing to find you, running around like crazy. Do you know what you did? Baek Soo-hyek explained. The situation at the time was unavoidable. Huijun Park said the matter was over. Forget about that. I'll arrange matches for you. Baek Soo-hyek had some concerns. Is that really okay? That depends on you. But if you keep this up, I'll be troubled too. Don't you need to fight and make money? Whatever, let's not talk about this. You just need to do well in your matches. With that, he pointed to the drugs on the table. Take this first. Baek Soo-hyek shook his head slightly. You know I don't need that stuff. Also, I want to know where Kwon Daegun is. I heard he's at Golden Dragon High School. At the internet cafe, the chubby guy was constantly searching for information about Kwon Daegun. Just then he saw a familiar profile that matched Daegun's information pretty well. This is perfect. If the location is our district, I'll have to go there myself. In the classroom, Daegun pulled himself together to face a new day of learning. He explained to his classmates why he was perking up. Because of the upcoming midterms, he needed to be in good shape. At this point, the trio suggested celebrating with a little party. Last time our pork belly meal got interrupted halfway. We need to make up for it, right? But this invitation was declined by Daegun. Thanks for your kindness, but I think nothing's more important than the upcoming midterms. Though I don't have much time left because of the fighting, I'll prepare with everything I've got. Daegun thought to himself, even my body remembers. Hard work is something that absolutely won't betray you. In that case, there's only one option. Activate super focus mode. Daegun began studying with complete concentration. With super focus mode engaged, time flew by quickly and soon it was exam day. Time to see the results of hard work. With that, he began writing furiously. This momentum made Manhwa No, who was preparing to use a cheat sheet behind him, feel ashamed. In that case, I'll also win through my own effort alone. At this time, Min-soo Kim came up to ask Daegun how the exam went. Daegun said seriously that they'd have to wait for the final results, and sometimes hard work does betray you. In the office, the chairman asked Sam-mi Lee, the plan's almost over, right? I heard only Baek Soo-hyek is left. That's right, but because Baek Soo-hyek isn't at school, the plan will be delayed a bit. The chairman said that wasn't the point. Since that person can fight so well, why not arrange him for underground fighting? But our contract with Kwon Daegun is only for the Bully Punisher agreement, and this plan is only about improving the school atmosphere. The chairman looked completely dismissive. How boring. Do you really think this plan will work? Everyone's mocking it. From the feasibility of fighting violence with violence to everyone thinking it's okay, it's purely because I find the plan interesting. From the very beginning, I never saw any real meaning in this plan. By the way, the school trip is coming up soon, right? That should give him enough time to think. Go tell him to give me an answer soon. I'll give him the maximum support possible. After some time, the school trip was in full swing, full of youthful energy. To sit with Min-soo and discuss studying, Daegun declined the boss's seat at the back of the bus. But though Min-soo had the face of a top student, he had no interest in studying either. At this time, others also discussed Daegun, who seemed to be in a state of having no desires as the boss. So the trio suggested playing truth or dare. At this moment, Baek Soo-ji ran to class 2's bus, wanting to sit with Daegun. But Daegun only had eyes for Min-soo and his thirst for knowledge. The destination was a mountain. Everyone arrived at the summit panting, only to find there was just an extremely boring statue. The teacher huffed, "You're not here to play, and there are students from other schools here. Boys, don't provoke them." At this moment, Daegun noticed the green uniforms were from his previous school. The discussion among several Naendong High School students made Daegun more certain. At least he didn't need to worry about being recognized. They were all first years. Before long, several of them wandered to the amusement area. Manhwa No spotted a dart game at this moment. Perfect chance to show his skills. The owner sent a mocking look, talking about getting a perfect score. What a show-off. But when Manhwa No got serious, the balloons burst one after another, leaving the owner stunned. The onlookers were all amazed. He's going to take all the stuffed animals, right? But then these three girls' attention was drawn to the handsome Daegun. They seemed to be together. Should we go play with them? But they had some concerns. But that redhead over there looks like a teacher. They finally mustered the courage to approach. Watching you play darts looks fun. Can we watch together? After both sides greeted each other, hearing they were from our district Naedong High School, Daegun quickly turned his face away. This scene was caught by our district Naedong High School's first year number 2, Tak Sang-hun. The boss Odemo also appeared. Who is it? Actually making Naedong girls come hit on them. Got a death wish? This flirting scene was caught by Baek Soo-ji on the side. Jealous, she went straight up and grabbed one of the girl's hands, then threatened the girl. If you know what's good for you, get lost right now. This shocked the boys, who quickly said they'd play next time. After running away and catching their breath, they got more and more upset. We really want to teach them a lesson. Seeing this, Odemo grinned wickedly. Where are those people from? Oh, they're from Daejeon? How dare they look down on our district? I see they have a few girls there too. Anyway, you guys wait. I'll go get revenge for you. Oh wait, I mean, we'll go educate them a bit. Before long, Nadong, Odemo found Manho No and the others. Hello everyone, I'm Odemo from our district Nadong. I heard you're from Daejeon. First, the girls look pretty decent, prepared to receive my education. If you get down first, I'll go easy on you. Manho No and the others braced themselves for battle. Then they saw Daegun walking over from afar and immediately relaxed. The other side's people also noticed Daegun. If you don't want to die, just obediently. But at this moment they realized the man looked so familiar. Intense fear made their bodies automatically get down. Daegun remembered those guys he ran into at the convenience store. The our district girls also followed up. We need to get a few hits in too to vent our anger, but the scene before them completely stunned them. Daegun realized things were going badly. If this continued, his identity might be exposed. He bent down deliberately and said, "Isn't this our first time meeting? How do you know me?" Those punks quickly apologized. "Sorry, senior. You got even more handsome, so it took us a moment to bow down." Daegun quietly threatened, "Listen, you need to act like you don't know me, then take your people and get lost." Got it? The punk nodded frantically, sweating profusely. He quietly and hurriedly left. Daegun turned back to explain, "These are juniors I haven't seen in a long time. I was happy to see them, but they just got down when they saw you. I didn't even get to show off my new skills." Meanwhile, Hamsun Jin also came to our district, starting to investigate Daegun. "Kwon Daegun, I think he's probably a super loner. Don't bother me, go away." Hamsun Jin thought carefully. He didn't believe Daegun was just a nobody in our district. Suddenly he saw a group of punks gathering together. His instinct was to leave, but then he thought asking here might get useful information. He immediately forced out a smile. "Hello, I'm a student doing a survey on our district school issues." At this, they swarmed him. "Fatso, you from out of town? What are you curious about? We can tell you anything, but before that, you gotta pay up. So we still can't communicate properly?" Hamsun Jin was about to use his ultimate move, but before he could shout his Chunabu catchphrase, he got punched in the face. "What's this kid doing? Whatever, let's strip him first." On the other side, Class 2's group was planning to play Truth or Dare in Daegun's room that night. Park Jinho approached Suji and told her Daegun's room number. She just needed to pretend to do laundry to get close. Though Baek Suji acted like she didn't care. In the end, she was glad she brought some clothes that needed washing. On our district side, the chubby guy was almost completely stripped. Designer clothes, a notebook, a magnifying glass. What exactly do you do? What's in the notebook? I don't really want to hit this guy's head. He looks like he might have something wrong with him. At this moment, the blonde from the convenience store called out to them. "First, everyone stop what you're doing. Can I borrow this fatty for a bit?" The punk looked impatient. "Who the hell are you? Get lost. No wait, you come here too and hand over anything valuable. Or do you punks need a beating to listen? Come here and get hit." But right after his tough talk, he was knocked down by the blonde. This scene shocked everyone. Another punk rolled up his sleeves ready to go. "You don't seem to know who we are." Just like the previous guy, right after his tough talk, he got punched in the face. This move was extremely fast, but didn't seem to use much force. The punk kept fighting back. "Looking at you, you don't seem like a regular convenience store clerk. If you want a box, that suits me fine. When it comes to boxers in our district, that's me." As the blonde landed a punch on his ribs, he let out a miserable scream. Another punch to his face then knocked him out cold. Seeing this, the thug swarmed forward, but the blonde's fists connected solidly, quickly knocking down a large group. Realizing something was wrong, one punk quickly called for a stop. "Let's talk this out. First, we're alliance members. You can fight this well, so you can't be ordinary either. Tell us who you are first," the blonde said casually. "What? So you're alliance members but don't recognize me? How disappointing." Finally, one punk spoke up. "It's the twin lights from Nadong High School." The blonde scratched his head. "What? You obviously know. Let me add, I'm the older brother." The punks quickly apologized. "Because you guys had buzz cuts, and now your hair's grown this much. We didn't recognize you. We didn't recognize each other, so let's make peace, okay?" They knew in their hearts the famous twin lights were key figures in the first year of high school back then. People kept debating which of the two brothers was stronger. But the point is, Nadong High School belongs to the R District Alliance like us. How can you randomly beat us up? The blonde chuckled. "I dropped out. Now I can beat you guys up however I want. But that's just what I'm thinking, not what I want to do. I just need to take this fatty with me. Is it a coincidence? This fatty's asking about Kwon Daegun, and you're Kwon Daegun's direct junior." Hearing this, the blonde's face immediately darkened. "I take back what I just said. I'm going to beat all of you down. I'm going to pound every single one of you here because my mood just got worse." On Daegun's side, everyone started preparing the Truth or Dare game. Suji was secretly jealous in the laundry room. "I want to play Truth or Dare too." In the alley, the blonde easily beat down all the punks. "You guys dare to call out Daegun Hyung's name directly and you said it twice." Hamsun Jin quickly followed him. "You just said Daegun Hyung. At the convenience store, didn't you say you didn't know? I was just pretending not to know. You coming with a notebook asking around, isn't that suspicious? Now I've changed my mind again. Rather than you asking those guys, I might as well tell you myself. So let's change locations first. I'm happy to talk about Daegun Hyung, but I haven't seen him in a long time. From my standpoint, Daegun Hyung's story is pretty absurd too. 2 years ago in our district, there were different wars every day. You could call it the Warring States period, and Nadong High School that I entered had a long tradition of being the punching bag. We were always taken over by different schools around us, but then that man appeared. After he dealt with the surrounding schools that bullied us, that man set out on a path to unite all of our district. Our district's 7 main districts. The 13 major alliances forming the various powers, 24 schools, all defeated by him single-handedly, and the time it took him was just 7 days. The man who united our district's Warring States period single-handedly, his name is Kwon Daegun. Hamsun Jin was shocked. You're talking about him like he's a legendary or mythical figure. To me, he is like a mythical figure. But you're from out of town, so believe it or not, whatever. Let me introduce myself. I'm not just some ordinary junior of Hyung. I'm his most trusted disciple, little brother, assistant, and after he left, I managed Nandong High School for a while. I'm Yo Jin. Let's go get in the car. We can't just talk here. On Baeksuji's side, she was thinking about what clothes to change into and how to enter Daegun's room. After reaching a secluded corner, Yo Jin said he could answer any questions. That's best, but before that, I still have one question. Hamsun Jin was a bit uncomfortable. Do you really have to tie me up like this to ask questions? Yo Jin began slowly. Let's start from when I entered Nandong High School. Back then, we just attended the opening ceremony and discovered this place started with deciding things by force. Though this was the weakest school, my brother and I faced the provocation and mercilessly knocked them down. From then on, we became the first-year bosses, and at that time, Nandong High School's boss Lim Dae-man was determined to change the weakest school title, but he was quickly and miserably defeated. Nandong High School remained the weakest school. At that time, Eastar District High School's boss Chien Ji-ho was rapidly rising. Hamsun Jin interrupted him. Wait, why hasn't the main character appeared even once so far? Okay then, let's fast forward to the second-year transfer student's appearance. My brother and I were chatting then. A tall, dark, looming figure appeared. Where's the boss of this school? I was a bit dismissive. A student who just transferred should be playing with classmates, right? Why look for the boss? I'm first year Yo Jin. Don't care if you're second year or whatever, take my punch first. Okay, let's jump straight to the next episode. Why suddenly jump to the next episode? Where'd the content in between go? Actually, I blacked out then. Ah, so you got knocked unconscious. Then we can just ask your twin, right? That's true. At the time, my brother Yo Bin also threw a punch. Why'd you stop talking again? Don't tell me he also— Yes, we both blacked out. Anyway, this was also my and Daegun Hyung's first meeting. His reason for finding the boss was a bit absurd. He went to ask a favor. He really wanted to live quietly, so he asked them not to provoke him. Lim Dae-man was confused. What's he talking about? Is this a prank show? They started fighting without agreement and all got knocked down by Daegun. Daegun also began his quiet life plan, but a quiet life absolutely cannot be chosen in our district. Meanwhile in Daejeon, Daegun opened the door to find Baeksuji shivering in front of his room. So cold my body's almost frozen.